I build an aircraft carrier in Ming. 1 Chapter of Life and Death Critical Situation. Hongguang First Year 1645 September 1st, Jiading. Wu Qingqing standing on the walls, looking at the devastation. The carnage of Jiading City. A group ignite anger in his heart. He is the 21st century is like a historical novel of otaku, filled with righteous indignation when they see Yangtze massacre, Jiading 3 carcasses plot. As a result, he inexplicably traveled to the ancient Ming dynasty and became a famous general in the resistance against the Qing dynasty. Wu Qingqing, the son of Wu Zifan, the chief soldier of Nanming. The time he traveled was very bad. Jiading had been slaughtered twice by Li Chengdong, who had surrendered to the Qing army, and the third time was about to happen. This time Wu Fan has been killed outside the city. The city only a group of elderly and infirm. Li Chengdong will not take long to reach an army and massacre. Can I just watch history repeat itself? Watching Li Chengdong, a beast, wantonly slaughter innocent people? The thought of Li Chengdong, Wu Qingqing hate the teeth. While he was a 21st century people with Li Chengdong had no injustice Wu Chu, but whenever he saw Li Chengdong did, he would not wait for the hacked in pieces. Li Chengdong was first follow Gaoji Li Ziqing men were peasant uprising, then see Li Ziqing die surrendered Ming dynasty, then later to see all the way to defeat the Ming dynasty. The Qing dynasty has surrendered. In fact, this sin is not particularly serious, for survival in troubled times. However, his love for massacres and adulterous women is unacceptable. He slaughtered several cities such as Jiading, Nanking, and Guangzhou, and died of hundreds of thousands of injustices under his sword. He also personally beheaded Emperor Longwu of Nanming, captured Emperor Shi alive, and made great military exploits for the Qing army. Then later, not full of eccentric full Qing minister, he fuming, and his repeated impermanence, Wu Sangai and his ilk than even cunning. Wu Qingqing hates this kind of person very much, not to mention that he has now received the memory of the original body, and he can barely be regarded as Wu Zifan's son, and Li Chengdong also has his father's vengeance. Even if he didn't kill his father, in order to save the 20,000 people in the city, he had to fight against Li Chengdong. But, what should you use to fight each other? Wu Qingqing sighed, as Wu Songbing Li Chengdong, a full 10,000 men and horses, and he is now more than 100 men only Xiangyong. The so-called Xiangyong, in fact, normal adult men. There is no formal military training, and Li Chengdong regular army men full immeasurably. Wanting to use this 100 villages to keep this Jiading city is purely idiotic. Wu will be the military. We QH it. Baihu Ambrose 3 in the side to persuade the road, to date, been unable to save the situation. If you don't run away, you will undoubtedly die. Withdrawal. I have dismissed these people. How to do? Wu Qingqing actually afraid of death, but the thought of people will be killed in the City of Light. He cannot escape the cruel down alone. Now they have time to flee lightly, but they can't leave with the people. Yes, we are determined not to withdraw, and fight with those clean dogs. The other two Baihu clamoring to be loyal to the country, vow to reclaim, to see Wu Qingqing exceedingly emotion. Obviously there are still so many people and soldiers who care about Ming, but Nanming is like a dead wood, fighting in the court, and the military and the Qing army are collapsed at the touch of a touch, and they have been defeated repeatedly. The reasons for this are quite complicated. There are many people studying this period of history in later generations, but none of them can really say it clearly. Not too important for this Wu Qingqing, he is now just want to keep people in town. Of course, if the Ming dynasty can be saved, it would be better to rule the world and end this troubled world. He was not willing to let the Manchu dynasty take charge of Kyushu, and then he was beaten up by foreigners in later generations, and signed the treaties that humiliated the country. God, did you let me travel into this era just for me to witness the tragedy with my own eyes? What's the point of this? Wu Qingqing hearts cries something. Like to lead the Chinese nation rise to dominate the world. But he was just an ordinary otaku in his previous life, and he was really powerless. Department of Prime System Binding. Suddenly, a voice in his mind made Wu Chenking overjoyed. As a person who often reads novels, he certainly knows what the system is. System integration bound soon. After a moment he learned about the function of this system. In this system, the host grasp every one individual ports will be able to obtain a technological point of control. 1 square kilometer territory will be able to get 30 resource points. Department of Science and Technology points can redeem them all. Advanced technology systems, such as matchlock, flintlock, manufacturing methods and principles of the breech of the gun, red cannon, the steam engine, the internal combustion engine of forging parameters. So a series of science and technology. As long as there are sufficient number of enough skill points, far ahead of the host will be able to grasp in this era of high-tech immediately. The resource points can be directly exchanged for resources, such as special steel resistant to high temperature and pressure, various weapons and equipment, hybrid rice seeds, and various raw materials. Wu Chenking shocked. This system is 2 guards, nothing short of invincible. With the help of this system, I still need to be afraid of him. Li Chengdong. Not afraid, not bundle this troubled times. Are you afraid that you won't be able to become the Supreme? At this moment, his ambition was ignited. Currently Wu Fan died. He took over the city of Jiading, 460 square kilometers of territory and 2.1 million people. So the total has 2.11 tech point and 1.381 resource points. Technology points are used for long-term development and will not help the upcoming battle. However, the resource points can be directly exchanged for advanced weapons, which is the key to his breaking the game. Wu God Chenking read into the system of them all. We came to the weapon columns. Fire rope guns, 10 Dian support. Ammunition 1 Dian 100 hair. Flintlock, 50 points piece, 1.50 rounds of ammunition. Gun breech 200 support. They are all expensive and dying things. You must know that the resource points are limited. Even if the global land is unified, the total resource points are more than 4 billion. Not to Wu Chenking not care so much at this time, to resolve the current crisis. To save his life only in the future. Desperately, they rely on me. Who this person is clear where the dog's opponents. The army could not withstand the courtly Chengdong troops, let alone us stay in this only caused the death. Liu Han III, a firm runaway faction, he could not see any hope of victory. We do not panic. The preceding time I have purchased a number of advanced fowling piece, until I fetch. The dog will be able to clear call to not return. Liu with 110 people with me to pick up a firearm. Wang Li 100. Everyone went to the city to recruit people to help defend the city. Department of Systems store things. He can take out an idea, but so too shock some. So, he found an excuse. Yes, and Wang Daong Li Xiaobinli that is kicked. The fact that they did not in fact Wu Chenking, then little hope. But they do not show it. He were ready to fight to the death. Li Chengdong twice massacre terrorized a lot of people's courage, but also thoroughly angered number of the slain. Of course, he had almost the last batch of hard bone. Wu Chenking knew that after Jie King was slaughtered for the 3rd time, not many people dared to resist the decree to leave the issue without leaving their heads. According to the history book's record, after Jiading 3 carcasses, south of the land, the people have shaved remain braid, became a clear obedient. Liu Han 3 side, defenders cannot rely on a cavity blood, the strength is the key. He didn't believe that Wu Chenking, a young man with no full-length hair, could lead a group of local courage to create miracles. Either because as Wu Chenking is the son of great prestige in the volunteer army which he now directly with the men ran away. Liu Bei who do not worry. Although Li Chengdong tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, but he could not attack all sent Jiading. I estimate that at most 2 or 3 thousand of the enemy, we have the opportunity to hold. Wu Chenking saw the Imbro's 3 concerns, verbally appeased the sentence. He didn't want to fight before his men ran away. That said, even if it is 2 or 3 thousand people, we are not opponents. There is no point in staying there except to die in vain. It is better to retreat to the mountains and watch the changes. Liu Han 3 still trying to persuade Wu Chengqing. He did not want to leave to die. Wu Chengqing understands Liu Hansen's feelings, but cannot accept it. At other times, if Liu Hansen repeatedly questioned himself like this, he would definitely remove Liu Hansen from his position. But now the big enemy of the current, he really did not want to come up with a mess of other accidents. Will you obey who to make a bet or we? If we hold on to this, then after I order you will have to obey unconditionally. If the question will not restrain, I allow you to retreat. I personally bring up the rear. Although Wu Chengqing has been a leader for time, he also knows that if his subordinates do not obey orders, the prestige of the leader will be greatly damaged. The army too serious. The general's orders, Han 3 self-obey. Liu Han 3 quickly admit, after all, Wu Chengqing or his Shangguan. On the battlefield, Shangguan had many excuses for cutting off the official. He didn't want to die in vain. As for Wu Chengqing said do, his heart just sneer. Everyone started to take action. Wu Chengqing led people to the county office and asked Liu Hansen and others to wait outside now. He was a man entered the warehouse, with the idea of exchange of 140 Tiao flintlock hair gun, 10 one-hair fixed loading bullets. He did not exchange for cheaper matchlocks, because the King army was equipped with many matchlocks. There is no advantage in fighting against it with a matchlock gun. The flintlock gun is different. Although the appearance looks similar to the matchlock gun, the firing speed is several times faster than the matchlock gun because of the improved launching device and the use of fixed bullets. A familiar practice gunners, most will hit a shot with matchlock a minute. With a flintlock, you can shoot 5 shots in 1 minute. In terms of firing range, the flintlock also has the advantage. Sui in the hair gun 1547 Nian had been invented out in Europe, but China has not yet here, are used in matchlock and King army which, matchlock troops are still not taken seriously, is not the main army, the main or cold-based weapons. Using a flintlock to fight a cold weapon, Wu Chengqing felt that Li Chengdong, who should be able to fight, screamed, "Let this grandson taste the power of the Traverser." Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 2 chapters of weapons on behalf of the poor. The guns were distributed to the more than 100 warriors who had fought in the hands of Xiangyong. As for recruiting the people, they could only hold their swords and spears at the head of the city. Why doesn't this bird bludgeon have a matchlock? How can it ignite without a matchlock? Wang Deong put get under which flintlock, a bit puzzled. Wu Chengqing smiled. The ancients is an old, just come up with something they have not seen. They would be difficult to understand. He picked up a flintlock, and personally demonstrated the use of flintlock. With a shot of Pia, a target not far away was hit with a big hole. Immediately afterwards, he fired several shots in a row, and the people around him were dumbfounded. What kind of magic weapon is this? Why can it be launched so quickly, and how does it fire? Liu Han 3 wrote shock. This is beyond the scope of his understanding. The flint in Wu Chengqing's mouth caused sparks from friction, and he couldn't understand a word. Fortunately, I do not understand do not tight, can learn how to use on the line. In contrast, the flintlock gun is easier to operate than the matchlock gun. After Wu Chengqing demonstrated it several times, most of Xiangyong mastered its use. As for the quasi-head, it would be useless. But this is not important. Anyway, the guns of this era are not accurate, relying on intensive firing. With this artifact, who will be able to hold Jiading. Li Shoubin Wang Deong and his face filled with the excitement of color, have the determination to die before though, but a glimmer of help appeared in despair. The feeling is very good. With this fouling piece you can hold Jiading city. Liu Han 3 still do not believe that Li Xiaobin excited overdone. Everyone should master how to use this bird claw as soon as possible. When the enemy strikes, rely on this bird claw. Wang Baiyu, you take 40 people to the west wall. Li Baiyu takes 40 people to the west, and the rest and I guard the north. Wu Chengqing did not force everyone, corrected himself. Since we used to call fouling peace, it is called fouling peace of it. Organized anti-business. Wu Qingqing personally came to the city of boost morale. It is impossible for more than 100 of them to defend Jiading. Li Chengdong only needs to send troops to attack from all sides at the same time, and they will be embarrassed. These people who help defend the city are also very important. Gentleman, father of old folks, clean dog is coming soon. They have tutor city, killers countless folks. This one is no exception. Want to survive? Given the parents want to keep our hair, you must stick to it. Dog thief Li Chengdong, no father monarch, animals as, before and after the massacre of tens of thousands of people Jiading, insults countless women. Wu Qingqing eloquence is not really good, but this level of speech, in front of the ancients enough. At least, after listening to his speech talking about, a lot of people came shouting defenders clinging to Jiading. The reason why people are so strong, mainly issued by the King Regent Dorgan to issuing the order unpopular. We must know that keeping hair for Han people is a tradition for thousands of years. How can this deep-rooted concept be so easy to change? Analogy. In the 21st century a leader suddenly said that we will not allowed to wear clothes, must bear ass. People can promise. The atmosphere before the war was very depressing. The courage and the people on the wall didn't know how many enemy troops were. They only learned from rumors that Li Chengdong had tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. This number alone can destroy the resistance of some people. Among the many people, the only Wu Qingqing can keep laughing, because he knew that there would not be too many people coming to attack Jiading. After all, they were just a trivial force of resistance. His calm appearance has added a lot of confidence to those who defend the city. As the saying goes, there will be a raging soldier and a raging nest. Lord of the air quality, can affect an army style. Come on. In the distance, some dark shadows appeared in the sight of everyone. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. The army really Liushai Russian. The enemy seems that only 1,000 or so. Liu Han 3 rough estimate about the number of the enemy, and my heart a little relieved. Although 1,000 professional soldiers are still terrifying, it is better than tens of thousands of soldiers. This 1,000 soldiers is Li Chengdong's vanguard, and the leader is called Xu, who is 1,000 generals. Wu Fan had been dead, who are defenders. Their soldiers are not defeated as yet. A percentage who saw the defenders banner on the wall, and that says Wu word, very confused. Estimated count just some of the people. These Dalits are really stubborn, yeah. Kill to kill are not afraid to kill them, it seems this time, and ultimately, to a massacre. X5 expose a wire sneer. In his view, a last ditch. Those people are fooling Dalits. Silly and cheap. Isn't it just shaving your hair and leaving braids? What's the big deal? He drive a horse near the wall, outside the range of a bow and arrow. He began yelling, defenders who are brothers, Wu Fan has been killed. I advise you obediently surrender, to keep his little life. Although the walls are full of fragile courage, but there will inevitably be casualties when attacking the city forcibly. Therefore, Xu even wanted to trick Wu Qingqing and others into surrender. As for whether or not to kill after surrendering, it is all his matter. Dog thief, you are a Han Chinese, Gan full dog massacre, same family, like the massacre of your parents. Your parents without a king head, ungrateful. Hey, a scumbag, also boasted want us surrender. I have never seen such a brazen person. At this moment, Wu Qingqing Zhu Liang possessed his body and scolded Xu a bloody head. Wu Qingqing cursed too toxic. X5 hearing this, almost the same as Wanglan gas vomiting blood fell off the horse. City wall of people hearing these words, morale vibration. As for the soldiers under Xu, a few people felt ashamed. Not all soldiers are cold-blooded and ruthless, and some of them feel ashamed of working for the King Army. It's a pity that people can't help themselves in troubled times. In order to survive, they had to abandon their dignity. Toast and not eat or drink fine wine. When I conquer the city, I must put your head on the flagpole. X5 anger cursed. If you have a kind, come here and see if I don't use your head as a chamber pot. As is a daily internet keyboard man, if lost in abusive terms, Wu Qingking face did not say who he was through. Keep the city military laugh. But 5 men are soldiers appeared in the case of falling morale. Don't think that it is useless to curse people without pain or itching. Sometimes mental blows can be more sharp and effective than physical blows. Chen Baiyu, you take 100 people to the east. Li Baiyu takes 100 people to the west to prevent them from escaping. Xu found that his eloquence was far inferior to that of Wu Qingking, so he could only return to the formation and arrange a plan to attack the city. The order Li Chengdong gave him was to cut the weeds and remove the roots, so he blocked all the retreats. To the south is the Hengshui River, so there is no need for arrangement. After Chen and Li acted, Xu also began to attack the city. Siege of a full 300 people, who were carrying large knives, carrying a dozen jiangtis. He rushed toward the walls. Jiading is just a small county, and the city wall is more than 4 meters high. You can get up with a ladder that is a little longer. Coming. Wu Qingking tight clenched his fists. In his previous life, he was just an otaku who hadn't even killed a chicken, but now he wants to kill with his own hands. In the normal situation, he couldn't change this psychological process at all. But now, he has quickly completed this process, because he has no choice. If he doesn't kill the other party will kill him. In order to save his life and to protect the belief of innocent people, his whole person became cold-blooded, quasi-prepared, self-shot towards the crowded places. King Army has been less than 200 meters from the ramparts, which has entered the lethal range of flintlock. It's just that at this distance, the flintlock has almost no accuracy. Wu Qingking did not care so much, can kill even one. He wants to fight against the king momentum as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be dangerous when they rushed under the city wall. After all, they were professional soldiers with training and combat experience. Even if there are city walls this location, playing scrimmage to the people nor the soldiers' opponent. Pierre. Wu Qingking shot lead, then gunfire everywhere. The Red Feng King, but also fell 3 or 4 hapless. He had handguns. How can play so far? X5 suddenly saw not quite right place. Several other subordinate officials stared with big eyes. Look at me and I look at you, and none of them came up. Fire gun they are not familiar with, but play handguns. So far, they are also time I saw. Only 3 or 4 dead and King Army down. I do not care. Still continue the fight. However, only about 10 seconds later, there was a second gunshot on the wall. This time the King Army fell even more, a total of 6 or 7. Xu frowned. Although the death of a few soldiers is not a problem for him at all, this kind of thing that can only be beaten and cannot fight back easily affects morale. Moreover, he didn't know why the firecrackers of the Ming Army shot so far and so fast. For the unknown, he instinctively had some fear. Let the archers and the people of Xinjiang come forward and suppress. Xu said that there is also a firecracker team in his camp, but the number is not large, only 50 people. Xu couldn't think of a good way, so he could only push the fire gun team up. Kill well, kill well. Watching the clear military one down, people on the excitement of the city cheered. Wu Qingking had just won a complete victory in the scolding battle, and the form of defending the city was so good now. Seeing the hope of survival, the people were all very excited. We then followed Li. We make clear the dog do not return, let them tremble with fear. Wu Qingking see the morale of the people is commendable. The heart cannot help but feel a burst of fun. Pierre. King troops have been rushed to within 50 meters of walls in sight. But at this distance, the accuracy of the flintlock is already very good. More importantly, the density of King soldiers is very high. As long as a shot is piled at the person, it may not hit the target, but it is very likely to hit other targets. This is why the army in the 17th and 8th centuries were all shot in line, looking stupid like pigs. In fact, this is all because the gun is not accurate, and the enemy can only be killed by this dense barrage. A later series of gunshots, a large king unexpectedly fell. A full 3 to 4 people. The King Army had fallen by 20% of its strength before it even touched the city wall. Some King troops, who had not died, lay on the ground and screamed. Suddenly, the King Army who was still continuing to rush was stunned, and then turned and fled, and some even threw away the siege ladder. Feudal ability to withstand military casualties. 0 is extremely limited. General impairment of 10% of the troops will collapse. Fear of death is human nature, and this has not changed since ancient times. This time, Xwa's people were already very brave. Mainly he underestimated the power of those flintlock. Wait for them to discover and feel afraid. He already died 50 or 60 people, the army, and then instantly collapse. While escaping, gunshots continued on the wall, and they lost more than a dozen bodies. This X5 dumbfounded. He was just a lip service of Wu Chenking. Every minute can win. But the reality is that he slapped him severely, and Wu Chenking's power was far beyond his imagination. He not only dumbfounded, even prior knowledge of the flintlock Liu Han. 3 victories are dumbfounded to see this. This is so special. How can you really hold it? Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 3 chapters. Tactics to fight technology. Ha ha ha, Kinga retired. Wu Senate will be mighty, and more loss of Wu participation shall mean play well. And what the Senate will be Wu, the old commander martyrdom. Wu is our new Senate will be taking part in the adults. City wall of people and soldiers are excited. Dewey called. Several team officials also took the opportunity to bang his ass. Wu Chenking, of course, they really admire Psyche. Against Wu Chenking bring the magic of handguns, as well as the command of Wu Chenking. They kill 50 or 60 magical king, defeat the king army offensive. This result far exceeded their expectations and exceeded their expectations. From his revolted now 60 enemy is their biggest victories of Wu Bing. Wu Chenking listened very silent, and now Ming has been thrown into chaos. Office also become chaotic. Originally, the general soldier was a high-ranking official of the 2nd rank, and the entire Ming dynasty was only over 20. Not too well now. Just pull out the point. Xiangyong organization can claim to be taking part. The court also acknowledged. If it could kill thousands of king troops, the court would not even be stingy with a throne. Wu Chenking doesn't care about this kind of false name, he only cares about the actual power under his hand. The subordinates defending the city were shocked by the results, and Wu Chenking was no exception. Although he knew flintlock very powerful, we know that this type of gun has been used 19 world mid-century was slowly being rifled gun, replace the breech gun. However, after seeing the effects of weapon generation with his own eyes, he felt the huge role of weapons in war. At the same time, he also understood a little bit why Britain and France used the 2000 coalition forces to fight all the way to the capital in history. If you give him 2000 flintlock troops now, he will be able to run unimpeded. Not before. 2000 flintlock hair gun to 10-1 resources, so much to occupy at least half of Jiangsu. Moreover, it is impossible for all resource points to be exchanged for guns, and cannons, gunpowder and other materials need to be exchanged. For example, now, Wu Chenking spent 100 points resource points redeemed a telescope. He needs to observe the movements of the enemy. His biggest problem now is his lack of troops and too few flintlocks. If the king army quietly went around to attack the city in other directions, the danger would still be great. Outside the city, X5 have been on the retreat. Troops kilometers. The group was relieved, defeated, a dejected sitting on the ground gasping for breath. When they ran away, they were all in fear, for fear that the rebels would chase them. Well, I will keep them happy for a while. I think the group of untouchables in the hands of gunfire, certainly not much strength, as long as we surprise detour to the west, will be able to break their city in one fell swoop. X5 had just suffered a crushing defeat, but he did not want to admit the fact that defeated a group of people. Therefore, he pretended to talk about the plan, avoiding the embarrassment of just failing. Adults wise. He watched it. If many people have long chase out, they do not chase, just illustrates the inadequacy of their troops. Several other subordinates started flattering. Xu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this kind of flattery, and quickly pressed his hand, motioning to stop the. After making a plan, Xu marched hurriedly with the main force, rushing all the way to the west, trying to catch the Ming army by surprise. I have to say that Xu's judgment is very accurate, and his military literacy is far better than Wu Chenking. However, in the face of technological advantages, his talents cannot be used. Based on his own experience, Xu made the marching route impossible for the Ming army to discover. However, Wu Chenking, who he could not even think about killing him, had something like a telescope. Wu Chenking has been holding a telescope to observe the actions of the enemy. Turning west to see most of the enemy, he immediately guessed the other's intentions. Wang Defu, you stay in this stick. Liu 100 with 40 Xiangyong. I traveled west with the walls. Wu Chenking arranged their own home will stay put. Liu Han 3 belt. He was afraid that this Liu Han San might run away without pressing himself. The army, which is why Liu Han 3 puzzled. I expect clean dog set back in the north, and will definitely change the direction of attack. Wu Chenking, this is not because you want loaded to force it to lie. He did it in an upright own prestige, to the men leaving a Liushai Russian impression. Give your subordinates a strong impression, which can deter them and make them more loyal. As is the history of people who have seen Ming, Wu Chenking but very clear, surrender King Ming generals and soldiers dime a dozen. He didn't want to be accidentally sold by his subordinates. The subordinates believe that there is a hill between King Guo's location and the West Gate, which is not conducive to marching. They should not attack the West Gate. Although the flintlock that Wu Chenking brought just now brought him a great shock, he was only shocked by the weapon. As for Wu Chenking's military talent, he still doesn't approve it. No need to say more, you just need to follow the order. Wu Chenking angrily, he thinks he has demonstrated a unique ability. Other soldiers have served him, but this Liu Hansen, just like his brain was flooded, kept fighting against himself. He had been decided, and so after this wave of the crisis, this guy would find a reason to withdraw, lest so upset. Wu Chenking unhappy, Ambrose 3 Heart also unhappy. He thinks he has much more experience in fighting than Wu Chenking, but Wu Chenking, a brat boy, doesn't take his analysis seriously. Unhappy and unhappy, the officials crushed to death, and Liu Hansen could only obey his orders. X5 outside circuitous walk away than Wu Chenking mobile city much longer, so even if his first action, but it is to face Darcy Wu Chenking. Wu Bing, Li Xiaobinggang messenger just got the news, said Wu Chenking in the north killed 60 people and wounded King, and King repelled the attack. Suddenly also admiration body cast. This record is already their biggest victory since the incident. Moreover, this is still a case of winning more with less, which is even more rare. For capable people, Li Xiaobin is naturally very respectful, not to mention that Wu Chenking is still the only son of the veteran officer, and he persuades him regardless of reason. I was convinced that the King army will come to attack the west, deliberately bring people to support. But I'm worried about King. We have been afraid to fight, so I decided to start not to use handguns, and so they closed her within 100 paces further, shoot as much as possible to kill and wound the enemy. Wu, although Chenking is not a fan of the military, but have seen a lot of war movies and novels, he also understand the principle. In fighting, the most important thing is to eliminate the opposing force. Multi-kill some King not only weaken the force of the other side of the amount, more importantly, can play attack each other's morale. Just imagine, if every attack has a 30% chance of death, will the enemy still dare to attack? If the officers still force the soldiers to attack under this kind of battle damage, I am afraid that the soldiers will immediately mutiny. Liu Han heard this. I cannot help but issued a 3-lenging, let Li Xiaobin some dissatisfaction. Liu Hansen's move is really rude. Li Xiaobin harsh glare of 13 Ambrose, Ambrose 3, but it is not mind. Not before, not long after he was dumbfounded, because he saw the King outside the city's main positive galloping. Being slapped in the face by Wu Chenking twice in a row, he was a little ashamed. After reaching the West X5, just let men take a break for a while. Then Stand ordered the 600 soldiers were offensive. He wants to invade the city in one go. If he fails again this time, he may not be able to command his hands next time. There is no such kind of rapid-fire blunderbuss on this side. Your lord is really good at it. Soldiers rushed to the city of 100 meters within the walls, no gunshots on the wall, which made a 100 overjoyed, and took the opportunity to shoot X15. Remember us. Xwu smiled faintly, naturally also very proud in his heart. However, at this moment, about 80 people with flintlock guns stood up on the wall of Jading City. Not good. Seeing those fire guns, Xwu almost fell off the horse just like he had seen a ghost. Very embarrassed. Peer, peer, peer. A volley of 80 flintlocks fired, and the momentum was quite spectacular. Special notably with the fall of the King Rouse. This momentum has gone up a bit. Let King shudder. Not many back, and continue the fight. In front of the walls, some low-level officers in charge of command shouted that Xwu had already given the order to kill him and must attack it at once without delay to prevent the Ming army from the north from rescuing. So, even if they saw the horrible firecrackers again, they still forced the soldiers to continue charging. In him they view, as long washed up on the walls, the victory still belongs to them. Nothing more than to a large number of casualties. Some King army teeth and continue the fight, others are thought about his retirement. That kind of rapid-fire blunders gave them a great sense of oppression. Peer, peer, peer. The most terrifying thing about the flintlock is its rate of fire, which can be fired within 10 seconds. Although part of the King army had rushed under the city wall, the ladders had already leaned against the city wall. But at this distance, the flintlock can be said to have hit 100 shots. After a salvo, more than 60 King troops fell. That kind of picture is extremely horrible. It can kill more than 60 people. Even if 60 pigs fell together, the scene was very bloody and terrifying, let alone 60 people. King army, once again collapsed. Although they had already reached the wall, they had to get another shot before they climbed up the wall. Under this circumstance, how dare the soldiers in front dared to continue, and fled backwards. Something indeed. If in spite of casualties King now washed up, Wu Chengqing they can only recapture shot, then the fight will be carried out. As long as they enter the melee stage, they will definitely not be able to beat the King army. However, people are people after all, and they are not machines without thought. Those soldiers who rushed in front knew very well that even if the battle was victorious, they would never survive. Compared to victory, they care more about their own fate. No retreat is allowed, and those who violate the order shall be cut. An officer scolded it, but it was useless. The soldiers were already scared, and Xwu was not ruthless enough this time, and did not set up a supervising team. A few officers alone could not stop the soldiers from fleeing. King troops, when the attack is not easy to close the city walls, at the moment it is difficult to want to leave. Wu Chengqing, who hands flintlock not stopped, and so clear after the military exit flintlock firing range, the number has been less than 400. That is to say, they round a full siege of the dead and injured 200 more. The casualty rate has reached 40%. Look at those crying and shouting, like to the prisoner stroll around the soldiers. X5 straight from his horse onto the ground. Ins and outs he has been a loss of 300 people, which makes him how to explain to Li Chengdong. Yeah, my lord. He checked Xwu's injuries from left to right, but Xwu couldn't take care of his physical pain, and said, I'll report to Master General that the rebels in Jading have an unknown number of new bird guns. The power is amazing. Our army cannot even get close to the city wall. I hope the general soldier will send more artillery over. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 4 chapters. Long-term development. Father, mother, the child has finally avenged you. City wall sounded a both happy and sad morning howl, some even crying. DC knows. Most of the people who are still in Jading City have hatred with Li Chengdong. Wu Chengqing watching this scene, my heart can only sigh, curse this fucking troubled times. Great victory, this victory is our. Li Xiaobin excitement, hands are trembling, killing him cannot think. Could have achieved such a victory. Killing nearly 300 enemies, Only 2 hapless men on his side were shot by bows and arrows. One of them was only slightly injured, and one was killed. This kind of battle-loss ratio is simply incredible. Liu Han Wu Qingking 3 hide behind, watching Wu Qingking back some shivering. He found himself completely see-through Wu Qingking, recalling that he had just a variety of Wu Qingking's provocation. He felt a burst scared. Although it is a big victory, we can't take it carelessly. Li Chengdong's main force has not come. He has tens of thousands of horses, and at least 4 or 5,000 can be deployed to attack Jiading. And we only have more than 100 firecrackers. Far from enough. Wu Qingking not so happy as Li Xiaobin. He would like some more. He doesn't just want a victory, he wants to keep winning. Li Xiaobin also heard calm down, said, "Can taking part to buy some of these new fouling?" Wu Qingking shook his head. He now only 4,800 multi-resource point. Short-term difficult for him to expand the site, so these resources must point with the province. Wu Qingking's move had also pleased the crowd. Was silence, not the superiority of weapons. How they resist the army of thousands. Your Honor, I can send someone to ask to see Lu Wang, Lu, and respect for the orthodox, Lu, and request to send troops reinforcements. Lu Wang know if we achieve such victory, would certainly support. Liu Han-san wanted to atone, so at this time to come forward suggestions. From the perspective of this era, Liu Hansen's strategy is not bad. But Wu Qingking continued to shook his head and said, King Lu is busy fighting for orthodoxy with Emperor Long Wu at this time, so we don't have to count on it. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. While speaking, Wu Qingking sighed and felt that Nanming was helpless. State hard head, some people for their own gain, just came up to fight Orthodox Lu Wang. Ming exacerbate the split. This long dynasty has been recognized by all parts of the south. But why is located in front of the eastern Zhejiang Ming forces are controlled Lu Wang? He did not recognize Long Wu regime. Both sides do not bear recognition. Mutual kill the messenger, came close to war against each other. It can be said that all the energy of kingless regime was put on internal fighting, and he had never thought about how to fight the Qing dynasty. So that, when Li Cheng went buildings south, all the way Qiu, of course, there are more ridiculous things in the history of Nanming. For example, the Nanming regime also tried to unite with the Qing army to destroy Li Ziqing first. Liu Han Wu Qingking III is not the kind of prophet, naturally do not know urinary Lu Wangxing rights. Therefore, he was quite dissatisfied with Wu Qingking's persuasion. Weapons. Let me figure out a way. Li Baiyu, you first pick out some of the people with stronger physical strength to train. We have too few soldiers. Wu Qingking intends to build out the ignition rope gun, although manufacturing matchlock already belongs to backward technology, lighting technology that others will belong to wasteful behavior. But Wu Qingking not care so much. Only crossing over the current difficulties, have a chance to develop. If the city is broken, then everything will be over, and it will be useless to keep that technological point. Also like to light up flintlock hair gun technology, but flintlock need 5-1 tech point, and fire rope gun takes only 5-1000 scientific and technological points. Arranged for Liu Han 3 alert, Li Xiaobin training soldiers. With Wu Qingking Wang Defu he came to the city, ready to convene a blacksmith in town. Walking down the street, on both sides of the street is filled with people through the station, and even some people kneeling on the ground shouting, Sensxi Wu Zongbing saving grace. Thanks to Wu Zongbing protect the back of our 20,000 people. Wu adults that I have Xing Fumu. Wu Bing Han's and I then the world, to win with fewer, invincible. The people of Jiading have been too bitter in the past few months, and for time tens of thousands of people have been slaughtered. However, the people are still in their homeland, and they returned to the city again after the main force of the Qing army retreated. As a result, the second massacre was even more ruthless, with a total of 40,000 to 50,000 massacred. This Jiading Wen, hate Li Chengdong 8 soldiers even more than hate. Looking at these people, Wu Qingking's heart is filled with a sense of accomplishment. These were all saved by him. If it weren't for him, all the 20,000 people in this city would have been slaughtered. 20,000 is not enough. I want to save more people. I want to change the world and turn this chaotic world into a prosperous world. Wu Qingqing clenched his fists. Fathers and villagers, please, these are what I should do. I am also from Jiading. My father died by Li Chengdong. I swear to God, as long as I have a breath, I will never let Li Chengdong, that beast, take another step into Jiading. Wu Qingqing, advantage of the opportunity to win hearts and minds, followed said, Qingdong this time receded only temporary. They will definitely gather heavily again. I need your help. I need a warrior and blacksmith. A street next to building's big house. A delicate features of Wu Qingqing girl being listened to her speech. A servant girl next to the side, said, this is really our Jiading Wu adult's great hero, said that he was 16 years old this year, really great. If a few more like Wu Ming capable of taking part in this, we Jiading, whereas this. The girl sighed. She had no loved ones killed in the chaos, but the family assets have been looted. Not too long, 13 blacksmiths and more than 20 people gathered along the way to the blacksmith's shop in town. Then Wu Qingqing lit matchlock manufacturing technology, along with some knowledge of the influx of his mind, even, and some build matchlock picture. Not after two, received this knowledge, Wu Qingqing, but a kind of impulse to want to sing. Due to the manufacturing process which matchlock too much trouble. First, a cylindrical steel rod is used as the cold bone, and then the wrought iron is burned red to fiery, and then the wrought iron is hammered with a hammer, and the softened wrought iron is continuously wrapped around the steel rod. In this process, the steel rods in the wrought iron must be continuously drawn out to prevent the wrought iron and the steel rods from sticking together. And these hollow forged steel pipe are generally shorter, but also form a steadily welded to the barrel as a whole. After the welding is tight, because the inside of the barrel is rough and uneven, the barrel must be drilled with a boring drill to smooth the inside. The final step is to assemble the trigger, faucet, match rope, fire door cover and other mechanisms. The whole process is extremely cumbersome and time-consuming. It is estimated that a blacksmith can only build 1 or 2 matchlock guns a month, which is of little help to Wu Qingqing at the moment. Not too. I have learned to learn. Wu Qingqing also will not be wasted. Blacksmith forging method to guide those hands. This is also for long-term development, and he is unlikely to spend precious resource points to exchange weapons in the future. If you want to dominate the world, the number of soldiers who need to be equipped will be hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands. It is absolutely impossible to exchange resources. You can only master the technology first and then build it slowly. These more than a dozen blacksmiths are all proficient. He basically understood Wu Qingqing's narrative, rolled up his sleeves and started to work. Things that forging method unreal indeed. Difficult, tedious process is time-consuming. Fire rope guns Ewang Bushhang, Wu Qingqing only idea to hit grenade above. Grenade bomb is also a no-touch weapons. Get hold of a box decorated with iron powder, put some iron nails broken into, and then get fire wire on the line. The most off-key place is that gunpowder powerful. Powerful grenade also large. Currently Ming fire medicine or black powder, small power even as the later fireworks. Want to increase the power of the fire only increases the dose of the drug. However, the increased dose of grenades will be too heavy for soldiers to throw them far. In desperation, Wu Qingqing had only spent 10,000 science and technology points, lit a fire manufacturing technology drugs. Moreover, this is not ordinary black powder, it is refined black powder, and the formula is optimal. The black powder produced by this formula is several times more powerful than the black powder currently on the market. Grenade shells has the advantage that is easy to use. Standing city wall, people can use, ignite and then thrown under the city. Throwing stones pour boiling oil and is absolutely crippled much. A bomb, that thing is a large, deep fried even dead people, but also enough of the other wounded. Loss of combat effectiveness. Make gunpowder according to this formula ratio. Wu Qingqing got a craftsman specializing in manufacture of gunpowder, and gave him a powder formulation. The army, This formula is not right. It should be a nitrated disulfonether 3 charcoal. Li Xing looked at the gunpowder ratio on the paper and shook his head repeatedly. In the formula given by Wu Chengqing, saltpeter accounted for about 60%, and sulfur and charcoal accounted for about 20% each. Bold, what your identity, but also with regard to the army. Wang Defu shouted angrily. The villain dare not. Li Xingbo hurriedly knelt down and admitted his mistake, but he was not convinced in his heart. As a craftsman who specializes in making gunpowder, he has been tossing about gunpowder since he was a child, and he thinks he knows more than the officials. You first up, right or wrong, you try first glance. If it is not according to your original to the formula continues to manufacture more powerful if my recipe, it would immediately improve. Wu Chengqing actually understood Li Xingbo's doubts very well. Instead, it is him, a non-professional person can't be convinced by giving pointers to what he is best at. General Xi is magnanimous. Li Xing ate relieved, with the time of Wu Chengqing also more of a respect. There are not many generals like Wu Chengqing with broad-mindedness in this era. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 5 chapters. Fury. Li Chengdong. Li Xingba, who recognized his identity, began to make gunpowder according to Wu Chengqing's formula, and Wu Chengqing and others withdrew from the workshop. Fire manufacture drugs have some risk. Wu Chengqing do not want nor can the body take risk. He is now the backbone of the tens of thousands of people in Jiading. If something happens to him, this anti-king rebel army will collapse. After waiting outside for a long time, someone came to report the good news, saying that Li Xingbo had successfully prepared several copies. Wu Chengqing will come backyard workshop dedicated experiment, to see firsthand the power of this new type of gunpowder. Adult-wise, according to the adult's formula, the power of this gunpowder has been increased several times. Li Xingwu ate kneel in front of Chengqing, the new insight into the power of gunpowder he is really convinced of. Wu Chengqing smiled. Science and technology system, did these ancients can understand. After that, Li Xingbei lit a small pile of gunpowder, and the gunpowder burned violently, and the flames burst. This is several times more powerful than black powder. Wu Chengqing never seen like when burning black powder, but he sees this new formula of burning gunpowder, not how it seems. I just don't know how powerful this gunpowder can be exploded in an iron box. Li confessed. Line 8 hands pomegranate method for manufacturing bombs. Wu Chengqing went back rest. At the end of the day, he was a little tired. Weary, not physically exhausted, but mentally tired. Before the city to do battle on the wall of life and death, he was not in the mood and have time to think too much. But now that he calmed down, he felt afraid for a while. He actually killed people, and also killed hundreds of people. Wu Chengqing thought it were a little scared, and some nausea. Those who are alive, seeing those corpses in reality are completely different from seeing them on a video screen. That kind of visual impact is countless times stronger than that of film and television dramas. Help is a field of dream. Wu Chengqing closed his eyes to rest. The next day, news of Xu's defeat reached Li Chengdong of Songjiang Mansion. Xu, this waste, can't attack a 300 township defending Jiading. He actually asked me to dispatch a red cannon. He thought what a red cannon was. Li Chengdong could not help but see shouted battlefield. He has prepared the troops in the south Luangxing right Hangzhou, Shaoxing military offensive. But at this critical time, this kind of incident happened in the rear. 1,000 well-trained veterans can't even get a small county that has been defended by hundreds of courageous villagers. My lord, Xqian said in the letter that those Xiangyong had a rapid-fire blunderbuss in their hands, with a very long range and a very fast rate of fire. It seems that he has suffered from a firearm. Li Chengdong men sent generals Zhang Yuqin also saw the battlefield. A battlefield report focuses above said Y enemy of firearms. However, Li Chengdong simply does not believe it. He has been playing this thing for more than 10 years, and he thinks he is very familiar with it. Although the bird can shoot from a long distance, its shortcomings are also very obvious. The shooting speed is slow, the aim is poor, the ignition is troublesome, it is easy to explode, and it will be scrapped when it rains. Li Chengdong didn't pay attention to this kind of weapon that was not seen by soldiers. He was more willing to believe that Xu deliberately exaggerated the enemy's firearms in order to avoid punishment. These untouchables really don't know how to repent. Li Chengdong sighed. As for the surrender of a person like life insurance, he really cannot understand those people would rather die than have to rebel. Isn't it just shaving your hair and leaving your braids? How big is it? But just because is this small, throughout the eastern Zhejiang, Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces on the bombing of the people, from a variety of rebel June, until now have not completely destroyed. Although these rebels are not strong in combat effectiveness, they can be solved in 2 or 3 strokes. But repeated prohibitions are also annoying enough. Ziliang, you take another 1,000 people over. You must take Jiading to deter the surrounding areas and avoid future troubles. In order for us to go south without worries, the rear must remain stable. Li Chengdong Lenghen said, he may not care about life and death of those people, who would stop his meritorious service to the king court to prevent his wealth. He shashui. Li Chengdong did not adjust red cannon in the past, because it is too cumbersome. His ministry team has repeated operations, very tired. And now they need to go south to fight, and even more need to rest. Heavy firearms like the red cannon are very difficult to transport in places like Jiangnan. He didn't want to use it as a last resort. Yes, Zhang Yuqin took the order. Although he didn't think Xu would lie, he also didn't take it too seriously. The opponent is just a group of courageous villagers, and the city is not too big. If the 2,000 soldiers and horses cannot be taken together, he will not be embarrassed to lead troops. It took Zhang Yuqin 2 days to rush to Jiading and to Xu's camp. As soon as he entered the camp, Zhang Yuqin felt surprised and angry, because all the soldiers in the camp were downcast and their morale was extremely low. In the thatched house in the distance, the wailing of some wounded soldiers continued to be heard. Master Zhang, you are here. When Xu saw the reinforcements, the depression on his face finally disappeared. Although punishment is inevitable, as long as Zhang Yuqin helps Zhang Yuqin win Jiading, he can still atone for the crime. Old X, what's going on? Zhang Yuqin pointed to the soldiers in the camp and asked. Oh, never mind. God knows where he comes from. Jiading group of untouchables got a number of rapid-fire handguns, is incredibly powerful. I rushed to the city department of just under 2 walls had been sacrificed to the troops. The soldiers do not have courage to fight another day, so I hope Chief Li will support some artillery. When Xu said this, he looked around Zhang Yuqin's troops, but he did not find artillery. Asked, Master Zhang, where's the gun? The movement of the artillery is too troublesome. The general soldier hopes that we can solve the Jiading affairs as soon as possible, so I told me to do it lightly and did not bring the artillery. Is this rapid-fire blast really that powerful? Originally, Zhang Yuqin had some doubts that Xu exaggerated the enemy's combat power, but now seeing the morale in this camp, he was a little bit convinced. Of course, he didn't fully believe it either. No guns. I am afraid that is a hard fight. X5 sighed. Aid more than 1,000 troops. X5 have the confidence to win Jiading. But he also knew that a strong attack would definitely cause a lot of casualties. Too many casualties will affect his prestige in the army, and no soldier likes to follow an officer who doesn't take his life seriously. Master Xu is worrying too much. Zhang Yuqin was a bit disdainful of Xu's pessimism. He had participated in the suppression of rebellions in Jiangyin, Kunshan and other places. Xiangyong was a mob in his eyes. As long as they rushed to the city wall, those Xiangyong would collapse. Hey, tomorrow you will understand when you see it with your own eyes. Xu knew that no matter how much he said, it would be better to let Zhang Yuqin go and see it with his own eyes, and then stop talking nonsense, letting people prepare meals to entertain these reinforcements. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 6 chapters. Big enemy coming. September 5th. Wu Qingqing early in the morning came to the school field training Xiangyong those new recruits' body at Jiading this place. Wu Qingqing very insecure. Liu Liangzuo is stationed in Chengzi to the northwest, and Li Chengdong is stationed in Songjiang to the southeast. The entire southern Jiangsu region is already under the rule of the King Court, with enemies on all sides. This area of southern Jiangsu belongs to the plain area. As long as the city is broken, there is no chance of drilling into the mountains to fight guerrillas. It can be said that he is unable to bear a failure now, and every battle is a battle to overwhelm the country. In order to save his life and realize his dream of ending troubled times and dominating the world, Wu Qingqing has been extremely diligent these days, training soldiers by himself every day. The way he trains soldiers is different from that of Li Shobin and Liu Hansen, which is very weird in the eyes of others. The newly recruited 300 Xiangyongs actually only turned left, turned right and walked in unison on day of training. People of this era naturally cannot see the subtlety of this kind of training. Wu Qingqing, although not a military expert, but whatever the outcome, a half-military fans know that the army is the most important discipline. Personal valor but rather followed. The big dogfight in which the two sides are entangled in TV is actually extremely rare. The kind of big dogfight where there are enemies on the left, right and behind. Few soldiers can calmly kill the enemy. Thought that comes to mind is definitely to escape. If there is such a melee, more than half of the people will be killed and injured in less than 10 minutes. How can there be an army with such a tenacious willpower? It is simply impossible. Really practical field. In fact, the two sides gracefully line up, then relying on formation of spines on the cut, chop tired, they replaced a number. In this kind of cut, the casualties on both sides in fact very small, sometimes cut an hour or two. The percentage of casualties at about 5 to 10% of it. Soldiers of loss occurring in the formation are substantially collapsed when soldiers defeat. Defeated soldiers who cannot maintain their formation while fleeing will lose the ability to resist and will be slaughtered by the enemy. Therefore, the discipline of the military is very important. A well-disciplined army is not easy to be defeated, and its combat effectiveness is strong. Walk together. Wu Qingqing shouted. There are many ways to train the discipline of an army, the core of which is to obliterate the independent thinking of the soldiers and make their every move be in line with the collective. This is also the reason why the quilts of modern soldiers must be folded into squares. It is by no means for good looking, but only for the soldiers to form a collective sense of unity. This kind of walking is also the effect, in order to keep the soldiers unified at all times. If you persist in this kind of training for a long time, you will be able to order and prohibit you on the battlefield in the future. When soldiers are in danger, even if they are scared in their hearts, but are used to obeying orders and being used to being in line with the collective, the probability of their escape will be greatly reduced. An army that has not experienced this kind of training is most likely to get stuck in a fight when it comes to fighting, and take the lead in fleeing if there are large casualties. Once soldiers flee in the ancient army, even the army that originally had the upper hand may be directly defeated. The reason is also very simple. Everyone else ran away. Do you stay behind and die? Only the general cares about the victory or defeat of the battle, and the soldier cares most about his own fate. Report, Chief Wu, there are a large number of king troops in the west of the city, estimated to be more than 1,000. Wu Qingqing this positive training. Suddenly there came a messenger military reported. Damn, it's too fast, can't you give me more breathing time? Wu Qingqing heart swore. He now sorely lacking is the time. As long as he is given enough time to train a strong army, then he can officially expand to the surrounding area. The disk and the population is very important to him. If it is too little force men, he now wants around Kunshan, Dikang and other places to occupation. Wang Defu, immediately to handle pomegranate shells moved west. Wu Qingqing make arrangements, then personally bring to the west. My lord. Li Shobin and Ambrose 3 salute. Wu Qingqing schematic free gift. Then start with a telescope to see the enemy. 1,500 people together. Its real looks not much of a battle, at least Wu Qingqing do calisthenics in high school. and the scene to be much larger than this. Not before, when it 1500 people holding shining weapon, and that momentum will very different, can give a great deal of psychological pressure. Fortunately, it is less than I expected. As long as we display the spirit of bloody battle to the death, we can completely defend it. What's more, we now have so many advanced weapons. Wu Chengqing inspired about morale, and his words are not fooled. In addition to the 140 flintlocks, they now have nearly 50 more matchlocks. These are all old and used goods found in the county government warehouse, and they can barely be used after being repaired by craftsmen. More importantly, who are now more than 100 hand grenades. Only more than 100 pieces were made, mainly because of the lack of saltpeter in the city and difficulty in collecting. The method of obtaining saltpeter in this era is still extremely backward, mainly relying on the collection of natural saltpeter in the corners of old houses and toilets. There is no chemical manufacturing technology. Wu Chengqing has been sent to buy elsewhere, but has not yet come back. Moreover, buying alone is not the answer. At present, Jiading City lacks money, food, people, weapons, and everything. My lord, according to the spice report, the enemy is all concentrated on this side. Do we transfer the new firecrackers on the other two walls? Liu Han recommendations of the road. He saw their numbers a little worried, so I hope to be able to concentrate on defense. At present, there are only 80 flintlocks in the west of the city, and 30 flintlocks on the other two walls. If the flintlocks on the other two sides are transferred, the probability of defending can increase a lot. Not for the time being, the other two walls also need to be guarded, but they can be prepared and supported at any time. Wu Chengqing certainly know the power loss can be reduced together, but he cannot do so. He considered some of the more long-term. These courageous folks still have to go through some fierce battles to grow up, and relying solely on firearms will not work. Therefore, under the premise to defend their towns, and Wu Chengqing put this fight as a chance of training. Liu Han-san heard another burst. Depressed, he felt Wu Chengqing seems to have great views to himself. Wu Chengqing would not adopt any of his suggestions. Li's suggestions Shobin, Wang Daong, Wu Chengqing very here inside. I did not mention is the proposed retreat. Well, need this to me? Although there are many psychological dissatisfaction, Liu Hansen can only bury it in his heart. Now Wu Chengqing has received the allegiance of Li Shubin and Wang Daong, and Wu Chengqing himself has mastered the newly trained 300 Xiangyong. Even Ambrose's 3 men soldiers of Wu Chengqing also admired. It can be said that Wu Chengqing is now in power, and he has the final say in Jiading. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 7 chapters. Homemade bomb shout King army from advancing to the walls about 300 meters to stop. Start column array, organization siege line up. In front are some soldiers holding shields, followed by soldiers carrying siege ladders, and behind are archers and firecrackers, who are responsible for suppressing the rebels at the head of the city. Behind is a team of swordsmen and shields. They are the supervising team. If not ordered his soldiers to retreat, he can direct beheaded. Not before. These 50 soldiers supervise play some more of a deterrent. When soldiers flee on a large scale, they can't stop them. King army methodical advance. Volunteer army is vigilant on the wall. When clearing the army entered the range, Wu Chengqing ordered toward the crowded places free shooting. Compared to guns, bullets are still relatively cheap. As long as an average of 10 bullets can hit an enemy, he makes a lot of money. An array of shots, the distance is craned. Zhang Yuqin afar. See only a few people down. Zhang Yuqin smiled. No. Had such. Master Zhang, the front sight of this type of firecracker is very high at close range. Don't be careless, Xu reminded. He had to speak both kung fu moment, king and proximity to tens of meters, but also fell more people. Within 100 meters, The head of the army leader in charge of the command urged him to rush down. The archers and the firecrackers also stood up and started shooting arrows at the city wall. Fight the approaching swordsman. Wu Qingking ordered the road. Although there were more than 100 archers and firecrackers in the Qing army, because of the relatively long distance, their attacks did not actually have much effect. Bows and arrows are a little better. Skilled archers have a certain level of accuracy. The formation of a dense rain of arrows can cause some casualties to the rebels. As for the fireballs, at a distance of more than 100 meters, the bullets didn't know where they went. On this campaign, played a deterrent is far greater than the actual victories. Some psychological factors of poor quality soldiers. Archers can see a threat to their own, and those who did not assault weapons still a threat. The subconscious will want to first solve the archers. But in fact, because the archers are standing far away, their flintlocks are actually not accurate. In other words, before the appearance of the musket, firearms were not accurate. Prioritize attacking archers, which is very uneconomical. Those weapons rushed to the city wall. The threat of much larger than the archers. So Wu Qingking promptly ordered the soldiers to overcome fear, ignore those arrows flying, facing weapons near the fierce shot. He wanted to see if his group of mobs couldn't hold it first, or the elite swordsman couldn't hold it first. Wu Qingking, now in the military high prestige, his command of the rebel are basically complied with. With the sound of gunshots, those approaching swordsmen fell in pieces like wheat being cut. For soldiers who are accustomed to cold weapons, seeing this kind of sight will make their legs weak. After all, the soldiers fell one after another when the cold weapons were to be killed. But under the blow of the flintlock, these soldiers fell in pieces. The visual impact caused by the two is not at the same level. Many Qing army have fled the idea. But unfortunately those corporals and even longer still around shouting fast red is not promised retirement. The saddest moment of being a soldier is this. Forward is death, and backward is death. The arrow fell to the top of the city, and several hapless arrows lost their combat effectiveness. Not over this little effect. Immediately behind the candidates have to pick up their flintlock. Join the fight. Little lord, hear danger. You still tower in command to it. Wang Defu as home to, or used to call Wu Qingking for the young master, rather than taking part. Seeing the Qing army of archers kept archery, Wu Qingking he fears there will be unexpected. Go to the tower. Wu Qingking pretty thought he would fear unexpected, although the probability of an arrow is actually very low, but after all, there is such a probability. However, he could not do this. The morale bonus he brought to the soldiers by standing at the head of the city was extraordinary, and there would be no such effect when he went to the city tower. Anyway, I want to personally commanded this. Wu Qingking rejected suggestions. Bodyguard continue command. Here Wu Qingking then boosted the morale of many soldiers. Soldiers whose reel is very simple, in their view, since the superior generals and himself with the face of danger. Then there is no reason not to own it hard, do themselves more noble than the generals. Many ladder has been leaning against the wall. King began biting his sword to climb. Grenade bomb, throw toward the crowded places. Wu Qingking shouted. Suddenly, already ready for the volunteers to ignite the lead line, and then threw a grenade in a hurry to go. Currently grenade shells lead with cotton rope soaked glutinous rice dry. Burning speed is very unstable. Sometimes it burns fast. It is not to blow up the enemy, but to blow up yourself. Soldiers bombed themselves during the experiment before, so now the grenadier has learned his lesson, and throws it when it is ignited. As for whether it will be found by the enemy and destroy the lead in time, Wu Qingking is not worried. This new type of thing that the Qing army saw for time, how could they find this kind of fate in an instant? Sure enough, the Qing army to rebel through the iron box were a little ignorant force. He who does not want to understand, if people want to killed, why not everywhere stone? But this requires wrought iron box. Not too soon they will understand. With the sound of explosions, the city set off a burst of dust under the wall, while waves of screams rang out. Wu Qingking they made grenades power far future generations so big, so unless a particularly close by several people have been killed, iron shot after more people are just being explosion. Those soldiers would not be killed immediately unless they were shot in the head by a piece of iron, but the pain was indispensable. The soldiers injured by the bombing also immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Not everyone can be like Shadow, as the protagonist of the play, like in The Big Arrows can kill for this pain. The pain will let them walk all more difficult, let alone climb the ladder up. What's that? Cannon? Where is it? Zhang Yuqin looked at Xu and wanted an answer. Unfortunately, X5 this time is also the face of ignorant force, where the answer up. Xu said, I haven't seen this kind of thing. Do people in Jiading City have any demon tricks? Why do weird things appear every time? Zhang Yuqin was so angry when he heard that if the two were not equal, he would like to slap Xu, i.e. he had to battle against the march. How to believe in what can ever? If the soldiers under them believed that the people on the other side have demon tricks, then where would they dare to attack the city again? Xu's words are simply disturbing the military's mind. Let the supervising team lean up, and those who fall back will be killed without mercy. Today, I must be on the top of the city. An inexplicable irritability arose in Zhang Yuqin's heart, so he couldn't wait to take Jiading and didn't want any accidents. Xu's side of the five have been in a cold sweat, and he did not expect so much more reinforcements later. The situation will be so bad. According to the current trend, even if Jiading was captured, more than half of the casualties would be expected. Don't expect any credit for destroying the rebellion for this kind of war damage. Not being punished is the best result. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I am Ming Dynasty built the fastest aircraft carrier update rate. 8 chapters. King Army collapse. More than 20 grenade bomb and throws it down, the success of which only a dozen explosions. The efficiency of some spicy eyes. However, the casualties of the King Army caused by these dozen or so blasting grenades were more than a salvo of 80 flintlock soldiers. City under a wailing wall. But it did not all but a dozen grenades to take care of the whole wall. In a few places, King troops rushed to the wall. The swordsman is responsible for the solution, and the firecrackers continue to aim at the city and shoot. Wu Qingqing shouted, and if those afraid of handguns soldiers cut down, the choice to escape or defense is bad. Give up shooting. King efficiency under the city will be greatly reduced. Low, not more resistance gear swarmed the king walls. The most efficient way, that each perform their duty. Handgun fire continued to be responsible for killing the city under the king. The king jump on a few walls to the sword. In the military, arms coordination is often more important than individual courage. Of course, this is the ideal state. In fact, in the face of others hacking at them, there are a few people who can choose to ignore them, and then calmly shoot and kill others. Believe that comraders in arms. This is a subject that modern military will focus on training. Some fire guns panicked, but some fire guns gritted their teeth and followed Wu Qingqing's orders. The performance of the rebels has exceeded Wu Qingqing's expectations. Jump on the city wall of the king, kill some people, but soon killed. Fire gun hand salvo, plus waiting on the wall of the second round of the grenade. The total collapse of the king's city. Where there is battle, it is clearly a one-sided slaughter. Even the most elite army cannot fight in this kind of adversity. King army fled back crazy, those barrier troops, and initially tried to stop, only to be defeated. Troops against killing someone. The 100 households in charge of the war supervised the battle quickly and ordered the supervising team to stop. If they want to continue to kill, I am afraid it will turn into a mutiny. These battered soldiers were even willing to fight against the people of the supervising team and refused to attack the city again. It can be seen that there is no courage, and it is useless to force them to step forward. Distance. Watching this scene of Zhang Yuqin shocked God, before he finally understood why so decadent X5. And it is this failure is too tragic. This is only less than half an hour, most of the time is spent organizing the formation and charging the road, and the time for real fighting is extremely limited. But in this very short period of time, the king army's casualties were as high as 500, and the battle damage was as high as 40%. He couldn't figure out why the casualties were so great. which was completely different from the battles he had fought before. A retired 100 who kneeling in front of Jang Yukin crying and said, "Your honor, not so play, this play without 2 of my men will polish, which I will also see." Fellow elders face back to Shandong. In the ancient army, the soldiers in a certain group or even a certain battalion were often fellow villagers. On the one hand, it is convenient to command, after all, the dialects of different places are different. On the other hand, most of these soldiers were originally guard soldiers from the same guard post, or soldiers recruited by the generals in their hometowns. This crying 100 households recruited hundreds of people from their hometown and later defected to Li Shengdong. Hundreds of fellow villagers died at once, 50 or 60, and he won't be pierced in the backbone by his elders when he returns to his hometown in the future. Jang Yukin also understands this truth. The 1,000 of his staff are basically Shandong people, and he himself is also Shandong. Master Jang, we will withdraw and retire first. Forced attack is not advisable. I have a plan to force the other party out of the city. Xu gritted his teeth and said, although his tactics would make him notorious, but in order to redeem his merits, he can't take care of that much. Oh, what strategy! Jang Yukin is like a drowning man who has caught the straw, and a little hope can make him excited. He also sees a reality now that a storm is absolutely impossible. I am afraid that if he gives this order, the soldiers will be mutiny. According to the information I have learned, it is currently in Jiading defenders of the original anti-thief leader Wu Fan, Wu Chenking's son. And before Wu Fan tried to ambush me, him against being defeated beheaded, I have just put Wu Fan's body dug up, pulled Jiading outside the city, in front of Wu Chenking face by Anshai. I could not help but think he would open the gates to rob. Those courageous people are just relying on the fierce firearms and the benefits of the city walls. As long as they come out of the city to fight, we will surely be able to defeat them and take advantage of the chaos. Listening to Xu's strategy, Jang Yukin couldn't help but feel a chill. This scheme is too poisonous. How could a son-in-law endure humiliation of his father's corpse? If Wu Chenking really held back, I am afraid also back after lack of filial piety, never wash off. Not only before, this move is really detrimental judging. Huixia's tradition is that the dead are the greatest. Even if the two parties were enemies before, but everyone is dead, they cannot humiliate the corpse in this way. This kind of behavior, I am afraid, will be sent by heaven. It even dole-scored Beijing, Chongzhen people regarded the bodies of convergence for burial. By now, it can only be the case. Blame him deep stubborn not working, but if he is willing to surrender it, wed also his father a complete corpse. Jang Yukin gritted his teeth and said, as a murderous soldier, he pays more attention to practical interests than fame. Deciding on the strategy, Jang Yukin and others retreated first. After this fiasco, without a rest for 2 or 3 days, those soldiers may not be able to recover from their fears. In Jiading City, the rebels cheered and shouted again. Again Heavy Chongqing, their mood was really cool. How to be more cool? The last happy, he had just signed up because hatred. And now they are happy because they see the hope of living. You can be enough to live. Who wants to die? And now, the continuous defeat of the King army has allowed them to build up their confidence, believing that Wu Qingping can live with him. Ha ha ha, this time I am afraid that the king dog will be completely scared. Wu Zongbing, we will go to the night attack tonight. As long as we defeat this king army, we can free ourselves to regain Kanshan, Tikang and other places. To rescue the people there. Li Shoubin laughed, he has now started to swell up. In this battle, they killed and injured at least more than 500 people in the king army, and their own casualties were only more than 40, of which only 10 died, and the rest were lightly wounded. This huge battle loss ratio gave him the feeling that the king army was nothing but this. Night attack difficulty is too high, lack of training our soldiers, prone to failure. Wu Qingqing rejected this plan. They are now made of victories, and a big reason is against the wall. Less the city walls and king want to play against in the field. Too risky. King army lost only a loss of 1,000 people, irrelevant. Once Wu Qingqing loses, it will be a disaster. What's more, playing night raids in this era is actually a high-tech job, and ordinary regular troops can't play it, let alone their unorganized courage. Maybe even before the enemy's camp arrives, the people will be separated. This is definitely not a joke. Most people in this era suffer from night blindness due to lack of nutrition. As for why there are so many night raids in ancient times that have been handed down, it is precisely because the night attack is so difficult. Every success is worthy of a big book, and it is easy to be passed down. Those nights examples of failures hit, in fact, is much more than success stories. It's not that you need to fight to the death when you encounter a desperate situation. There is no need to go to night attack. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 9 chapters. Justice and refugees. Clear after the army defeated, Jiading city was given a 2-day peace. In the past 2 days, Wu Qingqing did just one thing: training the 300 new army, which was his future support for field battles. He can't shrink on the wall forever, and sooner or later he will go out of the city to grab territory and expand. Jiading city was quiet, and Zhu sighed several county after learning Jiading Yi King military victory is not calm. An uprising also broke out in Kunshan in June. Guyan Wu, a famous scholar in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, was among the volunteers. However, the Kunshan rebels only held on for a few days before they were breached, causing more than 40,000 casualties. Although the uprising was suppressed, the people also chose to shave their hair, but this was only forced by helplessness, and most of the people were unconvinced. When Jiading again burst, latecomer king uprising and hit some unwilling to humiliation righteous have started wondering whether to go to Jiading. Defected Wu Qingqing. Tai warehouse people learned of Jiading Yi King military victory, but also secretly celebrate. Although most people have become so-called dressed to the obedient citizens, but they cannot so quickly get used to that status. Many people still yearn for the Ming dynasty. On the side of Taiyu Lake, Wu Yi, the leader of another rebel army, heard that Jiading was still rebelling and defeated the King army, and excitedly told his soldiers to boost morale. Wu Yi's rebel army was basically a navy army, relying on Taiyu and the King army to fight guerrillas. The King army was not good at water warfare, so Wu Yi could not help it for the time being. Not to Wu Yi only navy. You want to lose ground, but it is powerless. Dahan, think of a way to send a batch of grain in the past, and do what we can. Wu Yi ordered. At present, there are only 2 of them left in the rebels in the Sisong area, which can be described as brothers in distress. What's more, Wu Qingqing and Wu Yi still have the same surname, which makes Wu Yi feel more cordial. He should give some help to the emotions and reasons. When the news reached the rebel victory speech, Li and diameter Chengxiu, Gus' face also appeared a glimmer of a smile. His biological mother was killed at the time of the Kunshan city break, and the past 2 months have been totally devastated. Seeing the rebels being suppressed one after another, he sighed besides sighing. But now, he heard that there were rebels resisting, and he was quite moved. What's more is that this rebel army fought against more than 1,000 king troops with less than 300, and also beheaded more than 300 king troops. This kind of record can be described as the most dazzling among all the rebels, which is enough to show that this kind of rebels has extraordinary combat power, and the leader of the rebels is a capable man. If it were not due to be at home mourning, Ge wanted to leave for Jiading his assistant Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing mourning training soldiers, then returned to the county government from the barracks. On the way back, Wu Qingqing but it is met with the brawl in the street, a crowd of people chasing the name of several shaved hair obedient. Stop it, you are doing? Wu Qingqing Sheng said. Seeing that it was Wu Qingqing, everyone stopped quickly. One man stood up and said, Wu, taking part, these are people who come from the north. We suspect that they are spies. They even have hair shaved, and will certainly Manchu lackeys. Hear these words, that several men have been playing a stand-up, kneeling in front of Wu Qingqing argues. Yerong adults, Villandong Castle, originally Chengxiu people. I have just fleeing refugees so far, It's not a spy at all. We are all forced to be decapitated if we don't shave our hair in Chengsu. Having all my hair shaved, my heart will still be towards Ming. Sooner or later, I will become a running dog of the Manchu. The beater continued to yell. This argument a bit extreme, and Wu Chengking opening, words cannot say that. Did not shave hair is Yimin, and shaved his hair refugees. We cannot blame all refugees can become righteous people. Wu Chengking remember history, there are many refugees fled to shave the hair of Fuzilong Wu Ming's regime. The result was beheaded as a spy. This practice was very unpopular and was quickly stopped by Emperor Longwu. Emperor Longwu shouted out that those who had hair would be obedient people, and those who had no hair would be refugees, and they should not kill indiscriminately. When this decree came out, it was in sharp contrast with the tyranny of the King government that left its head and left its head. For a time, a large number of people went south to the Longwu regime. The people shaved their hair to survive. This Wu Chengking can understand completely. After all, there are only a few warriors in this world, and ordinary talents are the mainstream. As a modern, Wu Chengking for people to be more tolerant. Even the people of the Manchu King dynasty would not carry out massacres in the future. In his eyes, the Manchus were a family, and the Manchus and Ming were completely civil wars. He just hates those in power who order the massacre of civilians. He is not a nationalist. See adults' forgiveness. In fact, Antivillain is always wanted to join the army, but could not find a volunteer army. If adults do not mind, Villain willing to offer the pleasures of the workers. Dong Qingshan's remarks aroused Wu Chengking's vigilance. This guy wants to be close to him. Isn't he really a spy? He did not do to determine the law, but not good refuse absolutely. He is desperately short of strength now, and anyone who comes to him must make a welcome gesture of a courteous corporal, so as to attract more people to take refuge and strengthen his strength. Since you are determined to resist the king, it is to join the city defense department, to participate defenders. If the table is now good, nature can join in the volunteer army. Wu Chengking cannot put this man my side. I simply sent him to the army defenders. Even if he is evil fine, he was a man on the walls also cannot afford to lift what storms. The villain obeyed. The villain must try to kill the enemy to reimburse the adult's kindness. Dong Castle Peak Noxie said. Back to the county government. Wu Chengking immediately sent for now the only civilian in the city Yang Yiking. Let him make arrangements to town and the surrounding publicity not shave hair is Yimin, and shaved his hair refugees. This decree. The decree stipulates that people who have already shaved should not be beaten at will, and they must be treated equally. He did this, naturally, to gain the favor of the surrounding people. You know, now the people around you have basically shaved their hair. If they regard the people with shaved hair as enemies, then they will not be able to develop. The people around are all enemies. As long as it is announced that the rebels will not embarrass those who have shaved, the people who have shaved will be grateful and even support them. Xiagun LL get right, but we have not much food in town now, most more than only a month to maintain. The generals should intend to do this morning. Yang Yiking reminded that if the food is gone, they will be finished if the enemy does not come to attack the city. I will think of a way. You can go down first. Wu Chengking rode headache. Only by personally experiencing the rebellion did he know how difficult it was. Not only do we need to face strong enemies in the military, but we also have to face a shortage of materials and personnel in terms of logistics. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 10 chapters too difficult. On September 10th, Zhang Yuqin and Xuba brought about 900 remnants to the city of Jiading again. The previous sieges caused them to lose more than 1,000 soldiers. Among them, more than 500 died directly in battle, and more than 300 died of serious injuries. Although more than 200 have saved their lives, they have also been disabled and cannot return to the battlefield. After 2 or 3 days of rest, Zhang Yuqin's morale recovered a little bit. But if they want them to attack the city again, I am afraid they still dare not. To the relief of these soldiers, Zhang Yuqin did not give such an order, but asked a few soldiers to pull a coffin tens of meters away from the city wall. and then shouted, "I tell you!" Their adult Wu out and asked if he wanted to do not want to go back to his father's corpse. City Wall Li Xiaobin ordered originally wanted to start shooting handgun fire, but the following is heard: Wu Fan's body, quickly stopped the soldiers want to shoot, and then sent to report Wu Chenking. Soon, Wu Chenking came to the wall. Is a city on the Wu army do next but 1,000 in Wu Song Commander General Xu Li Chengdong v. Admire my adult general's order. The generals can expect good birds greener pastures. Follow the general trend, surrender. Wu long as the army is willing to drop, at least is a 1,000 always start. Even the Senate will also discuss possible. X5 drew a big cake to Wu Chenking. You know the Senate will be taking part in only one level below. In theory, it can bring about 30,000 soldiers and horses, belonging to a real power position. Even Li Chengdong has no right to appoint such positions directly and needs to be reported to the court. From Xu's words, Wu Chenking could feel that the other party did not intend to surrender, and was purely talking big. But this is not important. No matter whether Xu is sincere or not, he can't agree. Shut up, you are a shameless man with a mouthful of dung, disloyal and unfilial. Do you think there are no heroes in the world? Do you think that everyone in the world is as shameless as you? I urge you who follow him to reduce your sins as soon as possible. Xu recruited him, and he recruited Xu's men. Is there nothing with that, anyway, up to the point of waste saliva? As soon as he came up, he was scolded, and Xu was furious. He wanted to scold him back, but unfortunately he didn't have this eloquence. Seeing Wu Chenking's stubbornness, Xu no longer expected the success of the surrender. So, he simply tore his face and said, "You say I am unfaithful and unfilial. Then I have to see how filial you are. Your father's body is here. If you don't surrender, I will let someone whip the body." Then a rebel on the wall uproar, one teeth. Wu Chenking also froze a moment, then my heart that gas. Xu's operation refreshed his three views, and let him know what really mean shameless and uncompromising means. Fortunately, although Wu Zifan is his father in name, in fact he and Wu Zifan have no affection, otherwise he would have been tempted to kill him. The most important thing for a man is face. This kind of humiliation is even more serious than insulting his wife and daughter face to face. It is personally unbearable. However, Wu Chenking knew I had to hold back. Abandon the city wall out battle, which is tantamount to the city to take 500 soldiers and 20,000 people at stake. In case of losing the bet, more than 20,000 people will be dead everywhere. Is it important to respect your own face, or the lives of 20,000 people? But, don't go out and just watch the other party humiliate his father's body. This is really unbearable. Growing up, Wu Chenking has never experienced such a difficult choice. Wu Chenking, even when they are not once suspected dignity in the material, because he knows that, for as a fierce and ambitious, you can easily cope in the face of this situation. Just like Han Gozi Liu Bang, Xiang Yu threatened Liu Bang to cook Liu Bang's father if he didn't surrender. Liu Bang smiled and asked if he could share a cup of the cooked soup and let himself taste it. Liu Bang's reply almost didn't make Xiang Yu alive. In the end, Liu Bang defeated Xiang Yu and won the world. Therefore, the real heroes are people with no emotions. Feelings of dignity in the fatal weakness. That kind of enemy can enjoy the use of their loved ones. Wu Chenking is not fierce and ambitious, but at the moment he also forced himself resisted the impulse. The army, weekend plead with people out of the city to win back the bodies of soldiers veterans. Li Xiaobin see Wu Chenking dilemma, volunteered road. Little lord, let me go. I will be desperate to win back the master's body. Li Wang Defu then more excited Xiaobin. Knives are out of here. Before Wu Chenking issued the order, he began to greet the staff. I have nothing to say. Wu Chenking thundered, is my personal honor and disgrace important or important in this city? 20,000 people. Why they need this shameless means, not because we are afraid to go out of the walls of the initiative, it would not be in the middle. The enemy's arms. My father why should uprising against the King dynasty, in order not to rescue people jihading, rescue Ming people. If we fail to rush out and cause the people in the city to be slaughtered, how can our Father's Spirit in heaven forgive me for waiting? I have rebel uprising. We must take personal honor, personal lives at risk. Wu Chengqing cannot bet. He just lost the bet once beyond redemption. These villagers are okay to defend the city, but the field experience is almost zero. Array shaped him who would. Can you go ahead and retreat in unison? As a rational person, Wu Chengqing do not feel alone with high morale will be able to win the battle. Not to bet, nor to allow Xu to slander, Wu Chengqing took the opportunity to give a speech and told them about the revolutionary spirit. What he said was not good, but the soldiers were full of enthusiasm. In this era, it is already very advanced to be able to speak this revolutionary concept. But, do you just watch the corpse of the master be humiliated like this? Wang Defu shouted with staring eyes. Wu Zifan had the grace to save his life and nurture him. He followed Wu Zifan very early and was loyal. Seeing his master suffer humiliation, he is more silly and loyal than Wu Chengqing. Wu Chengqing is no better way, only took afraid his shoulder, then toward the city below shouted, X 1000 households. The two armies clash talking about the upright, honorable. If you take me back to my father's corpse, even if you lose in my hands in the future, I will still save your life. If you insist on blaspheming the undead, then I swear to God that you will be divided into 5 horses. Cut the crap. If you do not want to be unworthy descendants obediently surrender to me, I can leave you a life, and your father pro-burial. Otherwise, your father will insulted because of you. Although Wu Chengqing's threats made Xu feel the chill, as a military commander who licked his blood, he often worked hard for prosperity, and would not be frightened by such verbal threats. How dare you? Wu Chengqing roared. Come here, take a whip. Xu stretched out his right hand, and his hand immediately passed the whip. Who dares to listen to his orders to do so? I raised his prize. Wu Chengqing not threatened X5. The soldiers threatened to change X5 men. X5 men that few people are Wu Chengqing to quell the voice, not daring to move. For Wu Chengqing, these young people are afraid. What are you doing in a daze? Do you want to die? Xu said angrily, and then did it himself. Aim at me and shoot. At a distance of more than 50 meters, although there is not much accuracy, Wu Chengqing has no better way. He can only hope for luck. With his order, the Kuei Silong prepared the handguns, held up a handgun fire and opted for launch. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 11 chapters. Night attack plan. As soon as the gunfire sounded, a soldier fell down beside Xu, shocking Xu, and quickly commanded his hand to pull the carriage to retreat. Had fled more than 200 meters, but he who came to a halt. After that, Xu, who was furious, immediately whipped a whip at the coffin and ordered several soldiers to do the same. The soldiers who were ordered scolded Xu bloodily. No one wanted to do this kind of errand that hurts their morals. But in order to survive, they had to execute orders. City wall volunteers to continue looking at a few shadows toward the coffin. Whiplash, a gas in a curse, even clamoring to go out and clear the hub of the dogfight. There are also people who are secretly observing Wu Chengqing. They can't blame Wu Chengqing, and even appreciate Wu Chengqing's love for these soldiers, and not let them go to death blindly. It is a blessing to follow such an officer. However, the flow of thousands of years handed down ideas of filial piety, but also for some soldiers think Wu Chengqing is a more cold-blooded executive. Standing Wu Chengqing behind Ambrose looked at 3 Wu Chengqing, heart more and more feel that they cannot see through this. The executive to say Wu Chengqing afraid of death, but he stick to reclaim the city in the face of danger. Chic to say that he is not afraid of death, but now he can bear this kind of humiliation. To say he was ruthless, but he was very kind to the people and soldiers. It can be said that he is not cold-blooded, and now he is watching his father's body being desecrated. In short, many of Wu Chengqing's decisions left him puzzled. Not before. Wu Chengqing no hasty attack is still very much agree with his decision. so that these elite soldiers and those who go Xiangyong field undoubtedly go dead. You have a few over, we discuss it tonight. Night attack. I want to wipe out in one fell swoop this king. I want to win 5 dog's head. Wu Chengqing not so big so stuck too. At this moment he hated 5 degree even higher than Li Chengdong. Not to kill the 5 my heart is not comfortable. Night attack should be noted that very many things, but they do not have a night raid Le Xiaobin experience, can only rely on their own limited military knowledge, asking questions that may arise in a night raid, then everyone together to find a solution. By this discussion, it is a bit tricky, war too many unexpected things, not previously encountered, no one can reach all thought to. But even so Wu Chengqing also decided to night attack, he does not worry as soon as possible to resolve 5 of them. The group of bastards tomorrow continue to Wu Fan's body to pull over. After coming several times, he will never take off his unfilial hat for the rest of his life. For those who aspire to dominate the world, there should not be too much stains on their bodies. Compared to go during the day and clear their military battle, but also play a more or less a surprise night attack role, it can be a bit more chance of winning. If you're lucky, the other party slept badly, that's even better. Its real problem is the biggest lighting night attack. As long as the lighting problem can be solved, night attack is half the battle. Wu Chengqing originally wanted to exchange a few flashlights out, but to look at the price he gave up. The price of a flashlight is equivalent to 50 flintlocks. After some research, Wu Chengqing also roughly figured out the rules of the system for exchanging commodities. This rule is that the higher the technological content, the higher the price, which has nothing to do with the value of the product itself. Just like a mobile phone must be countless times cheaper than a battleship, but in the system mall, directly redeeming a mobile phone is more expensive than a battleship, and even expensive enough to become a decoration. Wu Chengqing, unless your head is filled to the otherwise not be possible to exchange the step, due to the battleship manufacturing technology relative to lower, while the phone though it is small, which contains the technology is very high. In the system mall, Wu Chengqing does not find a suitable lighting articles, still have to use the original torch. This is a very test of the organization and discipline of the army. Once a mob of miscellaneous troops encounters danger, they are easily confused, and in the dark, this chaos will be infinitely magnified. In order to avoid this confusion, Wu Chengqing and several hundred households conducted detailed deductions and formulated a night attack plan. Outside the city, Zhang Yuqin and Xu looked at Jiading City and did not speak for a long time. Wu Chengqing reaction beyond their imagination, they think of a 16-year-old boy could have such a cold-blooded calm. This is really terrible. If this kind of person is not eradicated as soon as possible, and when he grows up, wouldn't it be another Gu Jian and another Liu Bang? Brothers, what should I do now? Zhang Yuqin said with a headache. Although Wu Chengqing would have a reputation for unfilial piety because of this, it would not be of any practical benefit to them for the time being. Xu had a sad expression on his face, and he didn't know what to do. Continue to attack the city, it is tantamount to looking for death. There was no way to explain to Li Chengdong when he retired. Requesting reinforcements is estimated to be punished by Li Chengdong. First temporarily retreat right next to how big right people battlefield is what we want to headache. Xu vomited. It is not feasible to conceal the news of the defeat. How can it be concealed that so many people have died? Such as real reporting is probably not okay. That would appear to be the two of them are waste. It is the escape of a dismissal. At the moment, I can only choose to exaggerate the number of Jiading rebels and their weapons and equipment as much as possible. Then lie about your own losses and reduce the numbers as much as possible. Jiading City, the number of defenders on the wall there are at least 600 or 700 people, which can be vague counted as regular army. Then there are 20,000 people in the city, and these can also be said to have helped defend the city. Then explain the benefits of firearms in the rebels and the horrific level of the fighting. This battle report can almost be fooled. Punishment is definitely indispensable, but as long as they can keep their positions, Zhang Yuqin and Xu will be satisfied. The report is finished, but the current problem is still unsolved in front of them. Otherwise, I have to go tonight. How about a night raid? Zhang Yuqin said. Normal moves didn't work, and he also began to ponder these evil ways. X5 heard, shook his head and said, now the army of the people do not stable. I am afraid come to the stage night attack Jading City. More than half of these people will escape. Soldiers have been too frightened, or so we adultsly reinforce. We are no longer able to win Jading by relying on it alone. It is more difficult to escape in broad daylight, but when marching at night, it is too easy for soldiers who want to escape to escape. The losses in the 2 siege battles were as high as 50%, and many soldiers had already thought of running away. Not to mention soldiers, but some low-level officers, such as corps chiefs and chiefs, all have the idea of running away. This Jading City is too difficult to attack. They don't want to go to death again. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 12 chapters. Night attack. Before nightfall, Wu Qingqing ordered the soldiers who were going to take part in the night attack to rest in advance. Then came the ugly time, which is about 3 in the morning. The soldiers wake up, and then head tie a white cloth, ready to torch the whole team. Everyone, today, the king dog insulted my father's body. This hatred does not share the sky. The king dog slaughtered tens of thousands of people in Jading, and this hatred does not share the sky. Giving speeches before the war has become Wu Qingqing's normal state. This kind of morale-boosting method has been proven to be effective in later generations, and he will naturally not give up using it. Old saying goes, disgrace Chen Sijun, now our generals to Jading people to inherit the humiliation infamy. We only revenge for the generals. The generals can only repay the kindness. Liu Han III also had said, and his state of mind at this time has been completely different. When I first came king, he found Wu Qingqing seems to follow quite value in making those. Therefore, he no longer thinks about how to escape and save his life, but wants to display his talents in this small group and climb up the issue. This time, Wu Qingqing still led the troops himself. This is the same as the boss in the early stage of starting a business. Everything needs to be done by yourself. Only when the scale becomes larger and the subordinates gather talents, the boss can hide in the office and direct his subordinates. This time Wu Qingqing dispatched a total of 400 people, including 100 veterans and the 300 recruits he trained. 400 points respectively commanded by Ambrose III, Li Xiaobin, Wang Deong, Wu Qingqing and myself, each responsible for about 100 people. Which Wu Qingqing this team Al Flintlock, Li Xiaobin is Flintlock gunfire and the general mix, and Liu Hansen and Wang Deong's are cold weapons, mainly swords and guns. The basic battle plan was that Wang Deong led people to set fire to create chaos. Then Wu Qingqing and Li Xiaobin's firearms team shot and killed the formed enemy forces, while Liu Hansen's troops were on the periphery and were responsible for catching rout enemy forces. The feature of the whole plan is that the firecracker team of our side stays together at all times and does not disperse. They do not seek to wipe out the enemy forces, but they must ensure the safety of the firecracker team. These 2 firecrackers are Wu Qingqing's only whole cards. If these firecrackers are lost, he has nowhere to cry. Today's moonlight is not bad, and the rebels can barely advance even in the dark. He did not dare to ignition. That is tantamount to telling them to go to the enemy night attack. Jading City from clear where the military stationed about 3 miles. Enough time to organize a good defense. King. All the way to discredit. Suddenly the rebels encountered several king troops in the middle of the road. This shocked Wu Qingqing, as well as these king troops. Fortunately, in front of Wang Deong and he promptly, immediately people to seize these 5 king. If he had fled castle's messenger, that this night attack on the trouble. Adults mercy, we are not really clear allegiance to the dog, we just forced. Today X5 insult their ancestors, so that we despised, so we did meet a few to escape, do not want to rebel and kill. A person who looked like the leader shouted. He was taken to Wu Qingqing and gave a detailed confession of the reason for their presence here. If this is the case, then you will show us the way and point out that those are the barracks. If we succeed in the night attack, I will not blame you for the cleanup. But if you dare to play tricks, I will let you die. Wu Qingqing feelings of these soldiers is very complex. On the one hand, he knew that these people were definitely not good people, and Tuking must have their share. But it's hard to say how bad they are. After all, in troubled times, the fate of soldiers is also very pitiful, and they often don't even have the power to determine their allegiance. The commander led them to surrender, and they surrendered. The commander took them to deliver the light, and they delivered it. He had to fight, nor is what the national interests in order. They fought as soldiers, just for food. In short, even if these soldiers committed crimes, the root cause is not in them, but the fault of those in power. For these soldiers, Wu Qingqing didn't like them, but he wouldn't slaughter them to vent their anger. Even if they are willing to continue to serve as soldiers, Wu Qingqing will accept them. Army rebellions are so common this year, it is impossible to tell who they are loyal to. Don't think Li Chengdong is now the #1 king dog, but later he became the prince of the Yonglai dynasty of Nanming, because he rebelled against the king court. This kind of chaos is only possible in troubled times. I have to swear allegiance to, dare not play silly games. Lead the people said. This oath, as it is the other Wu Qingqing put to us, later put that fart countless people, who have long been accustomed. Wang Deong watched them closely, and the rebels continued to advance. With these leading parties, their marching speed was a bit faster, and they soon reached the edge of the King Army's camp. Also Xu rear area because they have not been attacked before, so now big business preparedness is very lax. Even the sentry of the two soldiers were asleep. Has been approaching the camp, volunteers to have lit a torch. Wang Deong with people rushed to the fire to create chaos. The two musket teams blocked the two main exits of Daing, and Liu Hansen was in charge of other places. As the camps were lit, the burned soldiers screamed, and the King Army was all awakened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There have been clear military shouting. Those junior officers also began to gather soldiers, ready to organize resistance. And this time, the team returned to start with handguns volleyed towards the crowded places. Suddenly more screams sounded, and some king troops didn't even know where the enemy was. Night attack will not be successful, but if successful, profit is great. These king troops scurried like headless flies. Some fled around, and some gathered together and wanted to rush out of the main road. Zhang Yuqin and Xu had already put on their armors, and then they took their soldiers to escape. He had not even thought to organize soldiers to fight back, because they know it's too hard. Unless it is the elite of the elite, after being attacked at night, the soldier is like a frightened rabbit, completely uncontrollable. He who can control that, it was only that some of his bodyguard. Big brother Zhang, you and I will be north and south. Whether you can escape or not depends on God's will. Xu said. Then I choose the south. Brother Xu, take care. After Zhang Yuqin finished saying that, he rode on his horse, and ran to the South Avenue with his soldiers. He chanted his own banner while running, and let those panicked routs gather at him. By the time he rushed to the front of the firecrackers of the rebels, more than 200 people had gathered around him. But when he saw the flames not far from ejection, one by one they are desperate. These firecracker teams have created a great psychological shadow for them. Positive encounter him who will be afraid, not to mention now because they have already attacked the camp in the tension and fear among. The fire blast team only fired one shot, and the rest of the King Army gave up breaking through this route, but fled in all directions. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 13 chapters says it will do. Toward the north suddenly surrounded by 5 of Xu is not better than. They also suffered a volley of gunfire team. When a defeated army encounters an organized army, the end is often tragic. The defeated soldiers only wanted to escape for their lives, and had no intention of resisting at all. In fact, if they rushed past in a swarm of knights, they could at least rush out more than half. In the dark night, the filling of the firecrackers was also greatly affected, and the shooting speed was at least twice slower than during the day. But the King Army did not know. They suffered after a salvo, ghost ship immediately, and quickly fled in the other direction. The power of the flintlock has already given them a psychological shadow. Confusion has been held continuously until dawn, slowly ending. Forts have been burned, only some black sticks, and kneeling outside the forts is full surrender king soldiers. Rough statistics show that there were more than 300 captured king troops, and more than 300 bodies were also found. In other words, there are still nearly 300 people take advantage of the chaos to escape. Liu Han 3 limited manpower, it is a catch. However, and also the night to arrest created a great deal of trouble. Among the more than 300 prisoners, only about 100 were captured by Liu Hansen, and the others chose to surrender under the deterrence of the firecrackers. King army can be said to be annihilated, while the rebel side of casualties is not small. Even if he were successful attack, but in the chaos, really anything could happen. The Wang Daong ministry, which was responsible for setting fires and creating chaos, caused a large number of soldiers to have various accidents because of the complexity of the task. Among his more than 90 people, 30 people were lost. He didn't know how most of the soldiers died. 30 people were killed in the battle. The number of people who died in the previous 2 Jiading defense battles did not add up to so many people. Someone from the Fire Blast team also experienced an operation error and exploded. 1 died and 3 were injured. Liu Han 3 2 men also died, was accidentally killed. Our defeated troops. Zhang Guo is still counting. Go Tai, who led the way last night, has identified Zhang Yuqin's body. No one knows how Zhang Yuqin died. From the analysis of the wound, he should have been hit by a firecracker. He fell off his horse and knocked his head. In that chaos, any way of death is possible. Xue's luck was better. He was not hit by the fire bludgeon, and was finally captured by Liu Hansen's life. Of course, this is not good luck for Xue. If he can choose, he would rather die like Zhang Yuqin. Falling into the hands of Wu Chengqing, it must be better than death. Xue was brought in front of Wu Chengqing. He still refused to kneel down, and Wang Defu directly hit his knee with the back of a knife without saying a word. A matrix of bone-cracking sound sounded, followed by that X5 screams. Xue, what else do you want to say now? Wu Chengqing asked. Mortal man, there was nothing to say. I will wait for you to go. Anyway, you cannot jump himself with long. Do you think that hundreds of people will be able to fight against Li Zongbing against Great King Dynasty? X5 sneered. He does not seek to spare, because he knew that White also seek. Wu Chengqing would never let go of himself after doing that kind of utterly conscience. I said that if you want to divide your 5 horses into parts, you will definitely be divided into 5 horses. I said that if you want to destroy this Manchu king, you will definitely be able to destroy this Man King. It's just a pity that you don't have the opportunity to appreciate my style. Wu Chengqing waved. People go to execution. The large B victory, so his confidence. The most difficult moment has passed, and then he has a period of respite and development. When Xue was dragged down, he was still thinking of Wu Chengqing's words. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he had provoked a terrible person, but it was a pity that he knew all this too late. After dealing with Xue's first evil, Wu Chengqing ordered the identification of those officers who had voluntarily ordered the massacre of the people, as well as the soldiers who killed a lot of people. These prisoners, Wu Chengqing, needed to be treated differently, killing the most wicked people in order to deter others, and also telling other prisoners their rules that slaughtering the people is absolutely not allowed. Except for these heinous people, the rest is added to the army. These soldiers are also trained soldiers. If the rebels do not have firearms, they may not be the opponents of these soldiers. After finishing a series of trivial matters, it was noon. Your Honor, now Jiading weak side has no enemies. We can divide our forces. Capture. Liu Han 3 excited said, the situation is getting better at this time of the uprising. He could not help but fantasy from what the court will give a reward. I am afraid that a guerrilla general is indispensable. This time, Wu Chengqing did not veto Liu Hansen's proposal. After all, expansion was already in his plan. Liu after Han 300 people go with you. Kun Shan, Li Xiaobin 100 people go with you to Kang. Wang Daong, you take 100 people, go to Chenxiu, capture these places, military expansion immediately, then leave a small amount of troops stationed, others pooled South Kunshan, finally concentrated its forces to attack Suzhou. Wu Qingqing to all the people assigned to any of the service, though small town where now there is no regular army, only a few Yapur, occupied no difficulty. Zhu side of a regular army is in Suzhou, where 3,000 military forces stationed in the town. Admiral Washing Zhao Chang Su Songs, Wu Sheng trillion Liadong people, but also had clear military attaché and later surrendered King Junriguan King. Currently he became Su Song prefect. In accordance with the original historical trajectory, he will destroy Wu Yi volunteer army in the next year, and incorporated the Wu Yi's army. Then later, due to corruption, to be punished and king disgruntled, and he again be killed by his men. Like the late Ming Li Chengdong, Wu Shengzhou this capricious people very much. The fundamental reason is that they do not have the concept of the country or the nation, and whoever benefits themselves will sell their lives. Wu Qingqing also thought about whether or not to capitulate Washingzhou, but still did not think about that possibility. After all, the king court has not punished him yet, and he does not have much dissatisfaction with the king court for the time being. Moreover, Wu Qingqing doesn't really like this kind of capricious person. In case he stabbed himself from behind suddenly one day, it would be really disgusting. He wanted people, then are those who are more spineless. For example, Ge Yanwu, Chen Zilong, and Yang Mingwu are all fighting against King from beginning to end. Yang Mingwu has assisted Emperor Longwu in Fujian. Wu Qingqing does not know the whereabouts of Chen Zilong. The only thing he has impression is Ge Yanwu. He remembers that he should be in Chenxiu at this time. So Wu Qingqing arrangements after the task, but also a separate account of Gu Wang Daong to inquire about the whereabouts in Chenxiu, then ask him to take. Currently, Wu Qingqing very lack of civilian men, while Gu is a very talented writer. Not only is he proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics, but he also likes to study strange books. He is a rare historian, geographer, thinker and musician in the Ming dynasty. How to govern a country, Wu Qingqing only know how to track and ambiguous about. He also needs professionals like a Yan Wu if he wants to make the administrative system on the site work. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 14 chapters powerful surge. After the military operations were arranged, Wu Qingqing took people to kneel before Wu Zifan's coffin. The generals behind them all knelt down and mourned in silence. Unfilial crime come knocking, looking father filial affinity. Adults in heaven will forgive the baby. Baby will certainly follow his father's wishes. Get rid of the Manchus, complex Ming country, to save the world common people. It's real. Wu Qingqing cannot say how much grief there is. After all, this is just the name of his father. Although some original memories were received, the souls of later generations occupied an absolute dominant position, and he was no longer the original Wu Qingqing. Not over, even if it is to put on the appearance of a dutiful son, he would have knelt down a few tears. Even Wu Qingqing want to learn those celebrities to commit suicide once apologize, but he was not sure his men have no clever man stopped himself. If it doesn't, you can't really kill yourself. If no one's stopping without committing suicide, that face on the embarrassing, I am afraid everyone can see his hypocrisy. For insurance purposes, Wu Qingqing did not place our operation of this high-tech, but simply crying. Crying is a must-to-be, otherwise the news got out, but also how the face of family relatives. The Wu family is a large clan, whose hometown is in Wazwang, Shaoxing, with thousands of acres of fertile land and dozens of people. Wu Qingqing is still alive. Relatives: the mother Liao, Yu sister, brother Wu, the Moor and uncle Wu. There are more relatives in other collateral lines, and these people are currently in Shaoxing. Rebellion was too dangerous. Wu Zifan only kept Wu Qingqing, and the others sent them back to their hometown ahead of time. Get rid of the Tartars and restore my rivers and mountains. Liu, led by Han III, along with the rest of the soldiers, have cried. Even the soldiers who surrendered shouted. Of course, he had this to save your life and shout, Unlike the original volunteer army is from the heart. The issue probably cried for half an xiao. The Wu Qingking was stopped a show. As a non-professional actors, this is more than 2 hours cannot toss him to the light. He wants to continue the illusion of some extremely sad things in the brain, so that his tears. With Wu under Qingking of the order, Ambrose third-class people have started to move. 1999. Yuhan 3 forces arrived in Kunshan, scored all the way to smooth the county government. The county magistrate captured and pressed into a vegetable market beheaded. This move attracted a crowd of nearly 1,000 people. When the magistrate's head Zhangxia the moment, people have applauded. I is jihading rebel leader Wu Qingking men Ambrose III. Our military has to wipe clean the dog in jihading 2,000 people, 2,000 of the total beheaded king. Victory. Jihading people under the protection of Wu Zongbing, none of casualties. My family will be military in order to save the surrounding people. My mission came to an army recovery Kunshan against the Qing dynasty and the recruitment of righteous. Yuhan 3 read their record. In order to increase the confidence of these people, of course, show off a small mind. Other rebel have been cleared easily wipe out the military, but they can David and Goliath, and annihilated 2,000. This record is too rosy. The body is one of them. Ambrose Sandu feel proud. Destroy 2,000 king. How is this possible? What is not possible? The previous array is not news that they're jihading victory over the king thing. If not completely defeated king, how can they force the separation of forces to the recovery of Kunshan? So, that General Wu in jihading is really amazing. The people talked a lot, and mixed with some exclamations. Many people who want to fight against the Qing dynasty, or who are already unhappy, have expressed their willingness to join the rebels. This scene also happened in Tikang, but the county magistrate in Tikang was more chicken thieves. Seeing that there was an army coming to attack, he simply surrendered. For those who voluntarily surrendered, Wu Qingking explained that they should not kill them indiscriminately. Killing a prisoner does not have many benefits. It will only make the enemy's will to resist even more tenacious. And these civil servants, in fact, it is difficult to say how bad they are. Under the general situation, even the army can't stop the Qing army. What can they do for civilian officials? In order to save one's life, surrender is also human nature. These people Wu Qingking don't like to use it, but for the time being he has no choice. Continue to retain these civilian officials with local management experience is the most efficient way to control the surrounding area. If you kill all of these people, it will be difficult to find people who have a place to govern temporarily. Take the town of Jiading. Wu Qingking found another magical system, that is, he can know the progress of the military advance. When he found that the resource points and technology points in the system had increased, he knew that the army had already occupied those places. Accounting for picking up Kunshan and Tikang, his current site area reaches 2,200 square kilometers. Population control has reached 14 million. It has 57,000 resource points and 125,000 technology points. For Wu Qingking, these technology points and resource points need to be spent as soon as possible and converted into combat effectiveness. After all, according to the rules of the system, if those places are occupied by others, then these resource points and technology points will be deducted immediately. However, if he uses up these resource points and technology points now, even if those places are occupied by the enemy, at most the resource points become negative, and the ones that have been used cannot be recovered. Of course, next time you want to use resource points and technology points, you need to fill in the whole of negative numbers first. In terms of science and technology, he spent 50,000 to light up the manufacturing technology of flintlock, 50,000 to light up the manufacturing technology of springs, and 10,000 to light up the manufacturing technology of flint. Only 3 of these techniques learned in order to create a complete flintlock. It won't be a loss to spend some technology on these 3 things. After all, flintlock guns will definitely have to be equipped on a large scale in the future, and springs will be very useful in the future. They can be used to make shock-absorbing carriages. Many machines also need springs. These techniques are not enough to light up, and Wu Chengqing is also a master craftsman in the church. Resources: he redeemed 1,000 flintlock, 10 rounds of ammunition, as well as 1 ton saltpeter, 10 tons of pig iron. The more original was the cheaper the capital. At least you can make 100,000 10 ton of pig iron guns took only 2,000 resource points, and 1,000 flintlock it took 50,000. Of course, I want to put a bunch of raw iron into flintlock, to spend a lot of time, but also need high-end technology. Wu Chengqing's number of artisans is too small, and he can't wait that long, so he can only continue to waste resources. Wu Chengqing Wang Defu allow the treasury to carry these things when Wang Defu am wondering where's these things. But he didn't ask too much, and fulfilled his obligation as a subordinate well. After exchanging this large amount of supplies, Wu Chengqing has no shortage of weapons for the time being, but only the training of soldiers. Flintlock is very useful to defend the city, but the field battle outside the city is not invincible. If the number of enemy troops is large enough to rush to the front for hand-to-hand combat, then the superiority of the flintlock troops will be completely lost. It is even more troublesome when encountering cavalry units. At the speed of the cavalry, they may be rushed in front of the cavalry when they shoot 2 shots at most. Although these flintlocks are also equipped with bayonets, the real power comes from bullet shooting. Hand-to-hand combat can be avoided as much as possible. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 15 chapters of volunteers to help. The next day, Liu Dahan of the Taiyu volunteers brought a batch of grain to Jiading. In worship before to see Wu Chengqing, he learned from the mouth of the other soldiers. Even the day before yesterday, Wu Chengqing, this volunteer army, exterminated 1,000 people in the king troops. At first, Liu Dahan didn't believe the news at all. But no matter who it was asked, those people said so, and even some people confirmed it one after another, which made him have to believe. Defending the city and killing 500 enemies at a time, and attacking 1,000 at night, this record is really dazzling. Liu Dahan couldn't wait to see Wu Chengqing, the hero of the Jiading army and civilians. He waited in the hall for a quarter of an hour, and then saw a young boy who was obviously still tender and delicate. And he also knew that this person was Wu Chengqing, the hero of the other population. Taiyu Liu Dahan, I have seen Master Wu. Liu Dahan afraid because as Wu Chengqing agent look down upon each other, this is experienced several hard-fought general. Liu Wangshi, please sit down. This time the Taiyu volunteers sent food for hundreds of miles, which really touched me. Our army is worrying about food now. Wu Chengqing did not think there is such a pleasant surprise. Taiyu Lake rebel even all the way to send your own food. My lord said, everyone is a rebel, all brothers. Brothers are in trouble. How can we stand by? The little thing we did is nothing compared to the great achievements of Lord Wu. I heard that Lord Wu is wiped out. The king army has more than 2,000 people. Such a big victory is really rare. Liu Dahan here praise their achievements. Wu Chengqing, my heart is very comfortable. Wu Yi will the military on the Taiyu Lake water to contain the king army, but also no small contribution. I recently was planning to attack Department of Suzu, if there is assistance to the Wu generals, but also a bit more chance of winning. For Wu Chengqing, he now needs to unite all the forces that can be united. Although the number of Wu Yi's rebels is only a few hundred, they are all veterans who have fought and used them well, and they are also a force that cannot be underestimated. Attack Suzu, that's great. My family always wanted to attack Suzu adults, but because of the limited strength, not frivolous. I do not know how many men are now adults Wu horses? Liu Dahan asked. I currently only have 700 people under my team, but I have already ordered an army expansion, which can be expanded to 2,000 within a few days. Wu Chengqing said. Only 2,000? How do you attack Suzu? Liu Dahan heart out doubt ask. Siege and the defenders are completely different. No more than 2 or 3 times the troops, The siege is a joke. The city wall of Suzhou is much taller than that of Jiading. Even if it is a veteran, there are not 7 or 8,000 people who dare not attack. And Wu Chenking only 2,000 people, were also recruited some temporary recruits. How to get it to be the next? Or in other words, where did he have the courage to attack the city? Liu Dahun couldn't figure it out and said bluntly, Master Wu, will the 2,000 people be too few? Wu Shengzhou, who is stationed in Suzhou, has more than 3,000 soldiers and horses. Just does not, but if I were able to Shengzhou lead out, we still have a chance of winning. Wu Chenking Wu Yi hopes to be able to attack Wujiang County, induce Shengzhou out of the city rescue, and he leads people to ambush halfway, thus annihilating the other's vital forces in one fell swoop. He did not think to go to Suzhou storm, so the loss will be very large. This matter is very serious, and I still need to ask my sir. Liu Dahun did not dare answer. Should be, after all, a matter of life and death of hundreds of people they are. Of course, I still need time to train soldiers. I will wait for the good news from General Wu. Of course, if General Wu doesn't want to take this risk, then we will have to win Suzhou on our own. No, theory is Wu Yi does not agree to cooperate. Wu Chenking needs to win Suzhou. Suzhou has a large population and can recruit many soldiers. He now needs to expand his army as soon as possible to face the threat of Li Chengdong. He did not know Li Chengdong when the main raid will be over, but there is no doubt that he will come, just a matter of time. The news of Zhang Yuqin and Xu's defeat did not reach Li Chengdong in Jiexing until September 15. A small number of the defeated soldiers fled all the way to Jiexing, and until the 17th, Li Chengdong was received accurate intelligence, and Zhang Yuqin that all 5 have been killed, men and horses are wiped out. After learning the news, Li Chengdong kicked over the desk. Trash, trash. What use do I want them to do? In a mere Jiading city, 2,000 men and horses can't be taken down. It was actually wiped out by the other party. My face, Li Chengdong, was completely lost by these 2 trash. The next few Colosseum head down, not even dare to breathe. This is time they have seen Li Chengdong have such a big fire, for fear that they will be touched by accident. All talk about what to do next. After getting angry, Li Chengdong asked his subordinates to discuss matters. His current forces have been concentrated in the Hangzhou area, and he is preparing to take down the important city of Hangzhou. As long as they win Hangzhou, they can threaten Shaoxing's regime at any time. Winning Hangzhou is a great achievement for Li Chengdong, and he does not want to miss this opportunity. But now the rear is unstable, which makes him anxious. My lord, my subordinates think it's a big deal to take down Hangzhou. Some young people in the rear can't make a big wave if they are allowed to jump for a few days. We can quickly take down Hangzhou, and then transfer our troops back to encircle and suppress. Li Chengdong said the Senate will be meant and bow. Not before. His words, so that Li Chengdong mind scolded him an idiot, can be enough to wipe out and Zhang Yuqin 5 people, is really just a bunch of thieves. Although there are reasons for the night attack, it is undeniable that this rebel army in Jiading has a very strong combat effectiveness, at least more difficult than the rebellious rebel army in the past few times. Li Chengdong also paid attention to the rapid-fire blast repeatedly mentioned in the Xu Zanbao. He just didn't see it with his own eyes, and he couldn't imagine how fast the so-called rapid-fire was. I think adults can write a letter to Wu Shengzhou in Suzhou and General Liu Liangzuo in Chengzhou to send troops to suppress it, and we will continue to attack Hangzhou. Another tour hit, the general said. His idea is actually better than a Diu Dong Danbao. At least did not say laissez-faire. Jiading rebels no longer cared. Other people also have to agree first. Win Hang states. The reason is very simple. They have been all the way to Hangzhou, and if this time to withdraw troops, morale is a big blow. Of course, underestimating the rebels in Jiading is also a very important reason. Even if Zhang Yuqin and Xu failed miserably, they thought it was because of Zhang Yuqin's incompetence and Wu Chenqing's night attack. If the order is passed on, we will step up our preparations for the war, and we will capture Hangzhou immediately. Li Chengdong finally adopted the views of men, she chose to write to Washing Zhao and Liu Liangzuo, and he himself continued to attack Hangzhou as planned. Not before, now he has my heart secretly vowed, must take Jiading Wu Qingqing and people dismemberment. If it were not because of their trouble, he can rest assured that the attack Hangzhou. If the war goes well, he can also take the opportunity to attack Shaoxing and make great achievements for the King Court. This is true in history. Li Chengdong was favored by the King Court for his contribution to winning Hangzhou. Later, together with Tong Yangjie, he became the main force in the leveling of Fujian and Guangdong. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 16 chapters closed rope military power. 19. Wu Qingqing came with the main Kunshan, and other places of convergence of forces. This time, his total strength has reached more than 2,500, of which over 400 scattered stationed around the city. In Kunshan is the main gathering of 2,000. Wu Qingqing, in addition to the soldiers brought over, also with 900 flintlock, and a number of hand grenades. See Wu Qingqing and to engage in a new batch of flintlock. Ambrose 3 Wu Qingqing can immediately request to allocate a portion of his men and equipment. Now he is who this volunteer army of people know the power of this new handguns, and no one wants. Liu Han Wu Qingqing make 3 requests began to consider the issue from the adaptation of the army. The army of the current era is completely different from the army of future generations. The army of future generations belongs to the country, and all soldiers who are loyal to the country are the country. In this era, soldiers actually don't have much national concept in their minds, and they are more loyal to their officers and those who pay them. This is likely to cause the general to hold great power, and those soldiers become the general's private soldiers. This is very detrimental to a regime, and it is easy to make the regime ineffective. Just like the previous Hongwang regime, on the surface, you can command those generals with heavy arms, but in fact they can't control them at all. He wanted to resist the King Ming forces, want to surrender. Even if they are dissatisfied, they can play King Jun's side with heavy soldiers, such as Zhuo Liang. With a large army of hundreds of thousands that did not resist the King army, but went south to Nanjing to the side of the King Emperor, Zhuo Liang scared Emperor Hongwang to death. The Li Shobin Wang Deong and got them, along with a proposed meeting. Wu Qingqing convened several major generals. He wants to change of the armed forces, the power in their own hands. People to Qi, the Wu Qingqing spoke and said, these new handguns want to play the power must be centralized to use, so I have to make some adaptations of the troops. Ministry to hear the team to adapt. Ambrose third-class people are confused. They are accustomed to the previous model. That is the soldier he recruited, and that is his subordinate. I want to Jiading original volunteer army as the main force, and then pick a part of the recruits, make up 1,000 people, consisting of fire gun military, trained and directed by me personally. Additionally 1,000 people divided into 3 battalions, each battalion 300 people. One of the battalions used old-fashioned fire guns, and the other 2 battalions used swords, shields and spears. Wu Qingqing word went out. Ambrose 3 was depressed. The 1,000 main force all belonged to Wu Qingqing, so he could only get a battalion officer at most and command more than 300 people. Moreover, there is no new style firecrackers army. Its combat effectiveness and the new style firecrackers army is basically 2 different things. Wu Qingqing's arrangement directly put the power of the army firmly in his hands. Liu Han 3 Hope Li Xiaobin and Wang Deong able to present opposing points of views together, but he was disappointed. At this moment, Li Xiaobin and Wang Deong both admired Wu Qingqing very much. They did not realize that Wu Qingqing was seizing power, and believed that Wu Qingqing was doing this to give play to the specialties of the new style firecrackers. These 2 idiots. Liu Han 3 see the meaning Li Xiaobin and Wang Deong without any objection, and my heart could not help but cursed. The old-fashioned firecracker battalion is led by General Li, and the other 2 battalions are led by General Wang and General Liu. Wu Qingqing said, after the military expansion, He put them 3 positions increased from 100 to guerrilla general. Not this kind of job are false, is the fundamental strength of men. These official positions are just for self-entertainment, and the court has not recognized them. Everyone, the guerrilla generals are just a small start, as long as you follow my pace. After we take Suzhou and Nanjing, the court will lose us 1 knighthood. When we drive the King army out of the customs, we will regain Beijing. The court dare to miss us a throne. Wu Qingqing gave them a drawing of a pie. He did not say he would seal them a throne. Now also need the help of the Ming dynasty orthodox banner. As for the future, as long as he has the real power of the army, someone will naturally give him a yellow robe. We can and must swear allegiance to the army. Li Shoubin first to express loyalty. Wang Daong and 3 also Ambrose quickly express loyalty. The current anti-king situation is very good. They will not be stupid enough to challenge Wu Qingqing's authority. Well, then I have to hurry drill soldiers into the army to fight as soon as possible, and then winning in Suzhou. How to train the flintlock troops. This is probably only Wu Qingqing knows for the entire China. To say the biggest feature is flintlock troops, then certainly line up shot. People without military knowledge will laugh at the battle scenes of the 18th and 19th centuries, laughing at why those soldiers are so stupid. Rank team shot is lined both sides phalanx type, blowing trumpets, pounding snare drum, and then went forward together tens of meters, and then you put a gun. I came alive again in a gun. The soldiers look very stupid, but something indeed. Such tactics is when the gun muzzle on behalf of the most prestige threat tactics. England Lobster is relying on this trick. Colonial soldiers halfway around the world, the hot topic invincible in the world. Because for time bore guns, whether matchlock or flintlock, which are loaded and discharged from the front. Because the barrel is very long, soldiers cannot reload when they lie down. Moreover, the hit rate of the front musket is very low. If you want to cause damage, you rely on a dense formation, then volleyed, forming a barrage and spilling over. A soldier fired 1,000 shots at an enemy 100 meters away. Maybe 10 shots failed. But 1,000 soldiers fired a volley at an enemy 100 meters away, and at least they could hit 100. If you want to kill the opponent, you must use a dense formation. After the 2 sides use a dense formation together, the battle looks like they are queuing to shoot. But it can be enough to keep the troops in formation chaos. This queue shot, then is the real elite. It's real, just line up and shot tactics to destroy the morale of the enemy. They will not rely on the radio from start to finish to complete the battle. Often one of them can't bear the huge pressure of queuing to shoot and choose to escape, and then the other party rushes up to harvest with a bayonet. This is the battle in the musket era. Currently in China, Wu Qingqing doesn't need to train soldiers to that level, because no army can shoot at him. He only needs to train these people to obey military orders to act in a unified manner. When encountering the same number of enemy forces, it is invincible. It is easy to fight one enemy 2, and it is also possible to fight one enemy 3. He just refers to command his troops near enemy, then 12 volley. The enemy will definitely collapse. Then deal with the kind of enemy that is out of formation. As long as you rush to harvest and it's done. Liang volley able to kill each other at least a third of the front row. Wu Qingqing not to believe any army in an instant killer still remain exposed to such crashes. The only thing he needs to beware of now is the large group of cavalry, and he will have a headache when encountering a large group of cavalry. Fortunately, the southern water network is densely covered, and the cavalry is not easy to use. Therefore, the large-scale cavalry units of the Qing army were deployed to the north of the Yangtze River, and there were very few on the south of the Yangtze River. And as long as we win the southernese land side, Wu Qingqing technology will have enough points to develop new weapons against cavalry. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 17 chapters. A cottage. After the military meeting ended, Wang Daong reported to Wu Qingqing that they found Ge Yanwu on the Yulian path in Chengxiu. However, Ge Yanwu refused to be an official on the grounds of filial piety. Filial piety is very important in this era. When parents die, They have to keep filial piety for 3 years. As a future man, Wu Qingqing very pedantic disdain for this kind of filial piety. Gu Yanwu's mother was killed by the king court's army. Shouldn't true filial piety stand up for revenge? If everyone was like Gu Yanwu, the king court would be happy. As long as the old people were killed, wouldn't everyone have to collectively observe filial piety? Of course, Wu Qingqing, this behavior can be understood. After all, the atmosphere of this era is the case. As a well-known great scholar, if Gu Yanwu does not observe filial piety, he will inevitably be used as a crime against him in the future. It seems that I was the only one who went there personally. Wu Qingqing highlighting do not like drama, feeling a little make. But reality forced him to do this, and he couldn't help it. In the military, he can still intervene in some things, but in the civil administration system, he has neither that kind of talent nor that kind of energy. And no administrative system, a system of government, no matter how powerful the military, is no good. Just like the Tping Heavenly Kingdom in the later generations, the army was invincible in the early stage, but because there was no mature administrative system, the entire interior was chaotic, and finally began to decline from the inside. No. This is too dangerous. Why don't I send someone to tie him over? Wang Daong said that at present they are in the rear of the enemy, except for a few places in Jiading, Kunshan, and Tikang, which are under their control. The other places are still in the hands of the king court. It is not safe unless the army is brought there. Tai here. Do you think we are bandits? Concentrate on training your troops. I have my own arrangements for this. Yulian is only half a day away from this. How dangerous it can be. Wu Qingqing do not want to take risks, but who let his men now? No one is available yet. The next day, Wu Qingqing first reorganization of the army, then began to practice mainly disciplinary training, the use of flintlock guns, and formation drills. Wu Qingqing additional training time also came up with a training trust, so that the soldiers divided into 2 rows, and then command the front row of soldiers fallen back behind the soldiers responsible for the catch. At first glance, this kind of training seems to have a fart, but in fact, this kind of training is still very useful. Human nature only believes in themselves, and it is very difficult for them to believe in others unconditionally. Therefore, at the beginning of the training, many soldiers who were about to fall slid their heads. They either looked back secretly or were not determined when they fell. And this kind of behavior will be caught by the instructor for severe punishment. A Dayton penalty down, the soldiers also go astray, and honestly fall. But after the fall more than a few times, basically soldiers can be enough to overcome the fear, believe their esprit de corps. And this is very rare. In the war, soldiers pay attention to performing their duties, cooperating with each other, and handing their backs to their comrades. Only by holding this belief can we exert the greatest combat effectiveness. What does an army without this kind of belief look like? It's probably half-hearted when fighting, looking around, always thinking about saving one's own life, and don't believe that comrades in arms will protect themselves. This is only the situation in a small group of troops, and in large-scale battles, it is manifested that the Chinese army does not believe in the flanks, and the flanks do not believe in the Chinese army. Whenever there is any trouble, I want to escape, lest I be surrounded. Tens of thousands of Ming troops heard that the 8 Banners soldiers were coming, and then they left their allies and fled. This is not a joke, but it happened. The wars of this era have both tragic and comical scenes. In many cases, some generals do not know how they have won when they are defeated, and some generals do not know how they have defeated when they are defeated. After the training was on the right track, Wu Qingqing led dozens of soldiers quietly out of the city, and went straight to Chengxiu. A group of people rode horses, and arrived at Yulian Path, where Gu Yanwu lives, within 2 hours. Trouble briefing soon, said Jiading. Wu Qingqing asked to see. Wu Qingqing came home in front of Gu, reported on his name. This time his big breaking, kills thousands of stories have been spread around. Wu Qingqing is a domestic servant, and quickly trotted into it and report it. While Gu also personally meet He went out and looked. Wu Chengking began, and a lot of people like, the first impression is young. Wu Chengking is too young. Although people in this era are relatively precocious, at the age of 16, they have reached the age of starting a family and starting a business. There are even many people who become fathers at 16. However, it is extremely rare for a person who has mastered thousands of soldiers and horses and beheaded thousands of king troops at the age of 16. Mr. Gu, Wu Chengking line of teachers and students a common ritual. After all, when Gu is the attitude the world daru well, he would have to make a courteous Wu. Will the army coming? Gu Yanwu hurriedly greeted him, but he didn't dare to entrust him. Although he is a so-called Great Confucian, the status of this Great Confucian only has a place in the flourishing age. Among the chaos, take a knife gun is the uncle. The military officer status of the Ming dynasty has been extremely low. A 7th-rank civilian can even directly humiliate the 2nd-rank general. However, when the troubled times came, those military attachés with heavy arms turned over, and even the emperor had to treat them with courtesy. Listen, smell Gary recently in morning, Zenai world of role models. I am exceedingly admire. My father also died some time ago, so I want to learn to Gary, morning together. Wu Chengking is like to go straight to the people, so entered the mansion on talking down to business. Gu Yanwu was embarrassed when he heard the words. Wu Chengking was here to learn what he said. It was obviously ironic that he was too small and couldn't tell the priorities. Wu, the military must not allow this. You are a hero in the world, where I can learn this and other pedantic people. Gu Yanwu relegated himself. Since my husband also knows that keeping filial piety in troubled times is pedantic, why he refuses to change. I heard that your mother often teaches you about Wendanxiang and Fangxioru. Do you think your mother in the spirit of heaven would like you to keep filial piety here? Students believe that filial piety and unfilial piety can only be understood by themselves, and that what others see is appearance. If you have filial piety in your heart, you are worthy of the world, and you don't need to care about the opinions of others. Wu Chengking said, mourning this behavior, it do not rule out a number of people are really Xiao Shun, but most of the show is a kind of means. A person's filial piety cannot be measured by filial piety. Gu Yanwu was speechless for a while. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't speak to Wu Chengking. If he really wants to debate, he can now cite the classics and say a lot of truths to refute Wu Chengking. But why bother? His filial piety was only forced to save his reputation, not to say that he really likes to waste his life here, and then watch the people fall into a sea of misery. He also wants to contribute to the great cause of anti-king, so he will not refute, and even plans to take this step down and agree to Wu Chengking's solicitation. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 18 chapters to convince. The reason that made Gu Yanwu's heart moved was not only because he wanted to fight against King, but also because he was optimistic about Wu Chengking's ability. Can reach David and Goliath, beheaded thousands of King. This ability is very rare. At least, among the previous rebels, there was no such capable person. The only little bad place is Wu Chengking gave him the feeling a little aggressive, young and fit. Of course, this kind of personality is not a bad thing in troubled times, at least full of vigor, not like other Ming troops who are scared when they hear the 8 banners soldiers. The exceedingly ashamed military said next. Aside, he has been seen by the signs had to relent. Wu Chengking continue to build on the progress, he said. I do not know, sir, female pro-souls, where I want to worship something, and it's civil action. Wu Chengking, this is for him to continue down the steps, that we will talk about this matter. He can be said to be Wu Chengking pulled hard to rebel, not do not want mourning. Here, please. Gu Yanwu took Wu Chengking to the ancestral hall, which was filled with spiritual places. The Gu family is a big family in Jiangdong. Gu Yanwu was adopted at a very young age to his uncle who had died young and had no children, and was brought up by his adoptive mother, Wang. In the Kunshan battle, Gu Yanwu not only died of his biological mother, but also 2 younger brothers. His adoptive mother, Wang, died on a hunger strike after hearing that Chen Xiu fell. It can be said that Yanwu's hatred with the king court is deeper than Wu Chenking's. After the worship, Wu Chenking changed his tone. "Don't be offended, sir. I am a person with a natural impatience. Please forgive me for offending my husband." Afraid, the army said other facts. "Not to worry." Ge said, "I have come to talk about how to manage Jiading and other places. Is really not Xiangman. I have confidence in the military continue to win. But in local governance, I need help." Wu Chenking this confidence. Then, Ge heard strange feeling. Generally only the ignorant will Mangfu Hai Huan said this arrogant words. But do not look like a Mangfu Wu Chenking. He really created a miracle in the military. Governance is difficult, and simple. Ge Yanwu also took out a few books as he talked. These are the military system, Tangong Lun, situation theory and Qian Falun that he wrote for the Hongwang court before, aiming at Nan Ming's various shortcomings. He proposed a series of military measures and financial rectification measures from the strategic situation. Unfortunately, these measures were too late to be implemented, and the Hongwang regime was quickly wiped out by the Qing army just like the paper. Of course, even if not destroy, these strategies cannot be implemented, which involve too many stakeholders, is bound to provoke a lot of opposition. Wu Chenking looked at the situation on the money and the law theory, the situation well, because limited to this era, in fact, to see is not particularly clear. The above shows that Nanming can still form a north-south opposition with the King court, and then there will be a chance for the northern expedition to recover the north. History has proven that this view is a joke. The truth is that Ming vulnerable, not to mention the ability to counterattack, and even the south do not hold to. Of course, Ge Yanwu's vision is already top-notch in this era, but he can't compare with Wu Chenking, who knows the direction of history. As for the theory of money law, it is a policy to increase fiscal revenue. Its real decline of the Ming dynasty, and a big reason is because a dignified superpower billion people, the court went so far as annual revenue of less than 4,002,000. The army cannot fight without money, and the guards completely lose their combat effectiveness because they have no money. Where did all this money go? Basically, it went into the hands of the big landlords and big bureaucrats. Wu Chenking now just shortly uprising. The troops are still relying on a hot blood. We do not send Xiang Yin required. However, he knew that this kind of thing could not last long, and even the sooner the payment was made, the better. After all, blood can last for a while, but not for a lifetime. Moreover, only a small group of people are truly passionate. Most soldiers only serve their lives because they can eat their food and get paid. If not money, the army simply cannot last long. Mr. Big was, like Mr. I needed such help. Can hope Mr. coming out. Wu Chenking said. Some of the administrative systems and measures put forward by Ge Yanwu, in fact, from the perspective of later generations, Wu Chenking found that some places are relatively backward. But he did not point out that he has no energy and no conditions to carry out reforms now. He wants to focus all his energy on the military now, and when he gains a firm foothold, he will have time to reform in the future. But now, let Ge Yanwu toss it to maintain the stability of the ruling area, and it is enough to be able to raise food for him. Thanks to the army can afford. Since when do something to uphold Ming dynasty? Ge Yanwu bowed. At this point, Wu Chenking just smiled. Although he needed to invite him in person, it was not as hard as Liu. He had to come 3 times in a row. Of course, Ge Yanwu and Zhu Zhiliang are also incomparable. Mr. Energy for the world's sake of the common people. It is a blessing the people of the world. Wu Chenking holding something. After making the decision, Ge Yanwu took a few servants and left with Wu Chenking. He also knew that rebellion was a dangerous thing. The longer Wu Chenking stays here, the greater the danger. Back Kunshan, Wu Chenking will introduce other civil service to the city. However, Wu Chenking is now playing the banner of anti-king in fuming and respects the Ming court, so he has no right to appoint Ge Yanwu. He could only give Ge Yanwu a nominal title of acting governor of Wu Song, and then sent someone to the southern court to request canonization. Communication in this era is extremely backward. and it is impossible to handle it within 10.5 months. Not over this little effect. Anyway, let go. Wu Chengqing specified in Kunshan, in charge of several of the county around the internal affairs of other people, cannot dare to openly oppose. In troubled times, the one who has the gun is the uncle. Naturally, some of the original civil servants were dissatisfied with Gu Yanwu, who fell from the sky, but because of Gu Yanwu's reputation, they did not dare to show it directly. If you are a nameless person, I am afraid that the original civil servants will dissatisfy, and then take some small measures to make the stumbling. The civil servants of Ming dynasty couldn't do other things, but they were first-rate in party fights. We can say that among the causes of Ming dynasty were destroyed, their party struggles is a very important reason. Wu Chengqing can now not in the mood to play with these civilian struggle. Simply put, these troubles are left to Gu. If Gu Yanwu couldn't solve the problem of civilian officials in a few small counties, it would prove that the historical record was wrong, and that this product is really an exaggeration. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 19 chapters. Tanglu dispute. At night, Wu Chengqing had made servants Xiao ate to go to bed. Seeing Xiao's figure, he couldn't help but move his lust. I do not know, do not sleep. He came to this world has been half a month. During this period of time, his spirit was in a high level of tension, and he did not think about women for more than half a month. In a previous life, this is simply incredible. He is not an innocent man, an upright gentleman, and he can even be said to be a bit lustful. However, life is Viagra when threatened. He also rare Budnicher for a while. Today bureau potential slowly getting better, especially in the internal affairs of the things people have to solve, and he began to have thoughts go cranky. Not over, though he moved the color center, but did not choose to serve Xiao, because as he knows that his future sooner or later there will be many, many women, and each one will be the best one in a million, which is the largest crossing's welfare. Xiao's appearance can only be regarded as ordinary, just like the girls on the streets of later generations. Not ugly, but beautiful and non-stick side. Wu Chengqing was able to control himself with this appearance. He didn't want to possess each other because of his momentary animal desire. He didn't like Xiao, and it was impossible to give her any name in the future. And he made as a supreme ruler forces. He played the other woman who certainly did not dare to. Therefore, once he took possession of Xiao, Xiao would have to stay a widow almost all his life, which would be too cruel for a woman. As a 21st century man, Wu Chengqing cannot make such a thing. He is willing to bear it a little longer and wait until he has a suitable goal before starting. The speed of message transmission in ancient times was particularly slow, especially in troubled times. Until September number, Jiading Wu Chengqing King Big Break, beheaded 2000 Yu King June news was spread to Shaoxing. Luang Zuyihai spread to the ears. I, Ming, are still loyal and righteous. Zuyihai said with emotion. Self-cleaning since army crossed the border, he surrendered. Generals have not remember, and far too many. Now that a person who is determined to resist the king has finally emerged, Zuyihai is even a little touched. Is this Wu Chengqing from Shaoxing? Zuyihai asked. My Majesty, this Wu Chengqing is from Wazwang, Shangyi County, Shaoxing. I am only 16 years old this year. I joined his father Wu Zifan in Jiading this year to fight against the Qing dynasty. Unfortunately, his father died in the country, and he led the rest in distress. Bai Yishi guarded Jiading, beheading more than 300 Qing troops with a week over the strong. Thereafter, it was the night attack camp. King beheaded thousands, hundreds of people captive. A total elimination of King 2,000 people. The academician Zhang Guo seemed quite excited when he said this. It has been a long time since Mingzong had won such a victory. What's more, Wu Chengqing still defeats the strong with the weak. What a young hero! Immediately sent to Wu's Wang Seal Tours, Feng Wu Fan's wife patent life Mrs. Messina, sealed Wu Chengqing Wu Song taking part. Prime Minister Wu Song Military Affairs. Zuyihai knew that once the news of Wu Chengqing's defeat of the Qing army reached Fuzhou, Emperor Longwu would definitely give him a big reward for wooing him, so he chose to act first. Now he and Zhu Jin has been a torn face, mutually exclusive. Both of them are descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang. Everyone wants to shoulder the heavy task of saving Ming, to achieve a legend, and take charge of Kyushu. However, Zhu Yihai currently being at a disadvantage commission dispute, as Long Emperor announced time supervise the country to some of the morning than he, and Zhu Jin has now been recognized in Fujian, Guangdong and Guangxi, Yunnan and Guizhou and parts of Jiangxi and Hunan. As for him, he was only recognized by a small area in northeastern Zhejiang, and even some people in the DPRK hoped that he could abdicate and become a virtuous person, give up his status as a state prisoner for national considerations, and support Emperor Longwu. Before he had been helpless situation because the prison was announced to give up national identity, but a part of Jiang Guoi other support him, but he again pushed the country's position prison, refused to recognize the Longwu voting. Zhu Yihai himself is also unwilling to give up the imprisonment of the country and the opportunity to aspire to Kyushu. Therefore, he now regards the Longwu court as an enemy. In order to prevent Wu Qingqing from falling to the Longwu court, he chose to be canonized first. Would you like to give Wu Qingqing another order to attack Li Chengdong's troops from the rear to break the siege of Hangzhou? Jiang Guoi asked that the current situation in Hangzhou is not optimistic and is being attacked by Li Chengdong, and Hangzhou is really important to them. With Hangzhou as a bridgehead, they can attack and retreat. Hangzhou lost, he who would have to arm along the river, even Shaoxing also become unsafe. Well, let's do it like this. It's always too dangerous for them to be in the rear of the enemy army. Retreat to Hangzhou, and there will be one more way out. What Zhu Yihai said is nice, but Jiang Guoi understands that this is nothing more than hoping that Wu Qingqing's troops can be closer to him and be in control. Wu Qingqing defeated the king. Message from Jiading reached Shaoxing took a long time, but this section is temporarily Shaoxing to Fuzhou war is not affected. Only 2 news spread to Fuzhou, spread Longwu Emperor Zhu Yuqi here, and anti-Zhu Si should be about the same. Zhu Yuqi that the enemy rear as well as loyal to the Ming dynasty in righteous revolt, was also the emergence of a warmth. During this period of time, too many generals surrendered to the king court, which made him feel chilling and discouraged. This rebel army is really amazing. It can kill more than 2,000 king troops with a weak victory. This kind of capable man must be used by us. Yang Ming said with emotion. It's just that this rebel army is thousands of miles away from us. How can it be used for us? Zhu Jin was a little discouraged when he said this. His biggest problem now is that he has no soldiers available. Fujian's army is basically in the hands of the great pirate Zheng Zilong. On the surface, Zheng Zilong is his courtier, but in fact he is commanding Zheng Zilong's army. As for the military in other places, he can command 1 or 2 in peacetime. But once it reaches the critical moment, it will be difficult to say for a long time. Zhu Jin desperately wanted to have an army in his own hands, so that he could control power, and then proceed to the northern expedition to regain the country. Unfortunately, Zheng Zilong has always disagreed and refused to give him a chance. Your Majesty may be positive in the name of the system is it's raised him, let him support us. As for the distance, we can get him in the southern area to grow and develop. We have to be the future of the northern expedition. He can attack us in Zhejiang. Moreover, his development in the southern Jiangsu area can also contain the king court's forces and give us more breathing time. Yang Mingwu said. He said that, but in fact Yang Mingwu didn't give much hope to Wu Qingqing. After all, Wu Qingqing was surrounded by the king army and could hardly make a difference. Before him in the mountains Dong squads of nearly 100,000 are afraid to development sites in the king, but rather chose 1,000 miles south, to the south with the army, the result of heavy losses. Yang Ming king of 8 soldiers know much, so completely optimistic about the Wu Qingqing, just help Wu Qingqing can adhere to the longer, lower and more effort to contain the king. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 20 chapters dishes birds pecking. On the 25th, Liu Dahan saw Wu Qingqing for the second time, but this time it was in Kunshan, in the military camp of the Jiayuan army. In order to increase the confidence of Wu Yi and Liu Dahan, Wu Qingqing invited Liu Dahan to visit their military training. Looking at the firecracker team that walked in the same pace, Liu Dahan was surprised. The fire gun team also has some in the regular army, and it is very rare among the rebels, because the production of fire gun is too difficult and impractical. However, Wu Qingqing army, the army gun fire even in the majority. Moreover, Wu Qingqing handguns are significantly different from the King army. From the appearance look out, more than a two-edged bayonet on handguns Wu Qingqing's. With this bayonet, even if it is approached by the enemy, it can fight back. Unlike other firecrackers, either bring another saber or need protection from friendly forces. Look at the rate of fire of my firecracker. How many people do you think the enemy will die in front of us? Wu Qingqing ordered the soldiers to carry out a shooting practice, followed by Liu Dahan saw these fast-loading handgun fire, shoot, reload, and then shot. That speed, then the fire is really fast and too much rope gun. Well, this powerful gun fire, where did you get? Liu Dahan scared surprised road. This is a new style firecracker purchased from Txi. The West is Western Europe, and now the colonial Western Europe has been carried out over 100 years. The boundary of the Ming dynasty. There have been a lot of Western Europeans. Some have seen people who are more or less have some understanding of the West. Wu Qingqing just an excuse, Liu Dahan no doubt. With such a strong army, our odds of winning are a little bit more. Liu Dahan said. Wu Yi has been decided to act with Wu Qingqing. This time sent him to date his agreed actions. Some providers after the meeting, scheduled for 3 days later. 3 days later, Wu Yi would lead people to attack Wujiang County, and then Wu Qingqing led people to ambush the support of the King army on the road between Suzhou and Wujiang County. Things in fact, not be regarded as an ambush, because the terrain here is simply no way to ambush. Not to mention it is a dangerous place in the gorge, there is no way to find even a higher mountain bag here, and there is no way to hide the army. There are a lot of rivers, but it's impossible for the army to hide in the water. It is not a big deal to be unable to ambush. Anyway, as long as the King army is drawn out of the city, it will be successful. Wu Qingqing thinks that the King army should not understand the power of flintlocks. Therefore, the two sides meet in the wild certainly will never rush to war, rather than run away. After a period of training, this firecracker army has also been trained to look a bit like a battle. The plan has been determined, and the next step is intense preparations. Fight war is by no means a group of people rushed to shop and go to get away. Before the war, need to prepare a lot of things. For example, food and grass, ordnance, baggage, and intelligence inquiries. In terms of food and grass, Guyanwu had prepared enough for 10 days of the army, and at the same time organized a transportation team of 1,000 people. In this regard, Guyanwu has also collected a lot of siege ladders that are more than 10 meters long. The city wall of Suzhou City is higher than that of Jiading, which is more than 6 meters. 6 meters is 2 floors looks like is not very high. But if it is full of soldiers holding big knives, holding boiled gold juice, and big rocks, this height is very scary. Wanting to break through layers of defense and climb up through the ladder is really a desperate thing. Suzhou is not a particularly important military town. For an important city like Nanjing, the city wall has exceeded 12 meters. Even if no one is defending at this height, it will be exhausting to climb up. But in such a strong city, Emperor Hongguang fled without a fight, and other Nanming officials surrendered without a fight. There is no reason for this kind of regime not to perish. The next day, Wu Qingqing personally led the main force of 2,000 people went to Songling. It is the only way to Suzhou, Wujiang County, and Wu Yi that edge. In determining the time, hundreds of ships also from Yu Island, then landed in Wujiang County, all the way toward Wujiang County. During this period, Wujiang County was still a small county, not as good as Jiading. There is no regular army in Wujiang County, only some patrols and group trainings. Knowing that the Taiyu rebels had come to attack the city, Yujiang County Magistrate Liao Cheng was frightened. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to escape. If he escapes, his official career will basically end here. Maybe he will lose his head. In desperation, Liao Cheng could only send people to ask Suzu for help immediately, and at the same time arranged a patrol team to practice defense on the city wall, and spent a lot of money to recruit people to go up to the city wall to help defense. These days there are many civilians are no national meaning knowledge. Some people even tell in the end is the magistrate is a good man, or outside of the volunteer army is a good man. There are also people who are about to be unable to survive. Seeing the generous rewards, they don't care about who is good or bad, and help whoever gives money. Li coercion against the Liao Cheng stunt couch a team of more than 300 to the wall. As for Wu Yi's side, there are actually only more than 600 people. Moreover, Wu Yi still lacks siege equipment, so he can only make some temporarily. Not to it does not matter. His main purpose is to Liao Cheng scared. Let Liao Cheng for help to Suzu. As for whether or not Yujiang County can be taken, it doesn't matter. Not before, like or do not do some of the realistic, Liao Cheng and how the meeting as yet. So after making 7 or 8 ladders, Wu Yi ordered the start of the attack. Stay steady, don't panic. As long as you guard the county seat, I will be rewarded afterwards. Liao Cheng yelled at the city wall. He was afraid that these half-hearted soldiers would collapse and escape when the enemy rushed over. This kind of thing is entirely possible. City wall. But fortunately some of those militia, after all, they know their own militia to join sooner or later be on the battlefield. The performance of those patrols is much worse. If you look carefully, you can see that some people's legs are shaking. He had usually when the policemen just want to bully under the humble people, where there are others desperate courage to go and die. As for those temporarily recruited, the performance is even more unbearable. Had it not been for soldiers watching them, I'm afraid they would turn around and run away now. He had poor performance here. Wu Yi's performance. In fact, there is also strong where to go. Except for the core group of people who are not afraid of death, most of the others are fearful. This is not to fight, but to fight the war. Both the room is completely different. The rebels rushed under the wall, and no one put arrows on the wall because there were no archers among them. The ladder leaned against the wall. Instead of throwing stones, the people on the wall pushed the ladder hard. This kind of operation almost stunned Liao Cheng on the spot. Stone throwing head hit, throwing stones at people that way. Liao Cheng shouted, and then have people react, holding up a basketball-sized stones that the rebel hit in the past. The rebels also had no archers, and could not suppress the defenders at the head of the city. Seeing those people throwing stones, they had no choice but to speed up their climb. Standing city walls to condescending superiority, a few stones thrown down, and immediately smashed the hapless have to. When the field is dead, fortunately, those who were injured did not have issued death screams. This most terrible. Seeing the tragic situation of those people, the morale of the rebels fell sharply. Not many retire. You take people rushed to Dahan. Wu Yi saw that his subordinates had the intention to retreat, and he was almost as angry as Liao Cheng. 2 people thought of retreating after only dead. It was too useless. This battle is completely a rookie pecking each other. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 21 chapters reinforcements around point. Liu Dahan gritted his teeth and rushed up with a few iron rods, shouting not to retreat along the way. Coming to the ladder, Liu Dahan bit the big knife, holding a small round shield in one hand, and climbing up with the other. His speed was very fast, and he climbed to the top of the wall in 3 or 2 strokes, then threw away the shield, swiped a circle with a big knife, and the 2 patrols responsible for defending this section of the city wall quickly retreated, for fear of being scratched by the big knife. Liu Dahan jump into the wall, in front of other people glare. The ferocious appearance actually frightened those people, and no one dared to step forward and attack. This delay caused 2 more rebels to climb up the wall from this ladder. A good battle, stunned by their interpretation of the fight, became a bully, who is ruthless will come to win. City wall of defenders is the psychological line of defense. Once someone on the walls, it would mean they would no longer be safe. The whole, his psychological defense collapsed. The policeman is to escape. He had a slick than the last. The people who came up to help defend were not stupid either. They just kept a shit when they saw the situation, and fled one after another. There are a few dozen regiments left, facing hundreds of rebels. They are not dominant in number and momentum. My lord, withdraw quickly. The coach of the regimental training can't do anything, and persuades Liao Cheng to run away. Liao Cheng didn't care about his future at this time, and hurried away with his family. He knew that these rebels hated the officials who helped the king court to enslave the people, and that being caught would be a dead end. When Liao Cheng and Tuan Lian both began to retreat, there was no resistance on the wall. Some were running away, some knelt down and begged for mercy. Subsequently, Wu Yi mastered this small county. A battle down, will start in fighting a war like that for a while. Other times it is like water for the villagers and fights. At the end of the whole battle, only 5 people died on the side of the rebels, plus a dozen wounded. On the king army side, only a dozen died, and the rest either fled or descended. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to take the county seat so easily. I knew we would have come a long time ago. Liu Dahan laughed loudly, not caring that his left arm was still bleeding. In the battle, he was also slashed. But it was not a big problem. It's easy to attack and difficult to defend. These are all official trainings. They are incomparable with the King Army, and even more incomparable with the 8 Banners soldiers. The next thing is to see the rebels in Jiading. If they can't hold it, we can only withdraw. Wu Yi has more knowledge, knowing that this kind of victory is actually not worth mentioning. He who should have no problem. I think their military capacity of neat, well-trained, are elite. Moreover, they are very powerful gunfire, and if we can get some just fine. Liu Dahan said. Yujiang County is very close to Suzhou, only a dozen kilometers away, and it can be reached in about an hour on horseback. Before Wu Yi started to attack the city, Liao Cheng had sent someone to Suzhou for help. After Wu Yi completely took control of Yujiang County, Wu Shengzhou, who was stationed in Suzhou, also got the news that Yujiang County was under siege. This group of untouchables really doesn't stop. Wu Shengzhou sighed. Some time ago there's Jiading Wu Chengqing uproar. Yujiang County now has cropped up a Wu Yi, Wu Song entire region from June until now had no peace. First, Jiangyan, after Jiading, then all kinds of rebellion even constantly. And this was all because the king court asked the people to shave their hair. Wu Shengzhou also didn't understand this kind of mentally disabled government order. Why bother, since the people have already paid you taxes and surrendered? Why do you have to have others shave their hair? If you do understand, you don't understand. That's the matter of the upper man. He can control him as a small person, so he can only follow orders. My lord, this Yujiang County is our jurisdiction, so I can't help but save it, said the Vice-General Cao Hu. Of course I know, but at present Wu Chengqing rebels in Kunshan, not far away from us. I'm afraid they'll take the opportunity to attack Suzhou. Wu Chengqing Trillion learned beheaded after 2000 Yuqing June. Immediately put the Wu Chengqing as the #1 enemy. Prepare for the moment. As for Li Chengdong asked him to take the initiative to bandits. He did not know you. Are you kidding me? I only have more than 3,000 people, and they all pull out to suppress the bandits. What about Suzhou? Moreover, Li Chengdong of 2,000 people have lost, and his 3,000 people would not have much advantage of it. Wu Sheng Trillion now do not expect to recover Jiading, Kunshan and other places, bent on guarding their own Suzhou. As for Wu Chengqing, wait until the court's army arrives. If you defend the city, more than 1,000 people will be enough. Cao Hu reminded that with the high walls of Suzhou, with more than 1,000 soldiers and temporary enlistment of civilians, it was easy to hold 3,000 to 4,000 troops. And does Wu Chengqing have 3,000 or 4,000 people? Obviously it is impossible. Wu Shengzhou thought, finally decided to let Count Tiger with 1,500 people to save Yujiang County. After all, Jiang County is under his jurisdiction. Allowing the rebels to occupy it is his negligence and affects his future. Songling, Wu Qingqing is with 1,000 handguns army hiding in a hill in the woods. Liu Han 3 Li Xiaobin and Wang Deong Department of Hiding more behind. Their mission is to handguns and other military after the war on the enemy. They grabbed the prisoners from the rear and both sides of the circumference. Wu Qingqing want not only defeat the enemy, but also to eliminate such a significant force. Let them have the opportunity to flee Suzhou. It was not until the afternoon that the spies came to report, saying that the King army had been spotted in the front, the number of which was about 1,500. Only 1,005. Wu Qingqing slightly disappointed. This number than he expected too few. The more enemy troops annihilated in the wild, the easier it will be to attack the city. Quasi-prepared to fight. Wu Qingqing ordered rebels stood up, lined up and went down the hill. Toward the front of the king walked over. Kaoqian households, unidentified military front, the number of nearly 1,000. Almost everyone has a gunfire. The sentry quickly reported. What banner are you playing? Cao Hu asked. Wu Zihao. That should be the rebels. Except for our generals, there are no generals surnamed Wu in Wu Song's army. The leaders of the two rebels are all surnamed Wu. Cao Hu quickly figured out the identity of the opponent, and even he knew that this army should be Wu Qingqing's firecrackers, because only Wu Qingqing's army was equipped with a large number of firecrackers. Your Honor, I have how to do a percentage. Who asked. What else can I do? Of course, I rushed to annihilate them. Cao Hu snorted disdainfully. Although Wu Qingqing had wiped out 2,000 king troops before, they were all factors of defending the city and attacking at night. Counter view. Those who are not subject to formal training of volunteers to enter a long bayonet charge will collapse. He has seen such things a lot and has experience. As for the firecrackers, he was even more disregarded. He is very aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the fire blasters. As long as he bears a round of loss impulse in front of the enemy, those fire blasts become fire sticks. Based on this judgment, Cao Hu ordered his men to rush towards the enemy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 22 chapters wave route. Count Tiger positive decision and Wu Qingqing mind. He also directed the military front to meet her. Not being able to find a close look at both sides of the forward speed is different. The King army moved faster, and the rebels moved more neatly. Distance and other parties have been with less than 200 meters. Wu Qingqing ordered a halt, ready to fire. Due to the limited width of the battlefield, so the volunteer army lined up 3 horizontal teams, probably about 300 people each column, using a 3-stage fire. Platoon of soldiers shot hit the finish, immediately retreated to the backloading. The second platoon of soldiers then opened fire, then that is the third row. In this way, although the density of firepower will be reduced, the continuity of firepower can be maintained. It's just that it is not easy for the 3-stage shooting to cooperate well. They have been training for 10 days, and they can only be considered barely qualified. Some people pretend that playing slow, it will affect the whole team's speed. There is no other way. The reality is not a war game. You can train your soldiers into good soldiers with one click of training. In reality, one can only rely on time to become a good soldier. Even some soldiers whose brains are not bright enough, no matter how you train them, they will never be able to become elite soldiers. A shot of peer shot. Cao Hu laughed. Sure enough, it was a mob. They shot at such a distance, completely out of focus. Will they still have a chance to reload next? Order the charge. Cao Hu didn't understand how Zhang Yuqin and others were defeated by such a mob. A distance of more than 100 meters can be rushed in at most 20 or 30 seconds. In the old-fashioned firecrackers, 30 seconds is not even enough to load ammunition once. Chong Feng, just under command, on the battlefield again sounded a gunshot. Not before. Cow Tiger or did not care that his army has been washed up. Punching process in front. There have been more than a dozen king fall. However, this casualty is still completely within their tolerance. However, as the close of the fall of the king, the more the military. Moreover, he had expected to disappear has been no gunfire. Gunfire has continued. How is this going? Many soldiers are in my heart drums. Not the process over the assault, they have no time to think too much, can only obey the command of corporal even long instinct. In the blink of an eye, they were already less than 10 meters away from the rebels, and they were about to meet each other in short order. At this time, many soldiers in the rebel army began to get nervous. Everyone is afraid of melee. Once a scuffle occurs, whether you can survive or not depends on luck. The last volley, Wu Qingqing sitting immediately shouted. Then, with 3 rows of soldiers crowded together, the gun shot. After shooting, the spear was pushed forward, ready for hand-to-hand combat. Not only had they seemed to have a little extra last one volley, playing out of bullets close to 1,000 hair, but also less than 10 meters away. For time on the land of China, there was a scene of queuing to be shot. The king troops who rushed in front almost all fell, and there were more than 300 people. This picture of hundreds of people falling together frightened the king army behind. Even if they were only 10 meters away from the rebels, no one dared to move forward. The soldiers who were not hit in the fatal part were wailing, and the screams were so miserable. Some timid clever people have been immediately turned to flee. It is also playing this special SR. The enemy of hair are not met. No one zone nearly 400 people, nearly a third. Who dares to participate in this kind of loss rate battle? This is still a trivial matter. The key is that the scene of the hundreds of people falling together is as terrifying as the end of the day. Soldiers who have never experienced such a tragic situation are psychologically unable to withstand this situation. As soon as the person in front turned and ran, those who did not understand the situation in the back subconsciously chose to follow suit. Even some bolder people are still rushing forward, but when they see the corpses ahead and the bright bayonets of the rebels, they are all shocked. Blow the whistle, start a charge. Wu the Qingqing order channel. There is immediately bodyguard and pick up a whistle blown up. This stuff more convenient than prayer flag. Another rear side. How see one's own fallen soldiers. That scene when he had a nasty shock. He did not collapse. Soldiers ordered to stop in time. He had been caught in a helpless situation. Encounter this unexpected situation. He did not know how to respond. Not many back, not allowed back, and continue the fight. Only a few Bai who was still crying loudly, although it is heavy casualties, but the number of people is still dominant. Moreover, as long as they rushed up for hand-to-hand combat, their melee experience would be richer. But these are useless. Soldiers and officers have completely different ideas. The officer only wants to win. As for the number of soldiers lost, it is a number, and they can be recruited after the loss. The soldiers' first point to consider is their own little life. The pursuit of victory was only incidentally about. If the possibility of death in battle is too great, they will not be willing to exchange their lives for victory. Anyway, if the battle is won, the benefits are basically for officials, and they don't share much. No theory is fighting a cold era weapons age or thermal weapon combat. Morale is very important. King army morale plummeted. Obviously there is strength but only thinking about escape. However, their horror has given the rebels a lot of confidence, and caused their morale to rise. Some soldiers who were originally afraid will also feel that war is nothing more than this. He had with the rush to chase, kill not resist this army. The soldiers most probably like to do things. Stay steady, fuck me steady. There were others who wanted to save the situation, and 100 households even rushed to fight with the rebels with their own soldiers. He had a single volunteer army strength than perhaps stronger, but the number is too small. He had a volunteer army rushed in front of the front left and right of bayonet over. You can hide from one side, but you can't hide from the other side. Soon, the king army that last resisted was also completely annihilated, and the king army entered a complete drought. Even Cao Hu and several hundreds of households are beginning to take the lead in fleeing. He who understands that things develop to this point, the gods came to put out king military front side to escape, the rebel chase in the rear. Some run faster, legs soft and unexpected wrestle king left behind. Either a knife stabbed to death, or made a prisoner was taken to one side. Not before. Whatever the outcome of these people procrastinate a bit treble speed chase. Cow fled in front of the tiger just relieved, want to stop Shalong remnants. As a result, another firecracker team appeared in front, although the number was only more than 300. But the king army, who had been frightened by the fire, did not dare to attack. Some immediately clear military very crisp kneeling on the floor and cried, "Mercy!" Not that he who does not want to escape. It is physically limited. People in this era are generally malnourished, weak in body, and poor in physical strength. I just ran all the way for several hundred meters, where there is still strength to run again. Rerun go on. Even if no one is coming after him, they froth at the mouth of every die. Some people with better physical strength began to flee to both sides. They are just not sure if surrender will be killed by abuse. If they knew that there was no danger in surrendering, they would have sat down and rested long ago. Cow tiger because as might ride, this time physical nature is abundant. He also turned around with a few soldiers and ran westward. However, before they had traveled far, they discovered that there was also an army of more than 300 men in the west. Although this army is no longer holding a terrible firecracker, the exhausted king army has no fighting spirit at all. As a group of the king army needs to surrender, Cow Tiger can only turn the horse ran towards the east. Then, in the east, he encountered Wang Daong's troops again. Hu Kai immediately feel a burst dizzy. He fell down from a horse. He was completely stunned by anger. He would never have thought that Wu Chenking would have so many troops, and all of them were pulled here to set himself ambush. This Nima is too bully. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 23 chapters. Meet a battle down. Real-time battle will then contact a few minutes. The rest of the time was spent capturing prisoners in the mountains and plains. In the end, looking at a large number of vertical head discouraging prisoners, Wu Chenking have a headache. This he had killed or wounded a total of King 450 people, which can save minor injuries. There are about 100. Captured prisoners over 900. The number of these more than 1,000 people is too much, and Wu Chenking didn't know how to deal with it at once. It is definitely not possible to kill, he is not so cruel, and these soldiers are not unforgivable. But if you don't kill them, you will score 100 or 200 people just by detaining these prisoners. And the food consumed by these more than 1,000 people a day is not a small amount. He still seems to have few people in his attack on Suzu, so how can he have the strength to hold these prisoners? The army caught a big fish. At Wu time to worry about Chenking, Wang Daong Hu Kao also charge up to take credit. This is 1,000 households, not a petty official. What's your name? What's the situation in Suzu City now? Wu Chenking asked. This Cow Tiger went already back to God. He carefully looked Wu Chenking one, the surprise cautiously replied, defeated Cow Tiger, is 1,000 of the total. Wu prefect of the city of Suzu hands now. In there are 1,500 with more than 100 soldiers, plus other patrols. There are still nearly 2,000 defenders. People under the eaves, have low head. Cow Tiger at the moment is very honest. First back Yu Jiang, from reconsidered long. From the mouth of the tiger cow, Wu Chenking learned some intelligence. Suzu. Knowing that there were nearly 2,000 defenders in Suzu, Wu Chenking knew that the siege was not urgent, so he went to Yujiang County and Wu Yi first, and these captives were all taken to Yujiang County. Yujiang County. When Wu Yi learned after Chenking has won a victory, and my heart is extreme emotion. His sense of feel people want to win a battle are thousands of hard to extremely difficult, but it seems just a run for Wu Chenking. You will be able to get the same victory. For this somewhat legendary Wu Chenking, Wu Yi can't wait to meet him. In the evening, Wu Chenking's army arrived in Yujiang County, and Wu Chenking and Wu Yi finally met for time. Wu Chenking looked Wu Yi. Wu Yi seems to have nearly 40 years old. Burly, is a very mature middle-aged. Wu Yi also looked Wu Chenking, feeling is young. Even if Wu Chenking was wearing armor, He couldn't hide his immature appearance. Brother Wu is fortunate to have taken Mujiang County. You are contributor to this battle. Wu Qingqing although looks immature, but it reveals a share in immature temperament, which makes Wu Yi more admired. This kind of temperament in Oro is tempered by experience. You can imagine, Wu Qingqing experienced many hardships. In the words of later generations, Wu Qingqing is a man with a story. Wu the military musan, and general credit than up. My point victory is negligible. Although Wu Qingqing called out his old brother, Wu Yi didn't dare to ask for it. In troubled times, whoever has more soldiers and who has the strongest strength is the boss. Although everyone is a rebel army, his rebel army is far from being able to compare with Wu Qingqing in terms of strength and achievements. So, Wu Yi also very self-feel put itself under this position, ready to listen to Wu Qingqing fielding. He would not be so stupid that Wu Qingqing was young and tried to meddle in the dominant power. The previous record is in the past, and we still focus on the present. This time we siege Suzhou, we still need to work together to have a chance of winning. They have said that they're laughing into the city. A few generals Wu Yi men are constantly looked Wu Qingqing handguns army. It is said that several big victories rely on this invincible firecracker army. The most intuitive feature of these firecrackers is the firecrackers with bayonets, followed by their mental outlook. All the soldiers were unsmiling, walking neatly, not at all like the other soldiers who had won the battle. From this point, Wu Yi several of his men would think this is a strong army. In the evening, Wu Yi hosted a banquet, and several important generals gathered to drink and eat meat to celebrate the victory. Wu the military's in I when the world hero, like I was 16 years old on the occasion, still unexamined school. Wu Yi continued to praise Wu Qingqing. It is really terrifying to achieve such an achievement at this age. Troubled times will be a hero, if it can be enough to change the peace and harmony. I do not want to do this hero. I've done it all is shaped potential forced. Now that the land of the Central Plains has all fallen into the hands of the Manchu King dynasty, if I don't stand up again, my Han people will really never see the sun. Well said. If the world can be changed and the world is peaceful, I wouldn't be scared of the name of this hero. Wu Yi praised again, invisibly. He was once again impressed by Wu Qingqing's personality charm. Every leader will have extraordinary personality charm. For example, Liu Dai who sells straw sandals, no matter what difficulties he is in, relying on his personality charm. There is always a group of talents who insist on following him. No matter what Cao Man gave to Guan Yu was not moved. Another example is Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang. In short, every awesome person can attract a large number of people to die by his own charm. Generally speaking, this thing is probably the so-called protagonist halo. Wu Qingqing being not so fast hardware, such as Count Tiger will be no one to meet him shouting to surrender allegiance. However, his personality charm also grew unconsciously. Like Liu and Wu Yi and 3, they really have been impressed by Wu Qingqing. A pass after the celebration, we began to discuss tomorrow's war. In order to prevent the arrival of reinforcements from the King Court, they need to take down Suzhou as soon as possible. The city wall of Suzhou is tall and it is really difficult for people like us. Wu Yi said with emotion. The army, I think we can pick apart and willing to join our prisoners of war were military build-up. These prisoners of war, the majority will not be loyal to the King Court. In short, who gave them food, give them the payment of salaries. They just work for someone. Liu Han said the 3, he is now thinking about military build-up and then military build-up, only military expansion, in order to increase his power position. I think this method will work, and even those core leaders and leaders can be surrendered. As long as they are disrupted and divided into ministries, they will not cause any trouble. Li Xiaobin also endorsed the proposal, because this is basically a way for the era of the common prisoners. An army composed of such prisoners has very limited combat effectiveness, but it is better than nothing. Moreover, there can be a large number of guards left. This is feasible, and we will include a part of it tomorrow. Wu Qingqing do not like captive army. It is not reliable. However, It takes time to recruit and train to become an army. He lacks time now and can only do so. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 24 chapters capitulate. The next day, he did not suffer more than 900 injured. Nearly 800 prisoners were summoned to surrender, and the rest do not want to indicate there are more than 100 of the soldiers. Wu Qingqing do not know what they are telling the truth or want to be let go and then back to Suzhou, so that 100 people he chose to temporarily detained. After taking control of Suzhou in the future, we can let them go. Except for the soldiers, most of the corps leaders and chiefs also chose to surrender. These low-level officers, in fact, are almost the same as soldiers. To 100 who is not the case, the court has their files, what they consider to be more. For example, after the surrender, will the family be beheaded by the king court, and how long can Wu Qingqing's rebel army last? Will the surrender now be destroyed by the king court's army? 6 Bai households, only 2 expressed their willingness allegiance. As Count Tiger, being asked would be willing to surrender, he chose silence. He feared both refuse must be killed, and fear after the surrender will be afterwards King Autumn. Wu Qingqing no time with his consumption, silent on locked up. That they have been surrendered soldiers, 200 and assigned to Ambrose 3, 200 and assigned Li Xiaobin's section, 200 and assigned to the Ministry of Wang Deong, and the rest are assigned Wu Yi army. At this point, Wu Qingqing can command the army has reached 3,500 people. Of course, only the direct command of his flintlock 1,000 elite troops. Liu Han lose some third-class troops. Wu Yi's troops are the worst. His army has not received any formal military training, and fights with enthusiasm and personal bravery. His cards on so much, and then spreads go. Ming have to take at least be a strong voice and strong potential. Large army towards Suzhou, not halfway. Suzhou Wu Shengzhou already get the message. Yesterday, Hu Kao can defeat. There are some soldiers escaped, returned to Suzhou reported. That Count Tiger can defeat, almost wiped out the news. Wu Shengzhou almost an old blood sprayed out. That's more than 1,500 people, half of his strength, so it's gone. It's gone. His most regrettable cow who didn't escape, otherwise he could chop that guy out of his anger. Originally shaped potential on the worst, which in turn sacrificed under half of the main force. Hua Xingzhou did not hold the confidence of Suzhou, and quickly sent urgent letters went to Chengzhou, Liu Liangzhuo request to send troops to the rescue. The same time, he also wrote to Chengqiu in Nanjing overall coordination of the South. I hope he can pay attention to what aiding this volunteer army. If this powerful rebel army is not eliminated as soon as possible, it will be troublesome when they grow up. He has done everything that should be done, and the next step is to wait for reinforcements. He knew that Wu Qingqing's Suzhou attack will come soon, but did not expect so soon. Get people to go up to the city wall immediately. Mr. Dai, how many did Xiangyong who helped defend the city recruit? Wu after Winstrillion ordered, and asked the June menswear Councillor June. With only 200 people. The people learned that it was the rebels from Jiading who had come to attack Suzhou, and they were unwilling to help defend the city. Dai Jun spread the lie road. In fact, he was deliberately hire some much Xiangyong. The reason is also very simple. He is a man with a big heart. Historically, he would persuade Wu Shengzhou to oppose the Qing dynasty in the next year. He followed Wu Shengzhou to surrender to the king, but also because of helplessness. He is only a scholar and cannot control the overall situation. But now, he secretly provided help to the rebels. Group of Dalits, which can do. Wu Shengzhou angry, anxious. The army, I have seen this people are still yearned for the Ming dynasty. The Ming this fate still cannot break. We might as well follow the general trend. We took the opportunity anyway, as the Ming feats fishing a wrong Huafugi. Dai Zhaijun encouraged. Wu Shengzhou when Yan shook his head. Ming it did not have to Manchu. Those 8 soldiers badly you is not never seen a look at the Ming dynasty here. There is a play of it. Wu Shengzhou king neither loyal nor loyal to the Ming dynasty. He is an egoist. What happened to their advantage? he would do. Therefore, even if Dai Zizhan encourages him, he is not angry at all. Not only had he not stupid, they have their own judgment. Judging from the past record, Ming is really hopeless. The army, why not gamble it? Precisely because of the Ming dynasty now in distress. Anyway, if the generals must be able to be reused, while continuing to play for the king, Suzu, but lost to big guilt, desperate to hold the duty is only in the king court, it's not easy for a general to become prosperous. Dai Zizhan continued to fudge, of course, not all fudge. Except for the sentence that Ming's aura is not exhausted, everything else is the truth. Now, no matter who stands up to help Ming, he can get a great reward, and it is possible to become a king or a king. And for the king court, there is no major contribution, so don't count on the glory and wealth. Wu Shengzhou of course, know the reason, but the thought of the king court's strong. He shook his head and said, "First Xiu look, just keep defensible," could not restrain lower and lower. With his kind of calculation, Dai Zizhan was speechless even after hearing it. Can surrendering now be the same as surrendering if he can't keep it? At noon, Wu Qingqing's army had arrived in Suzu. Wu Sheng Trillion, look at the number of the other party, and my heart thump a bit. 3,000 people and laid them out of the battle. It's terrifying. But on the city Wu Shengzhou, General Wu Qingqing rode forward. He wanted to surrender at Wu Shengzhou. Without firing a shot can win. Suzu is naturally the best. We are all Han. Fight to call too boring. His impression, Wu Sheng Trillion, this man had tried showing that he is nothing of the king loyalty. Surrender should have hope. You are Wu Qingqing Wu Sunrise? Wu Shengzhou asked back. It is coming. The Wu Jun, I want you to be able to size up the situation. Throwing the bums out, do not do things that go against our ancestors. I army since the uprising, today. The invincible, you certainly cannot stop, in its death throes. Why not in time, anyway? Make a meritorious service. City wall. Washingzhou heard this face was black, was a feather boy teaching training, a Tate's husband cannot stand. Children are rampant, follow God's will. How long do you think you can jump? Wu Shengzhou laughed. I used to meet a person who said that I would not be able to jump for long, and now he is dead. This person is called Xu, you probably have heard of it. Wu Qingqing smiled, and even play on the piece. Less nonsense, give me a shot. Regarding the lipstick, Wu Shengzhou is not Wu Qingqing's opponent. If he continues to quarrel, he can only be humiliated by Wu Qingqing. So he simply lets people shoot arrows to express his attitude. Seeing a few arrows flying, Wu Qingqing also hurried back. He surrendered this time and declared defeat. Not before. Wu Qingqing also do not care. Anyway, he did not expect too much more than playing such a play can make the enemy surrender. If you want the other party to surrender, the key is to be strong. If he had already gone to Beijing, I am afraid that there would be a large number of civilians and generals vying to surrender at that time without having to stop talking. This is the so-called general trend, and everyone wants to follow the general trend and get rich and rich. Quasi-prepared siege. Wu Qingqing ordered the road. At this stage, everything had to be resolved by force. Zihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 25 chapters. Siege of Suzu. With Wu under Qingqing of the order, the rebel action. Wu Qingqing troops and other military siege. Biggest difference is that they are handguns. Team first came up, carrying sacks filled moat man in the back. He wants to make handguns. Team approached suppress enemy archers, and if they let the archery down process just fill in the moat. Do not know how many people to be killed or injured. What do these firecrackers want to do? Wu Shengzhou heart began to doubt existed. He now also know that these new handguns very fast rate of fire. But he still cannot imagine what use fast rate of fire of the siege. Not too soon he will know. Those blazers walked to a place only about 100 meters away from the city wall, and then aimed at the city head, ready to shoot at all times to suppress the opponent's archer. Carrying sacks of soldiers have been rushed to the moat. Washingzhou also ordered law-abiding archery. But when he had archers take hold, Immediately below came a gunshot. Immediately there was a scream. Several archers were shot and fell on the wall and howled. Archers hit just a few more sub-bomb or hit the wall. One of reimbursement of playing in the Qiangduo next Washingzhou, the Qiangduo played a small dip, masonry flying. This shocked Wu Shengzhou. If the bullet went a little bit too far, he would have been shot. Ever since, Wu Shengzhou quickly evacuate front line, hid in the tower in command. After a wave of beatings, the archer did not dare to get up and shoot arrows again. Wu Shengzhou looked at the enemy constantly filled the moat. Gas ordered those requirements archers up archery. However, he had a long up, the city will be under gunfire sounded. In desperation, those archers can only project, that is, do not aim, shoot in the general direction and finish. As for whether it can be shot, it depends on luck. Naturally, this kind of projectile had no power and could not stop the rebels from filling the moat. Your Honor, things were not going that way. If he will be their siege when the team also used handguns to shoot on the wall, then also how we keep. The clever officer had already thought of another magical effect of this firecracker. This Washingzhou when already anxious like ants on a hot pan. He is also aware of the problem, but cannot think of a solution. After thinking about it until the moat was filled in for a long time, he still couldn't figure out a clue. Order not to hide behind the city wall, and all stand up for me to defend the city. By now, Wu Sheng trillion of life can only be used to fill up. This order made the soldiers angry. Didn't this make him die? However, Shangwan's command, he who did not dare to go against, only gingerly stood up, then quickly throw the stone to the next town, not entirely aimed. Even some were thrown directly onto the open ground, where there were no enemy troops at all. This way of wasting city guard materials, Wu Shengzhou had already flown past. And now, he was hiding in the tower, and he didn't dare to go out even if he wanted to play. Something indeed. Handgun's team of repression can only play a role at the point when the volunteer army has not yet begun to climb the ladder, and when the volunteer army began to climb above, the effect of suppression fire pistol team is gone. He who did not dare to shoot, otherwise associate head of this gun, in the end is the suppression of enemy or friendly forces. In the repression is hard to say. Less fire the gun sounds, the king dare to reveal a little head, began defense. And this time, volunteer army had climbed almost half. The king army who was in charge of defending the city panicked, and the materials used to defend the city were thrown out of the city and onto the rebel army who was still climbing. Suddenly, there was a scream from the city. Those who were poured by boiling oil, those who were hit by stones, and even those who were splashed by gold juice, all fell off the ladder one by one. Wu Qingqing in the distance with binoculars watching this scene quite helpless. That's siege warfare. The party responsible for the attack is really a terrible thing. For a city like Suzhou with a moat and high walls, as long as there are enough troops and materials to defend the city, it will be no problem for 1 or 2 years. And in history, there are indeed many such battles. It takes months, even a year and a half, to attack a fortified city. There was little hope for this wave of siege, but Wu Qingqing could not order a retreat, and must continue to consume some of the enemy's defense materials. No theory is stone or boiling oil, these defenders' supplies are limited, can consume some of the opponents. The next siege will also be easier. Nor energy for too long. If the dead soldiers too much hurt, morale will cause relatively large blow. Order the withdrawal of troops. Wu Qingqing always see soldiers not on board the walls, so let this wave of soldiers down first. Siege of rest, quasi-prepare for own team again. As the whistle for the withdrawal of troops sounded, the rebels under the city began to retreat. In this wave of offensive, the rebels killed nearly 50 people and injured 70 or 80 people. This is thanks to the fact that the firecrackers have been suppressing the enemy's archers, otherwise the number of casualties would have to double under normal circumstances. This city is so fucking hard to attack. Wu Qingqing laments. This city is really fucking hard to guard. Wu Shengzhou also feeling the walls. He was ready to defend as of these materials are going to use a month, but now, just a wave of attacks, Those soldiers spent almost an e-tenth. If this continues, the enemy can only defend the city with a broadsword if they attack a few more times. At that time, basically the time to break the city. The military, they go again. Men reminded Wu Win's a trillion. Wu Shengzhao looked over and saw the second wave of rebel offensive began. These grandsons, do you still want to take Suzhou down in a day? Wu Shengzhao anger, ordered the relief of soldiers ready. The soldiers who had just defended the city had exhausted a lot of physical strength and needed to be replaced and rested. If they don't change it, they may not even be able to lift the stone. The new soldiers they learned a lesson in front of the soldiers are afraid to stand up. Archery can only hide behind the walls of the intake line, but the projectile. Shoot the arrow and it's done. Whether you can get it depends on fate. This kind of action undoubtedly made Wu Shengzhao angrily again. There were already few supplies to defend the city, and he was still wasting such a prodigal. Isn't it just looking for death? Tell him to stand up and shoot. Disobedience by cutting off. Wu Shengzhao made ruthless. Those archers complain incessantly. Yes, more than the number of gun fire in the city, too few soldiers. As long as evolved handguns, soldiers who will teach them to behave. Taifuk, despite shooting attack without fear of injury, be sure to cover half of our climb. Wang Deong confessed finger-waving handguns. Army Wang Defu won. This time they prepared a grenade. Prepare to hit the enemy by surprise by this stuff. But by grenade bomb it was too heavy. Threw toward the distance, then whatever the outcome, but also through 7 or 8 meters, but if throwing up, most will throw 3 or 4 meters. So, he had at least get halfway up the place, in order to throw the hand grenade wall. Rest assured, he'll let them try to beat some of the quasi. Wang Defu said, of course, this is pure comfort, whether it can be accurate. This is really not something that soldiers can control. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 26 chapters. Sudden change. The rebels rushed to the wall safely, and then they began to be attacked. City wall of defenders will be bold enough to some of them, throwing stones and boiling oil down toward the city. And this time, the rebel handguns team began not much like the bullet head shot toward the city, suddenly stood up and some of the hapless being shot. This firearm is really easy to use, and I have to find a way to get a batch in the future. Seeing the rebels' firecrackers repeatedly showing off, Wu Shengzhao also moved his mind. Just because of the suppression effect during the siege, this fire gun is worthy of large-scale equipment. Seeing that the rebels had begun to climb the ladder, Wu Shengzhao quickly shouted to defend. Under his command, those with low-level military officers also took the knife, forcing those people recruited. They want to run the risk of being shot up throwing stones. Just at this time, the wall suddenly thrown on an iron box. There are lead-out route iron box combustion. What is this? None of the defenders in the city knew him. Soon, grenade bomb burn lead, which ignited gunpowder detonated. The iron box exploded in an instant, and the iron nails and pieces of iron inside sprayed around. Suddenly, a large scream sounded from the city wall. What's the matter? Wu Shengzhao shouted. No one answered him, and the soldiers didn't know what happened. The iron box was constantly being thrown on the city wall, and some timid people hurriedly avoided seeing this thing. There are also some clever and bold people who know to pick them up and throw them down the city. Some people moved quickly and successfully threw hand grenades down the city, killing and wounding a large area of rebels. But more of it was a step slower, and the grenade exploded when I picked it up. And that is hand grenade bomb. People directly belch fart. The people are blown to bloody. Appalling. This method of death is more frightening than a knife and an arrow. Against this group of grenades, King Wang Deong meant to blow up 738 elements, then took the opportunity to rush the walls in several places, and the enemy on the wall were the Knives War. Wang Lin, after the backup troops transferred over, the next city to catch the enemy. Wu Shengzhao panic, and he was already alarmed. But at this moment, Dai Zhaijun winked at several people, and 2 big men with steel knives immediately quietly walked behind Wu Shengzhao. The city has been plunged into chaos. Wu Xingzou's bodyguard did not notice the two guys that little trick. Waiting for him when they found that two guys have sword, in which a steel knife fractured the Wu Xingzou's neck, shouted, "Wang Lin, have nothing to say. Another step I killed him." Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, and shouted angrily, "Chen Baiyu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" "Ha ha ha, am crazy. I think you are crazy. Don't you see clearly what the situation is now? There is only a dead end to keep on guarding. It is better to surrender honestly anyway. I was originally a Han. I never did. I thought about working hard for King Gu." Chen Shiqing laughed. "You can't do anything, General. You should order everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender, lest more innocent soldiers are killed or injured." Dai Zijun said. "Dai Junshai, I have always treated you not badly, but you should treat me like this." Wu Shengzhou furious. "Stop talking nonsense. You can still get a credit for surrendering if you order now. If you don't order, I will let Chen Baiyu kill you now. You can think about it for yourself." Dai Jun of Lenging soon as he knew Wu Sheng Trillion will surrender, because this guy is too climbing up. Sure enough, Wu Shengzhou faced with this choice do not have to think, shouting, "Ordered to give up resistance, and so I surrender is." With Wu Shengzhou ordered to give up resistance, those junior officers have been executed. The soldiers have dropped the weapons. Surrender. He had long wanted to surrender, and now Shangwin speaker, and that is a positive mind. Wang Daong, who rushed to the head of the city, was dumbfounded. He originally thought there would be a fierce battle, but the enemy suddenly surrendered. The surprise came too suddenly, and he couldn't even react. Lower Town threw binoculars to see the situation on the city of Wu Chengqing, put down the binoculars, smiled and said, "Today is not luck." Wrong. Wu Yi, who are puzzled, Wu Chengqing handed the glasses to them, explained, "The enemy has surrendered." Surrendered. Wu Yi, who was overjoyed, took hope away and looked toward the mirror on the wall. It was found that the walls have no fight. This Tessie's telescope is really a good thing. Wu Yi looked at the distant scenery close in front of him, and couldn't help feeling this magical thing in his heart. With this telescope, a lot of useful information can be obtained in advance during the march. Not too long, and its gates have been opened. The fall of the rebel rushed in to control the situation. Congratulations to the military. The generals went. All the enemy look out from the sky. Liu Han 3 beats a note as. Wu Chengqing good mood. There is no mind. Tong Xai, the same happiness. This is a happy event for our army, and a happy event for us and other volunteers. Wu Chengqing said. The city bureau, after the potential control of Dai Jun and Wang Daong, who marched Wu Xingzhou and Wang Lin, who came to the Wu Chengqing. Miss the army. Still remember I told you the general trend, and now you have nothing to say? Wu Chengqing asked with a smile. The winner is king and the loser coup. He is now qualified to win. Wu the military lessons. Yes, yes, the next senseless, a moment of weakness. Fortunately, a timely reminder of my military advisor, next only to their senses allow soldiers to lay down their weapons and surrender. Wang Wu generals can let go and give the opportunity to the next allegiance. Wu Sheng Trillion this shameless, then stunned upright disposition of several generals being rebelled by his subordinates can still be said to be the same as his own initiative anyway, and he completely ignored Wu Chengqing's ridicule and directly kneeled and licked. It is really embarrassing for a 7-footer to say such a thing. Wu Chengqing Sri Lanka this very silent, but he did not want to kill him. Keeping him can set an example for other king generals, telling those king generals that they don't care about the predecessors, as long as they can get good results anyway. Moreover, keeping him can also stabilize those generals who surrender, and there are many benefits. Of course, Wu Chengqing temporarily will not give him military power. So, Wu Chengqing said, known fault energy change, hell-bent any way you look at the part. I would give you a lieutenant's position, for the time being to help my training. You can be satisfied. Full of meaning, satisfaction, general great kindness, weekend must be borne in mind. Wu Shengzhou dare not satisfied where, if he volunteered anyway, he can now also required to continue to lead troops. However, he is now being given by his subordinates anyway. It would be nice to be able to save his life. Your staff will be handed over to Mr. Dai for the time being. Is Mr. Dai willing to take over this important task? Wu Qingqing asked. Daimaku will not negatively general of trust. Dai Zijun smiled and said, this time he took an adventure and became a man of real power. More importantly, he finally didn't have to wear the hat of a second minister, and he felt much more relaxed in his heart. We have advanced the city, come back at night to celebrate. Wu Qingqing laughed. Scored Suzu, said a man of merit should be rewarded. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 27 chapters. Future planning. Stepping into the city of Suzu. People on both sides have come out to watch. Previously it has been in the city have volunteers to run, shouting rebel recovery. Suzu news. In Suzu city, there are still many people who have a heart for Ming, so they were very excited to hear the news that the rebels had revived the state, and they walked out of the house one after another, wanting to appreciate Wu Qingqing's demeanor. Today, Wu Qingqing has been a minor celebrity in Wusong area. A lot of people know that he is rebel leader. Young and promising. Wu Qingqing horseback, enjoying the crowd, looked at the people. More people come to road. He stopped for some speech. My fathers and villagers, in Wu Qingqing, because they were dissatisfied with the Tatar oppression and slavery of my Han people, they revolted against the king with my father. My father died in the fight against the king dog, and I continue to shoulder this heavy responsibility against the king in the midst of the crisis. The Manchu Tatars destroyed my city, slaughtered my people, burned and killed fornication, forcibly shaved their hair, and committed no evil. As the saying goes, it is tolerable or unbearable. If you want to live a life without being enslaved, you can only follow me, overthrow this Manchu king, and drive Tata back outside the customs. Some speech talked down, people have understood the loud applause, did not understand also followed applause. Doesn't it mean that you don't understand if you don't follow me? For a time, the people's sentiments were infuriated and morale was commendable. Liu Han III thoughtfully watching this scene, he found Wu Qingqing very much like a similar speech. He didn't feel much at first, but slowly he discovered the magical effect of these speeches. These speeches are very popular among the people and the military. Those who listen to Wu Qingqing's speech can easily worship Wu Qingqing and become loyal to him. Some play after said before, Wu Qingqing came to the governor Yamen. His future will be in the office here. The importance of Suzu is much greater than that of Jiading, Kunshan and other places, and the city walls are tall, and there is a moat, making it easier to defend. Same time Suzu, the economy here is very developed, large population, there is potential for development. As soon as he took Suzu, Wu Qingqing ordered the artisans from Jiading and Kunshan to be concentrated in Suzu. Because of the limited military strength, he could not guarantee to hold all the places when the King army counter-attacked. He can only focus on defending Suzu, so those craftsmen who make matchlocks, flintlocks and gunpowder must gather in Suzu to prevent them from being captured by the King army and leaking their skills. Once the technical art leak, very serious consequences to body mass. King, every minute can muster thousands of artisans. If the King army made a batch of flintlocks to deal with himself, Wu Qingqing would have no place to cry. In addition to the craftsmen, the main civil officials headed by Ge Yanwu will also be concentrated in Suzu. In short, Suzu will be his center for the next period of time. Before taking Nanjing, he will stay in Suzu to coordinate the overall situation. After taking Suzu, Wu Qingqing's resources and technology points have increased a lot. Not over, this time Wu Qingqing no longer the same as before. Spent a hurry. Since justice has been through a difficult period, whatever the outcome, and now men have nearly 5,000 troops, but gunfire and flintlock average can produce 78 every day. Relying on this strength, he has been able to gain a foothold in Wusong, and there is no need to waste science and technology on the military. With such a hegemonic system, Wu Qingqing will not be satisfied with the unified world. He wants to change the course of history and create a super prosperous age in advance. He wants the world to advance into the industrial age, and even the electrical age, the information age. He wanted to see what it would look like when he drove the aircraft carrier fleet to their door. He also wanted to see, such as the fire came up with their own car automobile, these things. Those barbarians behind what would be met with expression. All of these require a lot of technological points to light up related technologies. Therefore, Wu Qingqing is very stingy in the use of technology points. He has to make a long-term plan and think about how to use these technology points reasonably. The resource points are similar. In the future, some key materials are needed to manufacture some high-tech products, and they must be exchanged for resource points. On October 2nd, Suzu was captured by Wu Qingqing, and news that Wu Shengzhou surrendered to the rebels passed to Liu Liangzuo in Chengzu. Seeing this news, Liu Liangzuo was also speechless for a long time. A strong city, with 3,000 elite defenders, why did Wu Shengzhou surrender? This Wu Shengzhou surrendered to the King army when the Manchus first entered the customs. He was regarded as an old man in the King army, and he should have no loyalty to Ming. Could it be because the rescue was not in time? Liu Liangzuo sense feel that they are innocent. In August, he was besieged troops to take more than 2 months of Jiangyin County. The troops haven't been rested yet, so he didn't send troops to support in time. He wanted to let Wu Shengzhou hold on for a while, but he didn't think that Suzu would be lost so quickly and suddenly. This time, he had a headache. Jiangyin is still only a small county town, while Suzu is a government town. 90,000 soldiers and civilians in Jiangyin County have guarded Jiangyin for more than 2 months. There are more than 300,000 soldiers and civilians in the city of Suzu, relying on Jianqing. How many soldiers and horses must be sent to win? At time, he began to wonder if some of the Qing dynasty unified China can land, because to look south and other places people completely unable to conquer it. On the 10th of Yangzhou, Jiangyin Tucking, they killed more than 1 million people. However, did this method really scare the people in Jiangnan? Obviously, number. Liu Liangzuo also began to question Dorgan's haircut order. Why did this neurotic government order come out? What happened to the people leaving some hair? You have forced others to Liu Bianzi, your father is dead, son often marry his wife Lao Tzu. Is it also followed Han learning? If you really continue to resolutely implement these decrees, I am afraid that Jiangnan will never have peace. Although he knew that the decree had many drawbacks, Liu Liangzuo would not speak too much, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. He knew that this decree was made by Dorgan. He was a small general and a surrender, and he was not qualified to discuss this kind of national affairs. He only began to doubt his decision to surrender to the King court. He wondered, if the 100,000 army he had brought with him did not surrender to the King court, he would be able to win the support of the people and guard the south of the Yangtze River. Not only before things have happened, he also cannot change anything now. Later, he reported the news to the Nanjing side. The attack on Suzu was no longer something he could decide, and Hong Chengqiu from Nanjing needed to issue an order. The same time, he also needs to support the Manchu Red Cannon, with no-taste artillery siege. He had experience before in Jiangyin past. If the city of Jiangyin hadn't been destroyed by the Red Cannon of Aixinjiu or Bolu or later, it would be a question of whether they could attack it. And this time facing the more difficult Suzu, there is no red cannon, even more hopeless. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 28 chapters messenger coming. In Nanjing, Hong Chengqiu's case table was filled with reports about Wu Qingqing. From Wu Qingqing, Jiading revolted, and now the capture of Suzu, which is what made the period, basically records. Look at those intelligence report. Chengqiu was surprised. A 16-year-old boy relied on hundreds of Xiangyong to rise up. In just over a month, he grew to thousands of people and captured the city of Suzu. And in this process, he has won many times with less, and defeated the strong with the weak, demonstrating his excellent training talent. From a love the newspaper point of view, Wu Qingqing is a military genius. Almost every fight can get a great victory. Moreover, he was very good at bewitching people's hearts, not only won the love and support of the people, but even Wu Shengzhao, a veteran of the Qing army, chose to surrender. Hong Chengqiu really wants to use this kind of talent for his own use. But he knew that this was impossible, and Wu Chengqing was a staunch anti-Qing activist. Such people can only send heavy soldiers to encircle and suppress. There is no other way. His strategy in Jiangnan was to give priority to caress and to suppress it as a supplement. On the one hand, taxes were reduced for the people, and on the other hand, a large number of former Ming officials were retained to ease the conflict between the officials of the Manchu and Jiangnan people. This trick was very effective, and a large number of Ming army generals and civilian officials surrendered. If it were not due to a haircut decree dole, now the south and other places has completely accepted the rule of the king. Unfortunately, due to a duo-gun haircut decree, resulting in the loss of those petty Chengqiu given a role in a lot of people up in arms. And against those rebels, Chengqiu also never relent. He also has those involved in the massacre, and even can be said that his orders. He wanted to use this method to deter the people, and then cooperate with other policies that benefited the people to break down the people's antipathy and fighting spirit. Hong Chengqiu's strategy was extremely successful in history. After the 3 massacres in Jiading, the people did not dare to turn back. Coupled with the reduction of taxes, many people slowly accepted the rule of the king court. Hong Chengqiu did an excellent job in stabilizing the south, and he was also very talented. He became Han Prime Minister in the Qing dynasty as a Han. Now Hong Chengqiu has replaced Duo Juo, Dorgan's younger brother, in Nanjing, and is in charge of all government affairs in the south of the Yangtze River. In short, Hong Chengqiu's personal ability is very strong and his vision is very precise. For those who can persuade surrender, he can surrender quickly. For those who cannot surrender, he will brutally suppress them. In Chengqiu's view, Wu Qingqing is a strong-willed, who cannot surrender. He will resolutely wipe out such stalwart anti-Qing activists. Come, I want to go more than Liu O. By a procedure of your family. In politics the service, Chengqiu can have the final say. But when it comes to large-scale military operations, he still needs the peace of Nanta General Dorobal Ainju Bail Kedhun to discuss. Luk Dian is the grandson of Zheng Hongkai-chan. When Huang Qi and Dorgan fought for the throne, he stood in the wrong team to support Dorgan and was deprived of his royal status. Not over. After the death of Qi is now in power Dole to let others know they are not ill-treat people with their own mix. He resumed royal status Lik De-hun, and entrusted with the task became Flat General Nanda. Currently a southern 8 soldiers were with him from the command. The Manchuan military leaders in the south. On October 3, Kuzo Jin, the envoy of King Lu, came to Suzhou. He had them go Jiading, but to Jiading after now being told that Wu Qingqing has scored Suzhou, put Kujin to severely shocked. Originally he had thought Wu Qingqing able beheaded thousands of Qing has been very great. I never thought she was Wu Qingqing put this city of Suzhou to win. The successive defeats of the Ming army have caused the people and officials of Nanming to feel that Nanming's army is very useless and that the Qing army is very powerful. So, Wu Qingqing scored a Suzhou can make Kujin feel weird. The surprise came too soon. On the one hand, Kuzo Jin immediately reported the news to King Lu. On the other hand, he hurried to Suzhou. Accounting for a collar Suzhou, hold thousands of soldiers, generals but also to win the war, it is too valuable to win over there. The award specifications previously confessed by King Lu did not reflect the importance of King Lu, and the specifications must be improved to be worthy of Wu Qingqing's current status. Busy. Wu Qingqing was evacuated met with Kujin Zhao. After all, is the messenger of Lu and the upper surface of the still must have some respect. He is now also nominally Ming courtiers it. Wu the military really young hero are. Looking at Wu Qingqing, Kuzo Jin first praised him. Cao Muzan. Wu Qingqing faint. This is not absurd. After learning about the general's deeds, King Lu praised the general, saying that the general is a loyal and righteous person of Ming dynasty and a model of the world. This time King Lu sent me to commend the general's presence in Wusong, an anti-King act. Wait a minute. Why is it that King Lu is commending instead of King Tang? As far as I know, The king of Tang is now the main service in the south and the Longwu court. Wu Qingking interrupted him. Things on reality, where they're all Luang Tang, who are not willing allegiance. He made a cross, could not blind loyalty contemporary human thought. If it were not for worrying that his subordinates would not be able to accept it, he would like to stand on his own right now. In his view, no theory is still Tang Luang have not the ability to save the troubled times. King Lu was evacuated by his general Fang Dingo and others, and King Tang was evacuated by Zheng Zilong's family. In the future, Emperor Yonglai, the king of Gui, would also be evacuated by Sun Qiang. In fact, the current Zhou family really doesn't work anymore. Everyone treats them as the master, just for the sake of a superficial name, in order to attract those old ministers who care about Ming to come and take refuge. Allegiance to these wastes is undoubtedly the brain kicked by the donkey. Wu Qingking thinks that his brain has not been kicked by the donkey. Of course, now Wu Qingking can't openly and directly stand on his own. That is undoubtedly rebellious. He also has to be the same as those with real power, ostensibly loyal to the Ming of Zhou family first. So have a sufficient large enough power, everything will fall into place. Even if he doesn't want to be the emperor when the time comes, his men will add Yellow Robe to him. The reason is also very simple. Let Wu Qingking be the emperor, his subordinates all have the merit of being a dragon. This kind of credit can be mixed with a throne or a knighthood. But if Wu Qingking accepting improper Emperor Zhou raised him to the highest, Wu Qingking is a different surname Wang. As for the subordinates who followed him, it is naturally impossible to award more rewards than Wu Qingking, and they need to be downgraded by 1 or 2 levels. Even for his own benefit, Wu Qingking's men will force him to ascend to the throne and proclaim the emperor. This is human nature. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 29 chapters delaying tactics. Surface to draw on Lu Wang and Wu Qingking first to show an allegiance to Dongqing rack potential, which is bound to make Lu Wang anxious, give better conditions to attract the army. Remark poor men, now resistance in front of Lu Wang King, Tang He Dihan and have to convince the public, generals living in the front line against the King dynasty, more importantly, to each other. Horn and Luang, let's fight against King together. Sure enough, Kuzojin was anxious. He couldn't help but be anxious. King Lu's current strength was much smaller than that of King Tang. If Wu Qingking were to be loyal to King Tang again, then they would be caught in the middle by King Tang. This situation is very bad for King Lu, and it can even be said to be fatal. Anxiously, Kuzojin was helpless with Wu Qingking's choice. In any case, the Longwu court is now occupying the righteous position, and it is reasonable for Wu Qingking to serve the Longwu court. Kuzojin pondered it secretly, and found that he wanted to compete with King Tang for Wu Qingking. Then he could only use a higher reward to seduce him. The only solicitation condition that King Lu can offer right now is probably a nameless title. King Lu originally wanted to confer Wu Qingking a county duke and a 4th-class title. However, Kuzojin felt that a county prince might be unattractive to Wu Qingking, and at least he would have the title of Earl and Viscount, Foreign Minister of the Ming Dynasty title in 8 other notably the Duke, Marquis, Earl, County Fair, Junhu, Bo County, Subcounty, County Men. These titles are very valuable in the heyday, and those who do not have great merits will not be awarded. The throne is even more unqualified for non-Zhou clan. But now, there are not many things that the Zhou family ruler can bring out to solicit people, so they can only award titles to others in the name of orthodoxy. For the time being, I was still rewarding the titles that could be given to foreign ministers. After the situation became more difficult, the emperor of the Zhou family and even kings of different surnames began to reward them. For example, Li Chengdong, who made great military exploits for the Qing army and beheaded Emperor Hongguang and Emperor Longwu, only relying on the merits of Anyway. Emperor Yonglai finally rewarded him with the King of Ningxia. This kind of reward reveals a sense of sorrow and helplessness. The army, if it can support Lu Wang, the next must be to fight a general bit of the Marquis. As long as the military continues to set a credit, Lu Wang would not mean rewarded. If the generals can recapture Nanjing, a duke or even a throne are likely. In desperation, Kuzojin could only promise Wu Qingqing a reward on his own initiative. He believed that as long as he explained Wu Qingqing's strength to King Lu and the actual situation here, King Lu should accept his suggestion of awarding a reward. Cannot worry, Seal Tour's tentatively thing to say. I personally hope Lu Wang and Zhu Yujin be able to reach a consensus, a clear orthodox. I do not want to be loyal to Lu and Zhu Yujin as Punjin, but also do not want loyalty and Wulong. He was designated by King Lu as the enemy. Our current enemy is only Manchu Tatar. Wu Qingqing not interested in the kind of so-called title, he would like to have real money or food supplies and the like. It is a pity that these King Lu himself are lacking, and it is impossible to reward him too much. So, Wu Qingqing Lu and now the angel or messenger Zhu Yujin is doubtless no interest. He just wanted to delay, while playing the two imperial courts perfunctorily, while developing and strengthening his own strength on the other. He does not expect the Ming court can give yourself much support. They do not pull their hind legs on the line. The army worry about, no matter which party allegiance are in general against the King dynasty. This credit, the court will look in the eyes. If the generals are still not satisfied raised him, I can report to Lu Wang, General try to win. Kuzojin said helplessly, it is too difficult to follow King Lu. He can even understand Wu Qingqing attitude, after all, is the legitimate Tang Wenlong emperor looks. This little place the Lu Wang regime, it is not attractive way. Let's do this first. Next, I will have to summon some wealthy businessmen to discuss food and grass matters. I will also go to the barracks to train new recruits. I really don't have much time to accompany the envoys. Wu Qingqing said. Military affairs are important. The general pleases it. Kuzojin also knew that Wu Qingqing's current situation was not very good. Although he occupied Suzhou, except for the Taiyu Lake in the west, the other three directions were King Army's territory. In this situation, it is a question of whether it can sustain the counterattack of the King Army. Without persuading Wu Qingqing, Kuzojin was also planning to find an opportunity to lobby Wu Qingqing's generals. If you can persuade a few generals in charge, it can be considered to have achieved some goals. After church, Wu Qingqing comes, which has been filled with wealthy businessmen and large landowners. I have seen the general. Wu Qingqing appeared. People have to stop the exchange. This is Master Tang Yutang from Tangjia Cloth Village. This is Master Chen Dailin from Shengyi Yuan Rice. And this is Master Liu Shizao. The family is in the tea business. The butler introduced Wu Qingqing to the businessmen present one by one. These were all well-known big businessmen in Suzhou, and they all had wealth. The greatest feature of the Ming court is not money, the wealthy have money, because the Ming dynasty to the business tax is very low. Moreover, these wealthy businessmen are also gentry, and there is often an official in the family or clan, who can enjoy some preferential tax treatment. The court in the business income tax on the industry cannot, it will only increase the agricultural tax to the people, leading people to live rebel uprising. The army of Li Ziqing-Hun is a typical example. And when the emperor wanted to change this situation, you want to raise taxes on businessmen, it will be immediately collective protest. Civilian group even criticized the emperor to compete with the people. The wealthy businessmen of the Ming dynasty often spent a lot of money to train children in their families, or subsidized talented people to study. After these people have obtained fame, they naturally want to protect the interests of businessmen. It can be said that the court in the late Ming dynasty was basically controlled by the class of wealthy businessmen and big landlords. This is a bit like the later generations of the United States, where a consortium funded politicians' campaigns, and then the politicians formulate policies that benefit the consortium. The entire country is actually controlled by the wealthy businessman, a collective of interests. Chongzhen said a word before the hanging, called World Fumiomi Jik Kill, is due for the world has been Fumiomi this wealthy interest groups to control. And these people don't care about the life and death of the Zhi family at all. They only care about making money by themselves. As a result, every time Ming wanted to fight, Chongzhen had to pay for his private house from his own warehouse. When Li Ziqing arrived in Beijing, there was not even anyone willing to escape with Chongzhen. After the fall of the Zhi family, these wealthy businessmen immediately surrendered to Li Ziqing, and later quickly surrendered to the Qing dynasty. In short, there are really not many people in this era who have a national concept and take care of their own personal interests. It makes no difference to them who is the emperor. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 30 chapters raise rates. Ordinary aftershow. Wu Chengqing schematic. Everyone seated looked at the crowd. Wu Chengqing said, those of you taking the time to procedure. Grateful Wu thanked the gentleman for Wu Song. People of you surely should be seen. Brutal Manchu. They oppress us. The Han people wantonly slaughtered us Han people. Because of this, I mobilized to fight against the Qing dynasty in order to restore the status of our Han people. All of you are Han Chinese, so I guess everyone is not willing to kneel down to Tatar. Wu Chengqing finished, but it is the wealthy who do not say anything. He who does not care to be kings to kneel or to kneel, as long as they continue to make money to enjoy life on the line. But, now more secure allegiance to the Qing dynasty, and allegiance to the Mings over the door. There may be copied cut. In contrast between the two, they are naturally more willing to kneel for Man King. As for Wu Chengqing said Han, Tatars, they did not care. The army, some of us just physically very weak businessmen, blending those who really do not want war. We want peace. Small business to do. Tang Yu stood up and said, each of them knew in their hearts that Wu Chengqing summoned them to ask for money, so they were not happy with them. A little money is still a trivial matter, and they are even more afraid that Man King will return to defeat Wu Chengqing and settle accounts with them. At that time, the crime of arrival is definitely indispensable. Hearing Tang Yu's words like this, Wu Chengqing could only gritted his teeth. He couldn't get angry and ransack all these people home. These merchants are more than just a merchant. At present, no matter in the Qing court or in the area under Wu Chengqing's control, many officials are family members or sponsors. If they ransack their homes rashly, it would be tantamount to offending a large number of grassroots officials, and turmoil will definitely occur in the ruled area. Moreover, it is still an era when officials do not go to the countryside, and the governance of the countryside is actually dependent on these gentry clans. As long as they do a little trick, they can inspire the people to rebel. Governing the country is not a matter for one person, at least for now. Wu Chengqing still needs to rely on these people. Want reform? It would have to wait for the future with adequate sufficient strength for the job. Liu Shaizhao saw Wu Chengqing's gloomy face and knew that Wu Chengqing was already very angry. In order not incensed Wu Chengqing, to prevent any aggressive move made Wu Chengqing, he stood up and said, of course, the military and for the people to resist the King Odas are deeply admire. In order to support the cause against the Qing dynasty general, the villain is willing to offer some meager efforts. Although the war has caused my business to lose money for several months, I am still willing to donate 1,000 tals to the rebels. Although the villain has also suffered losses one after another, he is also willing to donate 1,000 tals as military resources. Tang Yu echoed. Subsequently, other traders also followed, echoed some home production as good as they are, or even just willing to donate 520. Wu Chengqing watching this scene was very helpless. While 1,200 silver is not too small, buy rice, then at least you can buy 30 kilograms. For ordinary people, this is simply a huge sum of money. However, for an army, 1,000 tals is too shabby. Because of the lack of meat and oil in this era, both soldiers and ordinary people have a very large appetite. On weekdays, soldiers usually eat 2 katis of rice a day, but at least 3 katis during the battle. Therefore, this 1,000 tals of silver is enough for Wu Chengqing's army for about half a month. In addition to soldiers to eat rice, but also need to send their pay. This kind of hard work requires at least 1 or 2 silver a month to make sense. Moreover, the soldiers died in battle, and they had to give some compensation to their families. In addition to military pay, Wu Chengqing had to buy ordnance. He lacked knives, guns and armor, let alone artillery. Although you can make guns yourself, you need money for raw materials. and money for craftsmen. In short, 1,000 tals of silver is really pitiful for an army. More importantly, this 1,000 tals of silver is only a drop in the bucket for these wealthy businessmen. In wealthy field, there is no a person's worth less than 102,000. Like Tang Yu, Liu Shizhao and the like, their net worth reached 1 million. Millions of net worth to donate 1,200 out. Wu Chengqing gas cannot thing. Would be more. Thank you for the enthusiastic support. Wu Chengqing cold channel. He cannot be a knife forcing these people to donate more, at least not now. Not before. The behavior of these businessmen now be completely disgusting to him. He would never let go after these guys. When the rule is stabilized, at least 50% of the tax will be collected and let them cry one by one. Although everyone donated a small amount, there were also 13,000 tals, which was enough to give the soldiers a month's worth of money. A group of wealthy businessmen left the government office, all with a smile on their faces. Spent 1,200 hit made the rebel leader Wu Chengqing, bought a safe. This is more cost-effective. In their plan, even 2,000 3,000 donations can be accepted. Not only had they did not expect that Wu Chengqing will speak so well. I am still younger after all. Tang Yu sighed, and everyone laughed. He who understand that this is a joke. Tang Yu. Wu Chengqing was a feather boy, unsophisticated. The real soldier and bandit leader must use a knife to frighten people at this time. Chen Daolin looked at these self-righteous people with a cold snort in his heart. And different from others is that he did not look down upon Wu Chengqing, and even find Wu Chengqing very great. Ming so many generals, one hand heavily but then even fail. But Wu Chengqing relied on hundreds of courageous villagers to start his career, but continued to win. Can this kind of person be a waste? In short, Chen Daolin is very optimistic about Wu Chengqing. He was there when Wu Chengqing gave a speech that day. At that time, he felt that Wu Chengqing was very different. As for the difference, he couldn't tell. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Daolin returned to the Yamen again and asked to see Wu Chengqing. He must prepare. Wu Chengqing funded this person. This is not his spur of the moment, but he thought his mind made up the final 2 days. He funded Wu Chengqing not because of his loyalty to Ming, but an investment. He was optimistic about the Wu Chengqing can have a bright future, and might even separatist party, or when a product on the court high-ranking officials. Either way, it is worth his investment. In ancient times, Lu Bui invested in foreigners and thus took charge of a country. Lu Bui gave all the businessmen a head to let them understand that the business can still do the same. As long as the investment is successful, there will be numerous profits. This time, Chen Daolin is also ready to take a gamble. If you lose, maybe the family will be destroyed. But if it wins, the family may be able to jump from an ordinary wealthy businessman to a well-known family in the world. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 31 chapters. Small invention. Old god, Chen Daolin. Chen treasurer asked to see. After the butler came to the garden intrinsic newspaper, this time Wu Chengqing was directing several servants set fire to a cauldron, pot filled with lard. No way from those wealthy who uncover money. He had to engage in their own little invention to make money. This technique of extracting soap from lard is very simple. Wu Chengqing even knows the general idea, but it is not clear how to get it. Fortunately, this technology is very cheap in the system store, and only requires 500 technology points, so he didn't hesitate to light up this technology. And he already had some knowledge of making soap in his mind. Later, he found someone to start the experiment. Chen Daolin, that grain merchant. Wu Chengqing do not know each other. Q Fan Y, but he chose to interview. Soon, Chen Daolin was taken to the back garden. Chen Daolin, who came in, looked at Wu Chengqing pointing in front of a frying pan. Very puzzled. He did not understand. Wu Chengqing, people are better tomorrow. How have time to play this inexplicable thing that looks a bit like a proper job dandyism? Shopkeeper Chen, is there anything else you can do with me? Wu, after Chengqing arranged operational processes, and then came to the front to ask Chen Daolin. Xia is here to donate food and payment to the general. Just now, because of the large number of people, it is not convenient to stand alone in Xiexia. In fact, Xiexia is very happy to fund the general's anti-king cause. Chen Daolin knew what he was coming from, which made Wu Qingqing slightly confused. He was a little surprised. He couldn't figure out what Chen Daolin meant. Could it be that there was a pie in the sky? "Oh, what do you want?" Wu Qingqing asked with a smile. He did not believe his charisma shine, so this guy had to swear allegiance to the idea. "And nothing. I just listened to hear the general's marriage yet, and I happen to have a daughter, parties this year 5, slightly pretty. Jen. If interested, I would like to end a marriage with the generals. There is no better way to bond with outsiders than marriage." Chen Daolin wanted to tie Wu Qingqing together in this way to form a community of interests. In the future, with Wu Qingqing's power, he can take advantage of business. Wu Qingqing suddenly began to suspect that he is really hegemony of the gas, otherwise why this Chen Daolin will take the initiative to send money to her daughter, which is also big party. Although he also knew that Chen Daolin was investing, he wondered why Chen Daolin knew that he was a potential stock. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, it's a good thing for him after all. Give away grain rates. Give away his daughter. Does not accept all. Feel a little sorry for God. Why does shopkeeper Chen look good on me? You know that my strength is now far away from the king court by a full tens of thousands of miles. Wu Qingqing asked, curious. This is very simple. General Wu's past record is enough to explain everything. What's more, I can feel an incomparable confidence from the general. I believe in my own vision that the future of the general is absolutely extraordinary. Chen Daolin said. Wu Qingqing heard this. I did not know whether to admire this guy's eyes, or admire his courage. Not over, but he knows, this guy bet on. He who has the system is very unlikely to fail, and sooner or later this world will be his. Since so, then he'll buy you a lucrative dowry in front of it. Wu Qingqing laughed. He did not refuse Chen Daolin kindness. After all, Chen Daolin said his daughter a little pretty, presumably should be looks pretty good. More importantly, he is indeed a real need for a helper on business. His focus should be placed on the military. It is impossible to go all day pondering how to make money. So far, no one is more suitable than Chen Daolin. Fortune. Chen Daolin has some doubts. When he was puzzled, Wu Qingqing had personally come to the oil pan, added a certain amount of caustic soda, and then continued to boil. About half an hour later, Wu Qingqing began to add some coarse salt for salting out. Not too long, the water began to emerge out of a layer of yellow cream. Wu Qingqing makes these creams scraped off, and then put a small box cooling. When these lumps cool and solidify, they become soap. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing and people got dirty clothes. Soap experimental results. Naturally, it goes without saying that it is many times better than the pancreas used in this era. What is this? Chen Daolin, who had witnessed the whole process, was dumbfounded. This thing is also amazing. As long as he smeared the dirty clothes twice, the stains could disappear quickly. This is a gadget I researched myself. I call it soap, which can be used to wash clothes. Just choose some better tung oil and refine it in this way, and add a little bit of essence to make it smell very fragrant. Soap, you can use it for bathing. Wu Qingqing very satisfied Chen Daolin reaction. People of this age have not learned chemistry. I am afraid to see this strange chemistry. Will feel incredible. Are you saying this thing is going to be run by me? Chen Daolin asked in surprise. Although he is only a grain merchant, he also knows all about other industries. From soap table stand out strong decontamination ability. He knows this stuff. Just a launch, immediately you can say soap completely out of this thing. The profit of this kind of exclusive business is much more profitable than the grain business. Plus Wu Qingqing said soap, the kind of thing I am afraid will become rich girl indispensable daily necessities. Chen Daolin couldn't believe that Wu Qingqing would give it to himself as a betrothal gift so generously. Of course, after all, I don't have so much time to manage business affairs. I always have to leave this thing to a trustworthy businessman to run it. You married my daughter to me. I have any reason not to hand in this thing. Here you are. Shopkeeper Chen. No, It should be the father-in-law. I can only say that your vision is really good, and working with me is definitely the most correct choice in your life. Soap and soap are just the beginning. Since I was young, I like to dabble in strange books, and there are many things I can make. Wu Qingqing, entirely in the mood to speak with one kind of host who told Chen Daolin, and not communicate with his son's identity with. After all, he is not an ordinary person, and his relationship with Chen Daolin cannot be like that of ordinary Wang Jinlaw. Here Wu Qingqing asks you very arrogant narcissistic attitude. Chen Daolin did not feel sick, he only felt Wu Qingqing who has shares unparalleled confidence. Sunrise, you are assured to go the whole Dayton military, forage on the whole package of things in my body up. Born to do great things, I will fully support you. Chen Daolin called Wu Qingqing's words, but also wanted to get closer. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed 32 Jiang Chen. Wu Qingqing wrote the recipe and production process to the Chen Daolin, then both of them to discuss in detail a number of programs. In the end, Chen Daolin first took out 500,000 catties of grain and 100,000 tals of silver to supply the rebels, and began to recruit people to make soap and soap. When he returned home that night, Chen Daolin always had a smile on his face. Ring accidentally smashed a bowl. Chen Daolin also told her to be careful in the future, and not as usual punishment. This made the maids and servants in the house a lot easier. The master was happy, and they didn't have to worry about it. Old Lord, happy is what I do for you? Chen Daolin's wife Zhen asked. There is a happy event, but is double happiness in quick succession. Rain smoke it. Called the rain smoke. I have a wedding to tell her. Chen Daolin smiled. Is it marriage related to the daughter? Zhen's guessed it all at once. After all, the happy event that can be involved with her daughter is probably only the marriage. After a while, the Zhen clan led a small beauty with big eyes and a round face to the main hall. Daddy, Chen Yuan, you are also 15 this year, and your elder sister was married when you were your age. Therefore, Dad also made a marriage appointment for you. Chen Daolin said. Huh? I don't want to marry. Chen Yu Smoke suddenly flushed the face, then turned away. It's real, and she knew it was a girl's fate. Sooner or later there will be such a day. However, when this day came, she was still at a loss. Married to a man she never met, and a stranger began life. These not only made her curious, but also made her nervous and shy. Who trouble? How can not marry the girl? Do not worry, Dad to pick you are virtuous and talented person, definitely one in a million great hero. Hero like him, who are not eligible to marriage. Chen Daolin said triumphantly. He was also extremely proud of his decision. Oh, which son is it? Zhen asked. Mother heard the questioning. Chen Yu Smoke also pricked up his ears. She also wanted to know who and what kind of person her future husband was. He is now the master of Suzu, Wu Qingqing, General Wu. Chen Daolin said. Huh? Zhen was anxious when she heard it. Although she was only a woman, but because she was in a wealthy family, she knew something about the current situation. At least, she knew Wu Qingqing's volunteer army and king bitter rivals, while the Manchu court and very powerful. Even 200 years of national Zhou Ming is not their opponents. That is to say, do not look now Wu Qingqing scenery, but is already the proximity to danger, precarious. Old God, you this is not the daughter pushed it into the pit of fire? Manchu datters to fight back in case, then how are we to do? Zhen Shi hurriedly said. Chen Yuan on the side was also dumbfounded. She never expected that her husband would turn out to be Wu Qingqing, a juvenile hero praised by everyone in the city. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes, and Chen Yuan is no exception. Every day I heard some maids say how great Wu Qingqing was, and Chen Yuan was even curious about Wu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, this young hero turned out to be his future husband. For this result, Chen Yuan was happy, ashamed, and panicked. She also knew that Wu Qingqing was fighting the powerful Man King Tatar, and it was a thorn in Man King's eyes. Married to such a person, the future might be arrested and beheaded Tatar or sold to a brothel. However, She was willing to take the risk to marry such a person is not willing to marry those impotent, ignorant dude. Chen Yuan had no say in marriage matters, and it was his parents who had the final say. Chen Yuan was always worried that his parents would find someone he didn't like, but he didn't expect that his father was looking for someone who he wanted. But his mother had opinions. She wanted to tell his mother that he is not afraid of danger. However, she was afraid that she would be reprimanded, not ashamed by her mother when she said it. See the woman, you know what will be the army he started Xiangyong by 100. After several wars, is less is more. He now has 8,000 troops under the command, which is so prone to failure. Chen Daolin reprimanded that he didn't want Wu Qingqing to know that his wife was dissatisfied with this relationship. But, nothing but my marriage has been laid down. Held a month later. General Wu better tomorrow, family elders and far in Shaoxing, so prepare your wedding to get together, be sure all your heart. Let the generals Wu satisfaction. Chen Daolin is the head of the family, and other people have no right to oppose anything he decides. Things have been set. Chen Yu Smoke blushing returned to the boudoir. Miss, the old god is not for you given kissed. Only when she returned to her boudoir, her intimate maid, Zai, couldn't wait to ask questions. She only heard a general idea outside the hall just now, but didn't know the specific situation. Chen Yuan nodded. Wow. Miss is going to marry someone, Zai shouted. Look for a fight. Chen Yuan slapped Zai ashamed. Which son is the young lady going to marry? Zai continued to ask. She was not just curious. If nothing happened, she would marry with Chen Yuan and continue to serve Chen Yuan. Even, at some point, she might be used as a bed warmer, and she has to serve Chen Yuan's husband. As a childhood adopted girls, this is her life. She knew and had accepted. Guess, Chen Yuan said. She was still in excitement at the moment. Even her mother proclaimed that a married Wu Qingqing danger, but she was very satisfied with this marriage. After all, Wu Qingqing is a great hero among the people. Where did I guess? It might not be the Tang son of the Tang family. I heard that he is not educated, but don't be him. Purple Lotus made a bodies-adversables gesture. She knew previously mentioned Proto Chen Daolin Tang, but Chen Daolin refused because Tang little or ignorant, poor reputation. How could it be him? Chen Yuan was a little disdainful when talking about young Master Tang, and then said proudly, "It's Master Wu, now the general of Suzu Wu Qingqing." Ah! Zai screamed, and then quickly covered his mouth. This result is really unexpected. And this unexpected surprise is too happy. That was the big hero of the people of the mouth, married to such a person. I am so happy. Congratulations, Ms. Hexie. It must be the wish that Miss has come true. Zai said. Look for a fight. Chen Yuan was about to fight, although she did secretly promise such a wish, but she didn't want to admit it. It was too shameful. That night, Chen Yuan had insomnia, and she had been fantasizing about Wu Qingqing's appearance in her mind. She has only heard of Wu Qingqing, but she hasn't seen it yet. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 33 chapters Soap. The Chen family began to talk about the wedding, and the news that the second daughter of the Chen family was going to get married soon spread. Father, Chen Yuan of the Chen family is going to marry, and to marry Wu Qingqing's martial artist. I am really angry. Tang Ye's son, Tang Jingxi, found his father angrily after learning the news. His father had promised him to help him tell the story of the marriage. Shut up, I think you want to piss me off. Tang Yu angrily scolded. Wu Qingqing has the final say in Suzu now. If the words that Wu Qingqing is a martial artist are passed on, then Wu Qingqing will have an excuse to correct them. Tang Yu was also very helpless for this unsatisfied son. But Dad, your answer should live. Go to the study and think behind closed doors. Afu, take the young master down. Tang Jingxi wanted to argue again. Tang Yu directly put him in confinement and forbade him to go out. Otherwise, going out and talking nonsense will only bring disaster to the family. After driving away his son, Tang Yu began to digest the news of Chen Daolin's marriage to his daughter. He knew more than Tang Jingxi. Not only did he know that Chen Daolin was going to marry his daughter, he even knew that Chen Daolin had donated 500,000 catties of grain and 100,000 taels of silver to Wu Chengqing. The strength of this support can almost be regarded as bankrupt. You know, although the Chen family's assets are over 1 million, most of them are fixed assets, and there is still some capital. The amount of working capital that can be taken out is almost 100,000. This one-time donation of 100,000 yuan, and another 500,000 catties of grain. The Chen family's business will be affected. Tang Yu couldn't figure out why Chen Daolin did this. He contacted a few friends and sat down to discuss it. I think shopkeeper Chen might want to gamble on Wu Chengqing. Liu Shizhao sneered and said, "This thought is not difficult to understand." What they find difficult to understand is why Chen Daolin is optimistic about Wu Chengqing. At least, he was their view. Wu Chengqing is impossible king opponent. He might have got some inside information. For example, Ming is going to call back. Another businessman said, "How could? Ming has been corrupt, cannot be saved." They can be lucky in respect of Fujian's sacrifice the long corner, where there is spare capacity to counterattack. Tang Yu looked down on Ming very much, and everyone else was about the same, feeling that Ming had no chance of cheering up. Too many, but this guy is old and confused. Chen Daolin, Wu Chengqing who want to gamble Lin. Unfortunately, this time he is going to lose money. Lost daughter. Liu Shizhao smiled. Everyone laughed, and his view was recognized by everyone. He had felt Chen Daolin was old and confused. To bet it should be a high-ranking official in the Qing dynasty was putting it. A bet on a rebel army, isn't that looking for death? It seems that I can try to do business in the food. Tang Yu made a make everyone rule-built meetings. Suzu has been in the food business dominated Chen, others want to join the thousands of hard to extremely difficult, vulnerable to pressure from Chen Daolin exclusion. But now, Chen Daolin's gamble will cause him to lose his previous strength, and their opportunity to enter the food industry has come. The next day, a new shop was opened in Suzhou City, named Jin's Sapnin Shop. Business shop in just two kinds of goods, one is the soap, the other is soap. Open industry. When Chen invited a lion dance team performances, attracted many onlookers. After the performance, a good eloquent shopkeeper began to introduce these two new products. My fathers and villagers have seen it clearly. This is not a trick. The shopkeeper took out the soap to demonstrate its decontamination ability. Seeing the substance on the dirty clothes quickly fade away, leaving behind a basin of dirty water, the people couldn't help but marvel at it. This thing is called soap, and everyone must have seen it clearly. This thing is more than 100 times more convenient than the pancreas. When you buy a piece of soap and go home, you won't have to worry about the clothes being washed clean and wearing it out to lose dignity. This soap should be expensive. One of the people asked, "Such a useful thing must be very expensive. Can the people use it?" Not extravagant treat. Our store in two sizes, upscale boutique just 1 or 2 silver one, a person can use for a month or two, while the low end of just 200 paper money one, enough for a small family home's 6 months. For a long time, the Ming dynasty mainly used silver coins, copper coins and treasure notes, but the imperial court's treasure notes were only responsible for the issuance, but not the recycling. This led to a substantial depreciation of this paper currency, and the people and businessmen no longer recognized and used it. Nowadays, basically only silver and copper coins circulate in the market. 1 or 2 silver equal to about 1,000 packet to the 1,200 text coins, in different places, a rate different. $1 or $2 is very much for the common people, almost enough for a common person to live for a year. Therefore, that kind of high-end products are sold exclusively to the wealthy. For the wealthy families, only 1 or 2 silver a month is completely acceptable. And for ordinary people, 200 low-grade text of the goods or a little expensive a little bit, but bite the bullet, we can afford. Chen Daolin set this price after careful consideration. At the current price, he can get the largest sales and profit. Cost is not high-end boutique over 100 paper money only, while the low end of probably 40 text effect. Comparison sell more high-end boutique earn, but more low-end market, can puerile. A tenfold profit is profit, and the other is 5 times the profits. This business is simply profiteering. He used to trade grain, and his profit was probably only about 20%. This all had to rely on some methods of buying low and selling high. Compared with this soap business, selling food is really boring. Of course, the premise is that these soaps are sold 200 when, so expensive. One of the people sighed. This soap looks so good. If you buy a piece of it, the lady in the family will definitely smile. The people think it is expensive, but for those big families, they don't think the price is expensive at all. Lee Butler just wait too. Onlookers also a bit curious that he personally tried the effect of this soap, then decisively go to buy 10 high-end boutique soap. For large families, decency is the most important thing. Maidservant's old woman did not last to old lord of the clothes clean, almost punched to death. With this gadget, the master at home will no longer have to worry about losing dignity in the future. It's only a couple of silver a month, which is a trivial matter. Housekeeper Lee, don't leave. Besides soap, we have something better here. Soap. The shopkeeper of the Chen family took the opportunity to take out the soap, smelled it to the people at the scene, and showed the usage at the same time. Do you see it? This thing contains infinite fragrance. Buy one to go home for the lady and the lady to use in the bath. After the bath, the whole person is fragrant. And after using the soap, the mosquitoes will retreat and dare not bite. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 34 chapters school field training. Once the soaps and soaps were launched, they immediately gained an excellent reputation. The contrast is too obvious. The decontamination ability of pancreas is incomparable with soap. As for soap, but no corresponding item can do with contrast. It is a completely new fresh things. In terms of price, although the common people think soap is still slightly expensive, high-end users don't think so. Not only are soaps worth a tl of silver bought on a large scale, but even soaps of 50 tls of silver are in short supply. Where did the Chen family come from this novelty? Tang Yu and several other big businessmen, they conspire together. Soap and soap turned out stunned him in the eye. The competitiveness of this kind of goods is too strong, and there are no corresponding goods on the market to compete with it. This kind of unique business has always been the most profitable. My concubine yesterday used the soap under the effect really is actually very good. The people are the smell of incense. Oh, Lu treasurer yesterday evening, would not it be exceedingly happy? Hearing others teasing shopkeeper Lu, the others couldn't laugh. There, who knows how much this stuff costs? Tang Yu asked. Everyone shook their heads. The time was too short for them to inquire. But what is certain is that the cost is definitely not high. Is treasure, he had felt, if they receive such a baby, and that profits are sure to go to a higher set. Is this guy going to make a fortune? This is a unique business. Someone sighed that competitive business is not easy to do. Only exclusive business is the most popular. They were jealous when they saw Chen Daolin making a baby-like soap. It's no wonder that Chen Daolin gave up the food business. It seems that he had acquired this kind of treasure a long time ago. He was afraid of being taken by others and would not dare to disclose it to the public. Now he deliberately found a backer before selling it. Liu Shizhao used his imagination to come up with a possibility that everyone agreed. His move is undoubtedly a feint move. When the king army returns and kills Wu Chenqing, then we will have a chance to grab this business. Tang Yu sneered. Just the other day, he was still the same circle of people, although the relationship is not really good, but not really bad. But because Chen Daolin provided Wu Chenqing with food and payment alone, they isolated Chen Daolin with a tacit understanding. No, the words didn't even conceal the malice towards Chen Daolin. Exactly. This kind of good product should naturally be run by everyone, so how can he let him enjoy it alone? First let him jumping tap a few days. On the school ground, Wu Qingqing was personally distributing silver to the soldiers. He wants to let these soldiers know who is raising them, and let these soldiers only recognize themselves and only be loyal to themselves. The power to issue payment is very important. If the payment is handed over to Liu Hansen and the others, on the one hand, Liu Hansen and other officers may be deducted one after another, and on the one hand, the soldiers will only recognize their superiors. This is one of the major drawbacks of the old army. Wu Qingqing is already preparing to set up a logistics department to pay soldiers, deal with trophies, and be responsible for various purchases of the army. Those will lead only responsible for training soldiers and fighting a war, and in fact the money would not allow them to touch up. This might make some officers who like to deduct the soldiers' salary dissatisfied, but Wu Qingqing still decided to do it. If you don't do this, you will never be able to eradicate some of the evils in the old army. After the army expansion, Wu Qingqing's main force has reached 8,000. Of course he couldn't distribute so many people one by one. He just distributed a dozen soldiers on a show, and the rest of the work was left to Wang Defu. Number 8,000 have been through a lot, but the fighting did want to make a big question mark. The 1,200 flintlock troops don't need to worry, they are absolutely elite. Even if you encounter the 8 banners soldiers, you can fight and gain the upper hand. However, for the remaining 6,000 people, the combat effectiveness is a little unsatisfactory. More than 6,000 of them, Li Shao in command of 1,000 people, including handguns team 400, but also 200 archers, 400 pikemen. Originally, this unit Wu Qingqing was positioned as a long-range soldier, but unfortunately there were so many fire guns in his hand, and all the newly created artisans in the craftsman's room had already been taken, and it was worth 400. At present, the scale of the artisan workshop has been expanded several times. There are 100 artisans working in it, and there are 400 to 500 helpers. However, the current average daily workshops produced only 5 fire rope guns, 3 flintlock, and some grenades, bows and arrows, machetes and spears. He department team archers less. After all, archers culture is not easy. Arm strength is not enough people who cannot do archers. Moreover, bows and arrows are much more expensive than broadswords and spears. Wang Deong commanded 1,200 men, all swordsmen and shields, specially used to attack or defend the city. Each soldier would carry 2 grenades with him. He had field should not be too good. You have to meet pikemen dumbfounded. Liu Han 3 command was 12 facing pikemen, Wu Yi command of the 1,500 motley crew. What weapons are used? Dai Zhaijun led a total of 1,800 pikemen and swordsmen. Finally, there is a cavalry unit of 100 people, mainly for reconnaissance and sentry, led by Wu Shengzhou's original subordinate Chen Shicheng. In general, his army is still dominated by cold weapons. He suffered a very helpless situation, and that is plenty to advanced technology, but cannot find enough talent to use. People in this era have a very low literacy rate. It is also very difficult to cultivate talents. Assembled the team, stand at attention, and rest. Following Wang Defu's slogan, the soldiers who had received their salaries lined up and stood at attention for a while. This is a procedure stipulated by Wu Qingqing to allow these soldiers to develop the habit of acting in concert. Soon trained, you know why I'm forcing you to do tough training? That's because I do not want to see you die on the battlefield. Every one of you are my soldiers. Every human life have I very important. However, war cannot kill people. If you want to survive on the battlefield, you have to train hard in peacetime. If you sweat more in peacetime, you can bleed less in wartime. Wu Qingqing is through a lecture, to understand the soldiers are moving grateful. In this era, how can a general say such moving words? Everyone is my soldier. Just that simple sentence, soldiers have a feeling of being valued. Play after mentioned, in addition to those forces need vigilance and patrol. The other began training. The training content is divided into 3 parts. Part is the training of soldiers' personal abilities, strength, endurance and other exercises. The content of this part is relatively small. The second part is the training of tactical formation coordination. In the battle between the two armies, how to cooperate and how to make a knife. The third part is the special training created by Wu Chengqing, which includes taking a positive step, queuing up, trust training, courage training, and simulated confrontation. Today, after these three parts of training, Wu Chengqing also added a project for them, that is, reading and literacy. Many people think that the most important thing about soldiers is bravery. In fact, knowledge of IQ is also very important, especially after entering the gun war with hot weapons. A group of illiterate brawny men definitely cannot beat a group of tactical literati. Wu Chengqing troops sooner or later to achieve full thermal weapon, so the soldiers of the cultural level is very important. He must train a group of grassroots officers who can read and let them master some basic tactical qualities. School learning is a long process. So although at the moment there is not much to enhance the literacy of the army's combat effectiveness, but Wu Chengqing still issued such an order. Everything is for future development. For such an order, Liu Hansen and others did not understand it very much. They did not understand the meaning of letting soldiers read and write. However, this was Wu Chengqing's order, and they had no choice but to obey it. As for the soldiers, they were moved by Wu Chengqing's order. It's not easy for people in this era to study and learn. People who don't have any savings at home can't support their children to go to school. This has led to the fact that basically all soldiers are illiterate. Although they are all illiterate, they all know the significance of studying and literacy. Read the book can change the destiny of this concept. In this era has gained popularity. Wu Chengqing give them the opportunity to study literacy, is tantamount to giving them the opportunity to change those in the eyes of the soldiers. This is simply a great gift. This unexpected gain was also beyond Wu Chengqing's expectations. This made him more determined to implement this strategy, and specially invited a group of teachers to teach soldiers to learn literacy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 35 chapters. Tang Emissary. The Army, Tang Emissary 2. At Wu Chengqing training, the messenger Zhu Yujian also came in Suzhou. The messenger of King Tang has also come. What do you think? Are we going to be loyal to King Lu or King Tang? Wu Chengqing asked the other generals. The question was not answered. Ambrose's third person, Wu Chengqing, they do not know which one is biased. If a hurry to express his intention to see the results and Wu Chengqing opposite opinions on the worst. Hey, this Ming is also true. Two courts are brought up, so how do we lead soldiers choose? Wang Defu vomited that this was what Wu Chengqing instructed him to do, and asked him to say this kind of dissatisfaction with the court on some appropriate occasions, which roused the resonance of other generals. There are treacherous officials in the court. Wu Yi said with emotion that he was also disappointed with the current court. I have heard the generals backward which side we are obedient. Li Shoubin took the opportunity to watch the faithful. Let's go over and take a look first. Wu Chengqing and several senior generals back to the town hall. He saw the angel of the Tang Lu Yongjin. Lu Yongjin is different from Ku Zhoujin. Ku Zhoujin came to Suzhou in the name of seeing him, and Lu Yongjin, he came to declare the decree. Emperor has purpose. Wu Bing ready to go, ready to easy it. Lu Yongjin said. Wu Chengqing heard this. Look, ignorant force. Seeing cautioned. Jai easy need. Put incense table. Put on robes and kneel lingzi. This is the etiquette for decrees. The ordinary people and small officials are not aware of this process at all, because they are unlikely to have the opportunity to receive the imperial edict. So even if the person who accepts the edict loses the etiquette, the person who declares the edict generally does not account for it. Of course, this kind of faux pas can be used to make a fuss if it is offended by the person who made the declaration. Wu before Chengqing uprising is not even an official of Kelting Mengguan, naturally do not know these rituals, so Lu Yongjin did not get angry. He was not angry, but Wu Chengqing angry. Kneel down to take the order. As a postman, his parents did not even kneel before. Now he is going to kneel down on someone who declares a decree. How is this possible? Wu Chengqing is not a qualified careerist, qualified aspirant, does not care about this face dignity. To the overall situation would be to bite the bullet. However, Wu Chengqing care. He is not to take into account other people will not see. In my mind there is no court. Immediately angrily, big enemy currently, we do not have time each day training. Got the time to get these things virtual head bar. Direct read. This. Liu Yongjin felt annoyed, but he also knew that all these big soldiers were reckless, and it was useless to talk about etiquette and rules with them. Wu Chengqing then let the scene atmosphere a little embarrassed. To see this scene several generals thought different. Liu Han 3 Li Xiaobin, Wang Daong, Wang Defu disdain. These people are looking at the messenger, they feel Wu Chengqing, then it makes sense. The whole virtual first Pakistani those brain does not make sense. Daijun of Wu Yi seeing my heart is thoughtfully, he did not know Wu Chengqing, it is from the heart, not the eyes, or because the Ming court. Seeing that the situation was not so good, Guyan Wu said, Envoy Liu directly read out the imperial edict. In extraordinary times, we should be anxious to take power. Now our army is surrounded by enemy forces, and time is really tight. Liu Yongjin got a step down, and said quickly, the current situation is difficult, as it should be. Subsequently, Liu Yongjin read the imperial edict. The decree in the imperial edict is very simple. It is nothing more than canonization Wu Chengqing as Su Song's commander-in-chief. The other Liu Hansen and others were made guerrilla generals, and from the third rank. After Liu Yongjin finished reading the imperial edict, he found that none of the generals thanked him, and there was no joy on his face, and even anger was revealed. This is really not to blame Liu Hansen and the others. When Kuzojin found them privately before, they all accepted the position of the general soldier, and they also had the title of county mail. As for Wu Chengqing, Liu and Su Song is given directly to the governor's position. Prime Minister Su Song, all boundaries of political and military power. This reward from Emperor Longwu was too stingy compared to King Liu, and Liu Hansen and others would naturally not be satisfied. Of course, this is no wonder. Emperor Longwu, when he made his decree, Wu Chengqing only occupied one Jiading, with only a few hundred men under his hand. And now, Wu Chengqing has occupied Suzhou and other places, and there are thousands of people under him. This kind of forces, a general soldier also wants to recruit. Emperor Longwu is suffering from the distance, and he doesn't understand the actual situation here. Wu Chengqing easy did not turn around to leave. The other generals, too, leaving a rather awkward Liu Yongjin. Fortunately, there was another Guyan Wu who answered his doubts and told him why Wu Chengqing was angry. Prior to King Liu promised General Wu the position of governor, and rewarded the Earl. You commander-in-chief and guerrilla general, you generals naturally look down on it. You can't blame your majesty for this. When we came, we only heard that General Wu captured Jiading, but didn't know that he had already taken Suzhou and made such a great achievement. Liu Yongjin was depressed and a little anxious at the same time. Without the existence of King Liu, it would be okay to make such a misunderstanding. It would just take more time to report to the court and wait for Emperor Longwu to make another imperial decree. But now, because of the existence of King Liu's regime, they can't afford it. Therefore, in case of Wu Chengqing backward Lu Wang, Zhu Yujian for the authority to say that a small blow. Well, I think you should send a letter to Fuzhou as soon as possible. The best way is to reach a consensus with King Liu and establish the priority. Now that the two imperial courts coexist, our frontline soldiers are also very confused. Guyan Wu said very helplessly. When is this? The people of the Zhu family are still fighting, which really chills the hearts of the righteous people in the world. Multi-Mr. Xiga pointing, I think of Gary Wu generals very valued. I hope Gary to the overall situation, to try to prevent General Wu Lu and backward. After all, Zhu Yujian is orthodox. Liu Yongjin asked, in his opinion, Guyan Wu belonged to him, because both of them were part of the reintegration. I will do my best for this. but the key is to see how the imperial court solves the problem of King Lu. We can only focus on resisting the Manchu Tatars and regaining lost ground on the front line. Guyanwu personally prefers to be loyal to the Longwu court, because now the Longwu court has been recognized by most places and represents the orthodox of Ming dynasty. This imperial court has been communicating with King Lu, and there will probably be results soon. Mr. Gu is here to assist General Wu in regaining the lost ground. If he can take Nanjing back, it will be a great contribution, and Emperor Longwu affirmed it will not be stingy with awards. Nanjing was of great significance to Ming. Why did King Lu not recognize the Longwu court? To put it bluntly, it was not because the Longwu court was located in a small remote place like Fuzhou. If the capital of the Longwu court was in Nanjing, I am afraid that all forces would recognize it, because Nanjing is the capital of Ming dynasty, representing orthodoxy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 36 chapters. Captivity craftsman. Wu Qingqing and other generals came to another hall. Ambrose III first scolded, the court I do not put to were looked down on, and we occupy more than half of Su's government. A commander would want to kill us. The court in the Cheng family, they have played a winning battle. Have a king killed it? One is not a marquis is earl, and I have desperately generals at the front. Actually there is only one commander, not even a title. Li Shoubin for Wu Qingqing also against injustice, of course, is in for themselves against injustice. Only Wu Hai Qingqing have raised him. They do. These men raised him to follow Hai. If Wu Qingqing had only one commander, they wouldn't expect any good rewards. Wu Qingqing schematic crowd to stop, and then opening said, now Tanglu and coexist. We really bad choice. I personally believe that we do not need to hurry. Raised him accepted, as long as we continue to increase our strength, occupy more territory. At that time, the imperial court will never dare to lose our reward. No mistake. Let's gathering strength now. Raised him just not had a title only, since they do not give us reinforce a soldier, a food. Liu Han concurred 3 channels. General Chen, is there any movement from the King army over Chengzu? Wu Qingqing asked. Chen Shicheng, who was in charge of patrolling and guarding, stood up and replied, not yet. This is weird. Doesn't the King court want this Suzu anymore? Otherwise how could it not send soldiers over? Liu Han III very puzzled. And Wu Qingqing began to recall this time is that he is still the history of the Ming Jiaozu, but this time too busy, not deliberately to remember. Some things cannot remember. Now that he noticed the abnormality of the King army, he recalled it again, and recalled some history. Wu Qingqing felt that if they did not remember correctly, Li Ziqing now seems to have died, and then his men leaderless. It seems that at this time all Gixiang Han and Governor Teng Jiao. And what Teng Jiao get these thousands of troops, the strength rouse, and then began to attack Nancheng, Jiangxi Zhujiang area. Later, it was Luke Dian from Nanjing who led the troops to defeat He Teng Jiao. Doing the math, it seems to be at this time. Once you have the answer, Wu Qingqing good mood a little. Li Dehan Li Chengdong Liu Liang 08 soldiers than those soldiers to be more powerful. Now that he went to deal with He Teng Jiao, he had more time to develop. As for Liu Liang 0 or Li Chengdong, he does not worry about how. As long as they dare to come, he can teach these people a lesson. Do not come better. I have more time to prepare, but we cannot be careless, so I'm ready to move 3,000 soldiers. First focus on training. After the war, etc., can be added at any time. Ministries. With Chen Daolin's funding, Wu Qingqing is now relatively wealthy and can recruit more troops, which are real soldiers easily. The key ordnance. If the army a little more gunfire, we of strength is also able to rally. Liu Han said the 3, he is now obsessed with handguns, very much like their own men into weapons handguns. There are so many craftsmen, I can't come in a hurry. Wu Qingqing said. The army, we can send a small force to attack around the small town. No need to have occupied, just breached the city, and the city gave artisans brought over. Dai Jun has submitted the construction meetings, get everyone's approval. For small counties like Wujiang County with fewer troops, it is relatively easy to attack. The main reason why they don't fight now is because they don't have so many troops to garrison. But now, Dai Zhaijun said, we can just get those craftsmen over without the sight. Wu Qingqing thought that this idea is not bad, and then I let Ambrose III, Wang Deong Wu Yi III with troops to attack Jiangyi in Xishan, Songjiang County. In this operation, they don't want a sight, as long as the craftsmen, by the way, grab the coffers of the county government. No theory is weapons or land tax. Such things are better. A few days later, Nanjing. Hong Chengqiu received the latest battle report. Jiangyan, Xishan and other places were attacked by Suzu rebels. Curiously, rebel after the army captured these places, but did not leave station, just robbed the treasury. Also in the city's craftsmen along a way. Is this to build a firecracker? Chengqiu soon guessed Wu purpose Chengqing, because multiple copies of the battlefield before the rebels are referred to the Suzu firearms' unusual ferocity. Not only shot hit the far distance, but also very fast rate of fire, not to match lock ignition. In several battles, the Qing army suffered from this kind of firearm. From the battle report, Hong Chengqiu still couldn't imagine what that kind of firearm looked like. But seeing that Wu Qingqing sent troops to capture the people in the county in order to build these fire guns, he could also guess that this kind of weapon must be very useful. Call Guan Shenglin to see me. Hong Chengqiu told the soldiers that he would send someone to arrange some meticulous work to go to Suzu to find a way to get the secret of this new style of firecracker. If they could be enough to get this new manufacturing technology handguns, he can call out as an imitation and enhance combat capability. The ancients just lacked knowledge, but they did not lack wisdom. Elites like Hong Chengqiu, who are both civil and military, are very receptive to advanced weapons. He just heard that the new firecracker works well. He already wondered how to imitate it. This reaction speed is considered very fast. Of course, he was also forced. Originally, he wanted to make the unfortunate suffer a bit, personally lead troops to break Suzu. But no one would have thought that Zhujiang and other places were in a hurry at this time, and Teng Jiao led tens of thousands of horses to attack Jiangxi and Anhui. Teng Jiao had rereading Hun army, forces hundreds of thousands of men, but also are some fought war veterans. There are only a few thousand rebels in Suzu, and they are all newly recruited recruits. Compared to what threat this small group of rebels would not the Suzu. Therefore, Li Dian did not hesitate and led his troops to Zhujiang directly. As for the rebels in Suzu, Liu Dian said that it would be fine to hand it over to Liu Liangzuo. After all, Liu Liangzuo also had more than 30,000 troops. Even if he couldn't attack Suzu, he still had no problem encircling Suzu and trapping the rebels in the city. As long as he solves what Teng Jiao, the rebels not always be able to win. Naturally, Hong Chengqiu agreed with Liu Dian's strategy. He had already given Liu Liangzuo an order to prepare for war. Due to fear of lost handguns Liu Liangzuo eat, so he moved to steal the rebels' handguns. Secret thoughts. The same time, he also transferred the warehouse of a large number of old handguns to Liu Liangzuo. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 37 chapters. Inspection Arsenal. In Suzu, after hundreds of artisans were captured, Wu Qingqing came to the weapon workshop to inspect. Today, the weapon shop in Suzu has undergone a large-scale expansion. It covers an area of more than 1,000 acres and is guarded by soldiers at all times to prevent anyone from stealing secrets. Outside places around the manufacture of ordinary handguns, sword guard is not too tight, but the heart of the workshop, guarded here, is quite tight up. Inside is a place to make new styles of firecrackers and gunpowder. Those craftsmanship are super secret. No matter what kind of secret is leaked, it will greatly increase the enemy's strength. There must be room and board craftsman square inches weapons inside, not allowing many to leave. The person in charge of the weapon workshop is called Liu Bojun, an old man who followed the uprising in Jiading, and has a high degree of loyalty. Liu was walking in front of the Wu Chengking now introduce the weapons workshop in the situation. At present weapons workshops in manufacturing flintlock hair gun big craftsmen have 20 people to help only 112 people. Average daily made flintlock hair gun 4-pole. Several of them have to help. Believers to be classics. Flintlock production is expected next month will be able to reach an average of 10 strokes per day. Making fire medicine large craftsmen have 22 people, but at present lack of saltpeter. Grenade bomb production can already supply the army. Production of large artillery craftsmen have 8 people, currently only made 2 men thunder gun. Other craftsmen making the cold steel of a large 150 people, help only 700 people. Knife sword production can supply all the army, but a serious shortage of armor production, mainly iron deficiency. How powerful are these cannons? Wu Qingqing came to the place of manufacture artillery inspections. Cannon known as the god of war, when it appears, it is destined to become a hero on the battlefield. Without a cannon, it would be too difficult to attack the city. Wu Qingqing felt it when he fought Suzu before. By working garnet bomb attack, but they also attack on the city wall only. If it weren't for Wu Shengzhou's control, he would definitely be able to dispatch reinforcements in time to drive out the few rebels in the city. And if this sneak attack was missed, it would be even more difficult for the rebels to get to the top of the city next time. Only by constantly relying on their lives to consume their garrison materials can they have a chance to attack. But with a cannon, it's different. Aiming at a place and blasting continuously is enough to knock down a section of the city wall. The previous Jiangyin city was broken by the Qing army in this way. It can be said that when the artillery appeared, the defensive role of the city dropped by a notch. When there is no cannon, the defense of the city is terrible. Even in the wild outside of war, artillery role is quite off-key. The party with the cannon can give the opponent a great psychological shock. In the two prior to the cut and thrust with a large army shelled again, can be a great blow to the morale of the enemy. If there are enough cannons, even shelling alone can destroy the enemy's will to resist. Kibing the army, but this thunder gun, powerful red cannon worse than many. Then why don't you make red cannons, don't you? Wu Qingqing asked. Thunder small artillery gun, a range of only kilometers, power is also very general. It's not a big problem to manufacture. The key is that it's too expensive. This red-clothed cannon must be made of copper. It is easy to blow up with iron. A red-clothed cannon weighs 3,000 catties and consumes more than 2,000 catties of copper. The craftsman replied, he say Wu Qingqing to understand, but now copper currency in circulation. 2,000 pounds of copper can probably cast 2,000 consistent coins, which is 2,200 silver. 2,000 tals of silver is too expensive to build a cannon, and they can't afford it for the time being. Liu Bojun, you first think of a way to buy some copper, you can make as much as you can, and I will figure out how to make it. Wu Qingqing told go after they are definitely going to attack some of the fortified city. The cannon is not absolutely nowhere. As a modern 21st century, his soldiers over the lives of the more valued, not willing to take the lives of soldiers to fill, in exchange for victory. If not siege, as is a hot military weapons, artillery also must not be less. The site Wu Qingqing occupies is still too small and lacks resources to build a few cannons, otherwise he wants to get the howitzer out now. Artillery team must happen. But now need to begin to cultivate a professional artillery. Yes, Liu Bojun took it down. Tour of view again. Wu Qingqing those corps of large craftsmen called up, and gave a few quick speed, good artisans craft some of silver, and give them a sealed Dian Li from 9, to show their importance. These few craftsmen were full of excitement and tears. In this era, the craftsmen are still low-ranking. Their social status is extremely low, and they don't have the qualifications to be officials at all. Wu Qingqing office is not a given, but to give them a chance to change the fate of, the household registration system formulated by Zhu Yuanzhang stipulates that household registration must be passed on. In other words, the son of a craftsman can only be a craftsman in the future, not to mention being an official. Even if he changes his profession, he is not allowed to change his job. The son of a soldier who is a soldier can only serve as a soldier in the future, and he is not allowed to change his career. Wu Qingqing didn't know what Zhu Yuanzhang thought about this kind of brain damage system. Descendants of soldiers timid, but as this system can only be a soldier. The children of some craftsmen were talented and intelligent, but they could not read the imperial examinations. Since ancient times, the Han people have believed in princes and generals in Xiangning. This kind of household registration system can be said to have caused countless dissatisfaction among the people. If it were not for this reason, Li Ziqing would not have followed tens of thousands of followers. In the final analysis, Ming has accumulated hundreds of years of malpractices, and at this time it was only a complete detonation. As long as you have a good dry carefully, manufacturing more weapons for the army, I will not be stingy. Raised him. This is just the beginning. Raised him, then I will be rewarded. More artisans in my sight. Where you are, children and grandchildren can also study in the imperial examination. Wu Qingqing importance of craftsmen, even more than the importance of those officials. Because people in this age is really no shortage of officer, but very short craftsmen. If he wants to build a better world in the future, he will not be able to beat with a hammer himself, and he will mainly rely on these craftsmen. He will not only improve the social status of these craftsmen, but also increase their income and improve their cultural knowledge. Wu the military really are Sky Great Master, our living Buddha. Many craftsmen knelt down and thanked them one after another. The taste of being recognized is very touching. Of course, Wu Qingqing can get to develop such a policy craftsmen support and love, but it would have been disgusted resisted reader groups. There are so many cakes, and if someone gains, someone must lose. Wu Qingqing can't take care of that much for the time being, and he needs to slowly figure out a solution to this kind of contradiction. Changing a society is not easy. Wu Qingqing can only do it step by step. The steps are too large, and it is easy to pull the eggs. He dared not try things like land reform now, otherwise the big landlords would not hesitate to create his opposition. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 38 chapters. Big battle on the eve of October 15th. Liu Liangzuo 40,000 large army of the Soviet Union in the state outside the city. Only 2 weeks to set good. Not army. This rate is expected to be faster than the Wu Qingqing sum. At present, the King Court is in a rising period, and its work efficiency is very high. Unlike Ming dynasty, which was in the late stage of a regime, the organization was bloated and decayed, and its efficiency was low. This is a necessary process for the rise and fall of a regime. When the Qing dynasty reaches its later stage, its efficiency will be the same as that of the current Ming dynasty. After Liu Liangzuo came to Suzhou, he did not immediately attack the city, but first built a large camp and stationed him, and sent envoys to Suzhou city to persuade him to surrender. Two army fighting to make the cut is not, as is customary on the battlefield through the ages. However, Wu Qingqing ignored this one. In order to convey his determination to resist to his men, he did not give the enemy envoys a chance to go into the city to talk nonsense, and directly ordered to shoot. Waits in the city of Kesong. Door down. A messenger suddenly crap out, and quickly fled. His luck was a little better and he escaped, but some of his entourages died. More than half. Ha ha ha. He had fled in panic. Look quite funny. The city's head of volunteers have rushed to laugh. Rather be dead, not quicker dog. Death battle in the end, never surrender. Wu Qingqing shouted one, followed by Ambrose. Third-class people followed shouting this slogan. I would rather be a dead man than a living dog. City cry together. Thousands of people on the wall. Its momentum is quite spectacular. Liu Liangzuo across the city walls have heard a few hundred meters clear. His face suddenly become extremely ugly. Living dog. Isn't he the one who scolded him? Surrendering to Manking and becoming a second official has always been a thorn in his heart. Now being laughed at by thousands of people, it's hard for him not to get angry. Of course, More importantly, he was shocked by Wu Chenking's attitude. Army at war is not cut to the unspoken rules are not complied with. This is clearly to fight to the death in the end. There is no room for maneuver. Liu Liangzuo not understand Wu Chenking why so resolute attitude. Just do not give yourself a posterior approach, wondering if it really did not fear death. This makes Liu Liangzuo quite ashamed. After all, Wu Chenking has only a few thousand people, but he is very backbone. As for him, he once had an army of 100,000, but he was afraid of the strength of the King army and surrendered without fighting. It seems a big engagement is the unavoidable. Cheng Tanbao, the general under Liu Liangzuo, said with emotion that he recalled the previous Jiangyin battle. The soldiers and civilians were also so stubborn that they fell into a bitter battle. When the time Liu Liangzuo army to capitulate Jiangyin city also specifically he made a advised folk song, but there is nothing birds. The city wall of Suzhou is higher than Jiangyin, so it's not easy to attack. Another Senate will your benevolence agreed. Go back to camp and prepare for the attack tomorrow. Liu Liangzuo snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the frustration of his opponents. Saying these frustrating words before the fight has started, isn't it disturbing the military's mind? Liu Liangzuo unit back quasi-equipment. Suzhou city Wu Chenking also arranged defense, ready to do battle. In the city of Suzhou, upon hearing the news of the arrival of the King army, some panic appeared among the people. They were all worried that the King army would slaughter the city again after the city was broken. Some want to escape. People who cannot get out. The city door has been closed. But not everyone is worried. Some people even hope that the King army can quickly break through the city, such as Tang Yu, Liu Shizao and other big businessmen. He had already written a letter to the faithful Liu Liangzuo table. So do not worry, King will deal with them. As long as the city is broken, the Chen Daolin family will be unlucky, and they can take the opportunity to get a soap and soap business. These two businesses during this time can really craving them. When they inquire about the news that the cost of these soaps, there are only 40 text, they should be one of scared out of his eyeball. This means that a piece of low-grade soap has a profit of more than 100 yuan, while a piece of high-end soap has a profit of close to 1 or 2. As for soap, it's even higher. In just a few days, the Chen family has already made tens of thousands of dollars in this business, which is a huge profit. Hurry up and break the city. Tang Yu prayed in his heart, even. He used his mind to think about whether to lead the family to open the city gate and welcome the King army in. I thought, he did not dare move, because he knew that Wu Chenking hands of the soldiers is very powerful. With the combat power of his generals, he is definitely not an opponent of the rebels. At that time, the gate of Bai Ching hadn't been opened, and his own life would go in first. I'm afraid the Chen family is already scared and can't sleep at night now. Liu Shizao smiled. This is what they deserve. Chen Daolin thinks he is smart, but this time he winked. Tang Yi laughed, and the two looked at each other, and both saw greed, pride, and expectation in each other's eyes. Tang boss, and so cleared Zhonggongbo the city. We want a sure way to take it over. Jin's business, owned by two of our all. Liu Shizao made a suggestion. He didn't want to share the profitable business with other businessmen. Tang Yu was attracted to Tang Yu because of Tang Yu's strength, and he couldn't give each other a cup of pie. Its real sure way is very simple. As long as the support of General Liu, Jin's business so naturally we go. Liu Shizao understood Tang Yu's words in seconds. The biggest soldier in the troubled times. As long as there is the support of being a soldier, then other businessmen can't protest. How can I get the support of General Liu? Asked Liu Shizao. The best way is naturally to help him break the city. If you can't do this, then you can only wait for the city to be broken and offer a huge amount of silver. Tang Yu said, help break the city? Liu Shizao secretly said that Tang Yu was so bold that he had such an idea. They are businessmen, and war is not something they are good at. How do you do it? They have been entered into the league, and then they began to discuss the specific programs of action. Since in the Chen family, there was indeed some tension in the mansion. But to say that at night it is too exaggerated. At least Chen Daolin very calm. Originally, He wanted to quietly send the family to the city, but Wu Qingqing told him not to worry. Defenders is absolutely no problem. With Wu ensure Chengqing, Chen Daolin heart is at ease a lot. His wife Zhenxi was a little uneasy, but it was just uneasy. Up to now, all of this is beyond the control of her as a woman. She can only accept her fate and wait for the development of the situation. And Chen Yuan, at this time, she was already worrying about her future husband. On the battlefield, the swords and guns have no eyes. She is very worried about Wu Qingqing's accident, and then she will be a widow. Miss rest assured, Wu the military valor, his enemies certainly cannot hurt nothing. Zihe comforted from the side. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 39 chapters fill the river were trapped difficult. The next day, Liu Liangzuo's department began to siege the city. The army is still in it to the tower. There is a lot of enemy artillery. Wang Defu built proposed road. Lower town, the King army has launched a dozen cannons. From afar, it is truly powerful. I have a few guns that you cannot get over. Wu Qingqing did not go hide. Basically this era artillery you're firing solid shells, which is a large iron ball, will not explode unless it is a direct hit, or any danger at all. King army only 10 guns, in this on-kilometer city wall. Smashed the likelihood is very small. And so can only reach the grenade explosion occurs. Shells was capable of killing a wide range of the enemy. When the current artillery is attacking the city, its main function is to blast down the city wall and attack the morale of the enemy army. It is not used to kill the enemy army. With the King army gunfire sounded, the King began to action. Step is to fill natural moat. Do not put it a few meters wide moat fill. They have no way siege. More than 3,000 soldiers carrying a sack toward the city walls, and the scene is quite spectacular. Fire hit. When those soldiers rushed from the city when the wall 150 meters volunteer army on the wall began shooting. With the sound of gunfire, many King troops fell on the way. Although this distance is still a bit far away, because the King army station is denser, many people have been shot. King army actually know you want to reduce the losses must maintain the interval, but they cannot do that. A moat with a width of several meters is not so easy to fill. They need to throw the sacks in a small section. It is impossible to fill the entire river. It will take too long and it will be extremely difficult. Either because as bad moat filled, Liu Liangzuo can be from the same time attacking sides in Suzhou. Scattered Ming army defenses. Due to reasons moat, Liu Liangzuo can only attack a centralized place. The range of this new type of firecracker is really far. Order the archer to suppress it. Before Liu Liangzuo came, he also read a lot of reports about Wu Qingqing and knew that Wu Qingqing had a group of new-style firecrackers, whose firecrackers had a very long range and great power. Following his order, more than 2,000 archers moved forward. Shoot the archer first. Wu Qingqing ordered the road, 2,000 and the number of archers has been a lot. A volley just overwhelming, like those arrows, can cause blow coverage of mass destruction impressive. It's real, and now handguns are similar to rely on coverage of the killing. As the archer so-called, that people are better than one, there is a real and cannot be a soldier. Basically, the archer doesn't have any aim at a distance of 100 meters, only relying on the strength of the arm, and then shooting with others to form an arrow rain. With Wu under Qingqing of the order, handguns. Soldiers have gunpoint those archers. As for those who fill the moat, they can't take care of it. Arrow rain screamed against the barrage, both above and below the city. Phase 4 archers under the city to suffer much. They are completely exposed at gunpoint and formation density. In one round, 70 or 80 people fell. The city wall to protect the soldiers because of the walls, are behind walls, suffered much smaller attack surface to much. Not over, wash it again by arrows. On the walls there are more than 24 Ming army was shot. In round of the attack, the King army suffered more losses, but they could also accept it because they had more troops, with 40,000 troops. 5 times that of the Ming army. Moreover, he later had to bear this loss. The moat was filled also a lot to reach the goal. However, with continuing on the radio, Liu Liangzuo discovered a problem, that is to use handguns, soldiers and archers to shoot to his mother disadvantage. A qualified archer, a battle about 10 arrows shot one arm will be sore because they're nothing more than to continue fighting. As for the firefighters, let alone shooting 10 shots, even 100 shots will not be too tiring. More important point is to cultivate a qualified archer, from the code a year or two's time. And to train a qualified firecracker, 10 days is enough. This also refers to the firecrackers who can conduct field battles. If they are just firecrackers standing on the wall and shooting guns, they can be trained in 2 days. A price archer value is at least several times a fire gun hand. In this way, let alone a 2-toon casualty rate, even if it was an 8-toon, it was a loss to my grandma's house. Few after the round on the radio, the king archers had lost 300 people. Liu Liangzuo quickly ordered them to retreat. If the dead are 300 ordinary soldiers, he would not move to cooperate, but it was 300 archers who died, so he would feel distressed. In his 40,000 army, there are only 3,000 archers in total, which is an out-and-out noble class. Liu Liangzuo would rather the soldiers who were in charge of filling the river be shot, but he didn't want to die the archer again. Swap the guns and go forward to shoot and suppress. Liu Liangzuo ordered. He department team have handguns a small number, only 2,000 people. Moreover, they all use the old-fashioned firecrackers, and only one shot can be fired in 2 or 3 minutes. And also be very careful. A gunpowder bag of a comrade in arms can easily be lit without paying attention. Moreover, this kind of gun is very easy to explode, and there is no accurate head. In short, there are many shortcomings of this gun. The fire blunders shot forward, which was even more miserable than the archer. Archers can kill a large number of Ming troops by projecting, but the firecrackers have no projectile function and can only shoot directly. 2,000 shots were fired, basically hitting the wall. The momentum was scary, but the damage caused was only in the single digits. And I have the firearm on the radio, which is in their court. Death. Liu Han 3 laughed. King Army handguns hands to the quick, back down too fast, they do not openly military opponent. The archers and the firefighters lost, the soldiers who filled the river completely lost their protection, and the Ming army on the city wall could shoot and kill wantonly. This situation of only being beaten has made many soldiers responsible for filling the river hesitate and don't want to go anymore. Continue to kill me, and those who hold back will kill me without mercy. A percentage who with a few barrier troops thundered, scared those soldiers responsible for the river to fill teeth can only continue to dry. The fate of ordinary soldiers is so sad. The army, go on like this is not a way to die. Cheng Danbao, look at those soldiers fill the river have been through the death of several hundred people, not distressed. They have lost nearly 1,000 people before they have formally attacked the city. This loss is really too great, more than the loss in the 3 days in Jiangyan city. Know on how, today, every wave of attack. Liu Liangzuo said, this has already been filled 2/3, and it is impossible to give up halfway, otherwise morale will fall sharply. Although the loss was great, he could only hold on through gritted teeth. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 40 chapters. Appalling. Paid the full 1,200 lives. The King army was filled for a period of up to more than 100 meters of the moat. It was enough to reach their siege by troops under the walls. Subsequently, the King army began a formal siege. In order to cover these siege troops, Liu Liangzuo had to send archers to suppress the Ming army at the head of the city again distressedly. The soldiers walking in the front are all carrying large wooden shields, which are also wrapped with quilts. Such shields are the most effective for defensive firecrackers. Of course, iron shields are more effective, but if a hate shield is made of iron, no one can carry it for hundreds of meters. Even my Yan Strong came through the city walls next, nor the strength to climb the ladder of the shield. Soldiers were followed by soldiers carrying siege ladders, which were also some sad cannon fodder. They needed to put the ladders on the city wall, and they were the key targets of the defenders. After these people, they became the main sword and shield soldiers of the siege. Wave of soldiers, siege of a full 3,000 people. When they rushed about 150 meters from the ramparts, gunfire on the wall and began firing. Run faster and rush over. King Army Commander shouted, urging soldiers to run forward. As for those advancing soldiers, from time to time someone fell on the way. When the field is dead, fortunately, some may be less susceptible to pain. Those who have not been hit, key taxis soldiers even worse. I want to die after undergoing a series of torture. There is no penicillin in this era, and the bullets used by firecrackers are all lead bullets, which are highly toxic. Wherever they are hit, more than 90% of people will be infected and decayed. Once infected, you can only wait for death. Amputation is useless. After the amputation continues to infect and rot, it is better to hit the neck with a knife. More than 100 meters distance, the soldiers washed up 10 seconds to do it. Not over this 10 seconds is enough. Flintlock gunners. Second shot. Close shot hit the king like being cut as wheat, into the film into a piece of the fallen. This made the generals in the rear supervising war scalp numb and sweating behind his back. Even though he was used to all kinds of killing scenes, this kind of scene where people fell in pieces is still so terrifying. The Flintlock troops garrisoned on this wall were only 800 men. If there were 2,000 men, it might be possible to destroy the King army in a single salvo. And now, although the King army suffered heavy losses, it has already rushed under the city wall, and the ladder has hooked the city wall. Survived. The King army began to climb up, and there are more King by the moat, pushed down on this small city boundaries. This time, Wu Chengking ordered, grenade bomb. Following his order, hundreds of black iron boxes were thrown from the city to the bottom of the city. While the soldiers under the city were still bewildered, the explosion began. Hundreds of pieces of grenade bomb explosion scenes than a dozen pieces of artillery salvo even shock. The sound of the explosion almost deafened people's ears. The rising dust covered the King army under the city, but the only thing that was not covered was the screams. Ah! Help! Mother! City wall under a variety of screams. Screams rang out. Some of the King painful struggle, like the end of the world. Like a netherworld. These screams directly scared the King army from behind and did not dare to go forward. Something indeed, it is unable to forward. And then the point opposite the place of the moat, a station 1,000 people have been very crowded, and now the soldiers are still lying on the ground, even more so that the ground is covered. This is the bombshell of the rebels. Liu Liangzuo from the rear of the self-made language sentence, and those relating to dispatches Wu Chengking, exploding bullets, also mentioned the two. But because those people themselves are not familiar with this stuff, they don't know how to write the report, they are all rather vague. As a result, Liu Liangzuo hadn't paid attention to this thing before. But now, the power of the grenade is more terrifying than the new-style firecrackers. Seeing the tragedy of the soldiers, Liu Liangzuo was a little scared. The army first ordered the withdrawal. Right in front of the soldiers has been the ghost ship. Cheng Tanbao reminded. Upon hearing this, Liu Liangzuo quickly ordered Ming to retreat. He needed to stroke it first before making any plans, and he could no longer attack rashly like this. Today was a wave of siege. Dead injured has reached more than 2,500, and those wounded soldiers, and died basically not much difference. Even at heart, Liu Liangzuo hope he were dead, not wounded. By injured soldiers more trouble. He cannot be both. If left unchecked, those who ignore the wounded crying in the city, it will undoubtedly cold heart out all the soldiers, after no one dare to sacrifice their lives. So, when he after their back end, and immediately sent a group of people not carrying weapons went to rescue the wounded under the walls. At this time, Wu Chengking did not give an order to stop the shooting. After the battle, Each of the wounded soldiers could not be attacked. This was an unspoken rule in the ancient battlefield. Whenever a little humanity to the military will abide by this rule. For Wu Chengqing, he was also very happy that the King army would take the wounded soldiers back. These wounded soldiers have lost their combat effectiveness and will only drag down the King army and affect the morale of the King army. But Liu Liangzuo knew that there were such consequences, but he had to continue to do so. A truck to be shipped back to the wounded. Some of those wounded horrors scared timid soldiers are afraid to open eyes to see. A piece of iron was shot into the eyes of a wounded soldier, and it hurts to look at it. There was also a few very small fragments in his face, and it became pockmarked. One of the abdomen was blown to bloody flesh, but he was not dead yet. For these wounded soldiers, the soldiers in charge of treating them did not know how to treat them. They had no similar experience. The wounded soldiers in the past were either stabbed with a spear or slashed with a big knife. They all have experience in dealing with these wounds. But now, the wounded soldiers are basically shot into the body with iron pieces. They don't know what to do, so they can simply pull out with their hands and dig with the tip of a knife. No hemp era of medicine. Such way of treatment with murder almost pain of those wounded soldiers dead. Many people have to beg for their own esprit de corps knife. Straightforward, shameless, despicable. This group of rebels has no humanity. Liu Liangzuo looked at the wounded soldiers. His head became silly, and when he returned to the camp, he cursed some useless nonsense. The other generals who were watching were speechless and could only sigh in their hearts. The army. The soldiers have to arrange the farther away from the camp. Too close to it will affect morale. Xiao Benevolence cautioned that these wounded screams it has not been stopped, very hurt morale. The army, many of these soldiers have not been saved. It is better. Cannot. I have Han Shou can kill their own soldiers, and if such a thing leaked out, the whole camp to be mutiny. Dong Tan Bao directly interrupted the participating general. Although he also knew that killing some seriously injured people was reducing the burden. However, it is easy to be condemned to do this kind of thing. Once things are revealed, there are endless troubles. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 41 chapters temporary retreat. Upstairs in Suzhou City, the generals couldn't help but smile at the sight of the King army retreating in embarrassment. The soldiers couldn't help but cheer. This kind of fighting to kill the opponent was very moral boosting. King army sacrificed this wave of at least 3,000. Nearly 1% of the troops did not. More than a few times. They want to collapse of. Li Shouban laughed. I guess me to Liu Liangzuo should not be so silly. I am now worried that he will not come siege. So it is also unfavorable for us around. Wu Chengqing think quite far to defend their towns. He has absolute confidence, but the light is not able to hold the line. I had to find a way to Liu Liangzuo troops to wipe out the safe. No, it or wait until Li Dehun Li Chengdong troops rushed over round, that he wanted to keep Suzhou difficult. Wu Chengqing, then make the other generals into thinking they are wandering beat Liu Liangzuo approach. Unfortunately, he had not any military genius. To 8,000 troops out of the city he wants to take the initiative to attack almost 40,000 troops, risks not generally large. Although the flintlock troops are facing invincible in the battle, the number of enemy troops is large enough that they can attack from the left and right flank together. A flintlock force of more than 1,000 people is far from enough to defend against three-sided impact. What's more, Liu Liangzuo department team there about 1,000 cavalry. The cavalry has no effect in siege, but the tactical effect is great in the field. The army, or we go to night attack tonight. Liu Han said the last night attack success made him feel addicted on a night raid obsession. Unfortunately, his suggestion was rejected by Wu Chengqing. The success of the last time was mainly by surprise, and now the King army must have learned a lesson, and another night attack might be ambush. Even if it is not an ambush, a large camp of tens of thousands of people is not easy to attack at night. The King army has a buffer zone long enough and enough reaction time. Once night attack failed, the Ming army wants to withdraw. The city is immune. Of course, Large-scale night raids not. Send a small force to harass or no problem. Throw a grenade far away. It doesn't matter if the dead person is blown up or not. It's enough for the person who can scare him to not dare to sleep at ease. The army, we can send a force by water, direct from the Wuxi Taiyu Lake water, transportation attack on their stronghold. As long as they forage burned, their morale will certainly be affected. June Diver slightly raised by the spectrum of ideas, all of them generals. That is, his system learned some art of war. Large army did not move, forage first. Fighting a war in ancient times, it is a very important part of the forage. There are countless wars that have failed because of the destruction of food and grass. You can try, Wu Qingqing said. Just Wu Yi's navy men were born after the attack around the Taiyu. Do the job should be handy. The news of the Ming army's victory soon reached the city of Suzhou, and the people naturally cheered upon hearing this. At least for the time being, there is no need to worry about the safety of their lives. When Tang Yu received the news of the Ming army's victory, his entire face became gloomy. He did not expect Wu Qingqing hands of the soldiers could be so powerful, able to kill so many small losses. King, well, according to this trend, King can take Suzhou should make a question mark. If the King army to attack no less than Suzhou, where he also had the opportunity to usurp the soap business. These king troops are really rubbish. Tang Yu feeling something, he would not understand some. It has been mighty king. How Wu Qingqing encountered nothing but the defeat. It has the same kind of feeling as well as Yu Jujib and other people, but they are also, and Tang Yu, can only sigh gas, on the situation powerless. Miss. Wu will army fought a war to win. A purple lotus find out the news. He trotted back intrinsic newspaper. God bless, Bodhisattva bless. Chen Yuan folded her hands together. I heard people say that General Wu is a god of war. Man King Tatar is definitely not his opponent. Don't worry, miss. General Wu is really amazing. Not only does he lead soldiers to fight fiercely, he also invented this kind of bathing soap. Speaking of Wu Qingqing, Zai can talk endlessly. At this time, Chen Yuan would feel happy for a while. Due to this powerful figure, her future husband. The greatest happiness of women in this era is not how awesome they have achieved or what achievements, but how awesome their husbands are. Marrying a good husband is basically the highest pursuit of women in this era. At night, the Ming army in Suzhou city began to move. One part was to harass the rest of the King army, and the other part was to dig through the moats that were buried under the light of torches. The defensive effect of this moat is still quite large. To dig through the moat again, the King army will take time and strength to attack. Moreover, it can also damage the morale of the enemy. Not over, dig a moat-filled moat than a lot of trouble. Li Shoubin, who was in charge of digging the river, was very dissatisfied with the progress, and then sent someone into the city to wake up the people and recruited a group of people to come and help. Being pulled up in their sleep, the people dare not complain. These soldiers were already extremely grateful for not pushing them to defend the city, but their sleep was disturbed, which was really trivial. The people of this era are very easy to rule, and most of them are people who are submissive. They are content if they can have their meal and have a way to survive. The moat was dug until dawn, and the troops responsible for harassing the King army had already completed their mission and returned to the city. The next day, when Liu Liangzuo Lodge when the military came again outside the city of Suzhou, Liu Liangzuo almost did not mad. It had already been filled in the moat. At this time is watery one. Despicable. Liu Liangzuo big break curse. The other generals did not dare say anything. Very bright display. This time Liu Liangzuo a fit of anger, or would not say such a stupidly. When fighting a war, it is natural to use whatever method is good, and there is no such thing as despicable or despicable. The army, or to go around looting some people to fill the river. Your benevolence offered. Although such an approach will be scolded by the world, it can at least reduce the loss of the army. It can only be so. Liu Liangzuo was in entanglement. He wanted to do this very much, but he was afraid of losing a bad reputation. In the end, reason defeated conscience, and he agreed to this approach. Another general, Dong Danbao, heard Liu Liangzuo agree to this approach, and felt a little depressed. He was not agree with this practice of disregard for human life, but unfortunately are under the eaves, he cannot do anything. Subsequently, Liu Liangzuo ordered a retreat and temporarily stopped the attack. In addition, troops were sent to the surrounding county towns and villages to catch civilian husbands as cannon fodder. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 42 chapters coerced people. See clear military receded. Wu Qingking suddenly regretted, I knew these kings so afraid of death, and that he would not order a new dug through the moat. Now that the king army dare not even attack, he has no chance to destroy Liu Liangzuo's vitality. We can only wait for Wu Yi's good news. Wu Qingking Tukao Road. Wu Yi department team has quietly out of town last night, went to the Taiyu Lake. Even 2 days, the king did not happen. Until the 3rd day, Liu Liangzuo ministry team once again came under the city of Suzhou. In addition to his soldiers, there were more than 3,000 more civilians in the army. Under the supervision of the soldiers, these people carried sandbags and walked towards the moat. Despicable. Wang Defu in the city cursed, this trick to drive the people is too poisonous. Shoot it, you will be scolded by the world. Don't shoot. Then you can only watch the moat be filled. Quasi-readiness for firing. Wang Defu ordered, and he was willing to be the world's saliva scolded. Do not let the king so filled moat. Wait, it's all people. Forget it. Wu Qingking quickly to stop. Of course, he is not the heart of Our Lady of the Pan abuse, although he did have sympathy for these people, but in order to win he will never relent. Not only before, he now has the confidence to defend their towns. Natural, absolutely no need to do so. Letting these people fill moat, giving them a way out, but also stroke a love of people, this son of a good reputation. The army, this time it cannot be soft-hearted. Liu Han quickly persuade 3, as the saying kindly do not palm soldiers. Soft-hearted person is not to become a general. If you don't shoot now, will the king army drive the people to attack the city later? I intended to have agreed, needless to say, even fill the river, and if clear military siege is too much driven by the people, to the time before you start. Wu Qingking said. Wu heard the decision. Qingking, the soldiers in the heart of the city wall complex flavors Chen. He admired Wu Qingking's character of loving the people like a child, but also worried that this would increase his own casualties. Wu Qingking, who decided to let Liu Liangzuo stunned for a moment, they thought Wu Qingking will not stop. They are not people to do things like cannon fodder, and there have been many examples of this kind throughout the ages. When the defending party encountered this kind of incident, it was no accident that they would shoot and kill. Liu Liangzuo took these people into captivity in order to use their lives to fill the moat. He never expected Wu Qingking to give up because he couldn't bear to kill the people. At this moment, Liu Liangzuo felt ashamed. And Wu Qingking compared, he is more despicable than one. Great to the military, and we urge the people in the forefront, which can greatly reduce our casualties. Xu expensive Jin overjoyed to see this scene. Wu Qingking believe they have found a weakness. Fart. Rebel military moat was filled rather not have the heart to kill people. What have we face forcing people to go against it? This is a battle of soldier ought not to bring to the people. Dong Tan Bao directly sprayed. He was very dissatisfied with Xu cold blood. Xu suggested killing wounded soldiers last time, but now he doesn't treat the people as human beings. Wu Qingking care behavior of the people, so he was very impressed. He really did not face the people go use. Dong Dan Bao, what do you mean? I don't want to have fewer dead men. Since you object, let your people take the lead. Xu expensive Jin Leng Hen said. Shut up. Let the people go after they fill up the moat. Liu Liangzuo most end or a conscience, do not use the most extreme approach. The moat was filled and the people responsible for filling the river couldn't help crying. Some people even bowed in the direction of Suzhou city, shouting to thank the general for not killing. He had a beginning, but very frightened, because in the past wars, the people in charge of filling the river basically have died a half. But there is no way to be afraid. If you do follow the order, you will be beheaded by the king army supervising team. 100% to death. In desperation he can only flow with tears aggrieved, walked the footsteps disturbed action that he had never expected that the defenders of the city is not even on the attack, letting them fill the river. This kind of action moved all these people. People stepped down, clearing the military action began. This time their preparations were much better than last time. Not only did they have a siege ladder, but they also made 5 stalks. These buildings are more than 6 meters high as the city walls of Suzu. As long as these stair carts are close to the city wall, the soldiers on the stair carts can jump directly to the city wall to fight, eliminating the difficult process of climbing the wall. It is Dong Danbo's department who is in charge of battle, with more than 5,000 people, densely approaching the city wall. The cannon is aimed at the upstairs car. Currently, Wu Qingqing hear only 3 guns, 2 of which are small caliber gun Thunder. There is a weighing 3 extremely heavy red cannon. These cannons did not play any role in the previous city defense battles, but now they take on the task of attacking the high-rise cars. As long as they can destroy 1 or 2 locomotives, these cannons have played their due role. The artillery sounded immediately, but unfortunately there were no hits in round of shelling, and all were missed. The hit rate of cannons in this era is about the same as that of firecrackers. Fortunately, clear very intensive military siege troops station, although not hit the floor of the car, but also killed a number of the king. Subsequently, the king army also followed the fire. The 2 sides began to boom. Not too little both sides of the gun. The protagonist cannot become a battlefield. With the king army into the range of handguns, Handgun's army on the wall began salvo. It was another familiar gunshot, and the king army charged while shaking. Soon, he had rushed to the city walls, but this is just the beginning of a nightmare. The second round of the fire guns is coming. This distance, even if hiding behind the wooden shield is useless, the power of the fire guns is enough to penetrate the wooden shield. After the fire blast, the grenade began to greet again. The king army has killed and injured hundreds of people after this combination of recruits. Subsequently, the king army began to climb the walls. Those defenders of the Ming army soldiers also began against the danger of being shot bows and arrows, boiling down to below tung oil, boulders. No floor car support alone climb a ladder time soldier. He wanted to attack on the city wall is very difficult. What's more, the king army from time to time they threw a grenade towards the city. The soldiers make the city under heavy casualties. The army, not help it go on like this. The brothers who cannot stand, has been in the front line. Command Dong Tanbao received reports of men, the heart in the blood. These are all his soldiers, and the one who died will be one less. And then persist for a while. The car floor immediately to the last wave of attack again, and then handed reinforcements. Dong Tanbao said, the stair car is their hope. If the soldiers on the stair car can rush to the city wall, the soldiers behind can continue to get on the stair car. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 43 chapters. Fire burning rations. With the arrival of the cumbersome locomotives, the king army began a general offensive, but at this time the locomotives had become 4, and one of them had a wheel failure on the way forward. On the battlefield, any accident can happen. Each of the 4 bunk cars can stand 8 people at the same time. As long as it goes smoothly, the king army can attack the city wall with as many as 32 people at the same time. Of course, this is theoretical data. No party has nothing on the siege of equipment. One of the defenders still have to always dominate. The firecrackers of the Ming army had assembled and prepared, and a volley of fire was directed at the top of the car. Suddenly, a large number of king troops fell from the car. The remaining small part of the king army landed on the wall. Machetes and spears have long been waiting for. Those who were unlucky jumped on top and were directly stabbed through. If they were lucky, they didn't die immediately, but then they had to face countless Ming army counterattacks. Be evil, How has not crashed through the gates. Xgiron is what to eat. Dong Tanbao said that the siege was a huge military operation. It was not only the ants attached to the army, but the artillery was still firing at this time. and the archers and the fire guns were also shooting under the city. The other team of X-led troops are in your benevolence hit the gate, the offensive levels of the entire battlefield very much. Dong Tanbao counting on collision hit the gates of troops under fire to attract the Ming army. But Xgiran there is not progress smoothly. It is the people who fill the moat, and they will never lack combat skills. The section like the gate of the city actually needs to be filled with a small slope so that the collision can hit the city wall with the help of potential energy. But the people did not come up with such a slope. On a flat road, crash impact entirely on soldiers to drive. So the impact force generated is not enough to break open the city gates and the city wall of the Ming army, and the never-ending fight against them condescending, so cuts soldier casualties. Xgiran in the rear was also anxious, but he had no better way. On Dong Tanbao's side, the soldiers on the stairwells finally succeeded in jumping above the city wall. But the spearmen who had already been prepared directly stabbed them. After more than a month of training, the movements of these spearmen have been quite neat. Several spears pierced past, and the King army had no place to hide, and could only watch as he was pierced into a blood hole. Push up the reserve forces. Wu Chengqing has seen a lot of the King attack on the wall, immediately ordered the transfer of 200 flintlock reserve troops up reinforcements. Originally, this kind of army was prepared to prevent the King army from attacking from other places. But for now, it seems that the King army has no such plan. King army not forget to contain in the other direction, just because of the limited military siege equipment, the use of more difficult to form a dispersion of power. With the pressure of the reserve forces of the Ming army, the firepower of the Ming army increased further, and the firecracker salvo and another round of grenades, the soldiers under the city finally could not hold it, and fled back one after another. All in all, Dong Tanbao's army has lost more than 1,500 people, and it has lost 30%. This loss rate would have collapsed long ago in the field. The siege battle was due to the supervising team behind them, and they were only forced to collapse until now. When Dong Tanbao Department of Collapse, when the collapse of Xgiran there only broke the gate. It's a pity that it's useless to hit it off at this time. James already inside the city filled 3 rows of flintlock soldiers. A salvo, the soldiers rushed in front of all the fallen, spared. The remaining soldiers refused to go up no matter how much the officer urged the threat. With the clear total collapse of the military, just behind the murder of Liu Liangzuo gas to vent their anger. After Dong Tanbao came down, Liu Liangzuo scolded angrily, "Who makes you retreat is one step away, only one step away from the city. Why did you order the retreat? Weekend damn, not the weekend under orders to retreat. There really is too heavy army casualties. I am of the 5,000 people, stepped down only 3,000 people, sacrificed 3%, the soldiers had no courage to fight another day." Dong Tanbao knelt down on one knee, suffocating his stomach. He did not agree with Liu Liangzuo's so-called only one step away. He clearly saw that the Ming army on the city had more power, and it was impossible to win it if he continued to attack. Moreover, the morale of his soldiers has dropped to freezing point. How could this kind of morale attack the city? I do not want to hear your solution. Release, without retreat, pull down and beheaded. Liu Liangzuo angrily. He has now been fans of the mind is anger, even to the sounding of the cut. Several other Senate Wiltur hit generals rushed to their knees pleading for Dong Tan. He had this time these men must unite, otherwise the next chop may be that is their own. Go down. Liu Liangzuo saw everyone begging for Dong Tanbao, but he could only let go of his plan to kill and raise his prestige. Subsequently, Xio benevolence forces also stepped down. This time, they suffered heavy losses again. Although they also caused some damage to the Ming army this time, they were not worth mentioning when compared with their own losses. According to statistics, they lost more than 1,900 people this time and also lost a lot of siege equipment. The next wave of siege will have to wait a few more days. The Ming army's losses this time were not small. More than 200 people were killed and more than 500 were injured. Among them, half of them were seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. After World War I, They also lost half of their troops. More trouble is that some gunfire and flintlock because prolonged use appeared in the case of damage. The damage of other parts can be repaired, but some of the bomb chambers are completely scrapped. If it is a battle of this intensity every day, then the speed at which they can build guns may not be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. Heal the wounded, clean the battlefield, and repair the city walls. Wu Qingqing ordered the road. He is now collapsing first with Liu Liangzuo. He doesn't believe that Liu Liangzuo's troops will be so elite, with such a heavy loss. They can continue to attack. As long as Liu Liangzuo's army collapses completely, he can plan a counterattack out of the city and wipe it out. This same time, disguised as a merchant fleet on the Wuxi Taiyu Lake near, and enter the Beijing Hangzhou Grand Canal, direct access to the city of Wuxi. Wuxi were a surprise attack. Wu Tin defenders have more than 4,000 people, while Wu Yi this time with only 2,000 people, but let the raid against the king retreat. Defenders cleared the army in panic. Do not know how many of the enemy. Some of the mob heard the city was attacked. The Ming army has scored and immediately chose to flee the city. The Ming army successfully attacked the place where the Qing army stored food, and set it on fire without saying anything. Wu Yi was also reluctant to bear this batch of grain, but there was no way, and they didn't have time to transport it away. If the evacuation is not completed quickly, and the Qing army reacts and counterattacks, then they will be in trouble. Compared with Xiaming, food is not that important. Dozens of kilograms of food. The fire burning in the lower burn the entire city of Wuxi is ablaze. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 44 chapters. Secret plan. On the second day, Liu Liangzuo was drinking boring wine in the camp. The city of Suzhou was more difficult to eat than expected. He had no choice. Suddenly, the soldiers came to report urgently, saying that the army's grain and grass had been burned in Wuxi. The news almost didn't make Liu Liangzuo stunned on the spot, but fortunately, some soldiers hurriedly helped him with eyesight and hands, so that he didn't fall to the ground. The news is too bad. It's just that the house leaks in the night train. He had this time in their control of territory in the war, because you can always supply the rear with so much forage. Now that the grain and grass in Wuxi are burned, the grain in his army is only enough to eat for 5 days. Although there are still 5 days of food, this does not mean that they can stay here for 5 days. In case snow within 5 days of tin to scrape together less than food shipped over, or have other accidents, more than 30,000 troops that it is finished. Line army to fight. How can food, a little less? Liu Liangzuo will have to retreat as soon as possible, at least to withdraw to Wuxi, to raise more forage to come back. Not over. Liu Liangzuo dingy and not willing to get away, he convened his men. Siege equipment manufacturing requirements as soon as possible. He wanted one last offensive. If it can penetrate, the problem of food and grass will be solved. If you can't get in, you can only retreat. Everyone who wants to be a pioneer next time? After Liu Liangzuo asked, there was silence in the big tent. It's completely different from time everyone rushed to be a pioneer to grab credit. Now those generals know that Suzhou is a tough one, and it's not easy to chew. Actors front, that is to court death. They can't bear the death of their subordinates. After all, they are all brought in by spending money and time. Dongtan Bao, the day after you make the ministry for pioneer, cannot redeem oneself to see it once. If the capture of Suzhou, the last time you privately retreat, I will let bygones be bygones, still rewarded. But if this time you still fear war without front section, then don't blame me for not being affectionate. Seeing that no one took the initiative to take the task, Liu Liangzuo dispatched it. He still hates what happened last time, and this time he is looking for a chance to pit Dongtan Bao. Common sense to say, Dongtan Bao department largest loss. The next siege they are not doing to Feng. It is a pity that Liu Liangzuo holds the highest position. He is in charge here, and he has absolute command. Liu Liangzuo spoke, and the other generals were relieved and sympathized with Dong Tanbao a little bit. In this attack on Suzu, Dong Tanbao's troops are estimated to be exhausted. If they could reach the capture of Suzu, fortunately, the credit can be relied on Qiangdian money to re-recruit. But if you still can't attack, then do NT expect Liu Liangzuo to recruit soldiers. Without soldiers, Dong Tanbao's status will also drop sharply. Finally, I will obey. Dong Tanbao can only take the order, otherwise one charge of disobeying the military order would be enough for Liu Liangzuo to chop his head. At night, Dong Tanbao and a few abdomen sat down in the tent. Wu's our rations burned. General Liu, after day do we want to pioneer? How to see of you? Dong Tanbao asked. He wants us to die. 1 kilo who said, although they belong to Liu Liangzuo, but does not mean that they allegiance to Liu Liangzuo. Liu Liangzuo ministry team composed of rival principalities, bit like the Tang dynasty. Rival principalities, soldiers and junior officers cannot have any object allegiance. They just want to survive, to mix to eat. They will be loyal to whoever feeds them and pays them. Whoever wants them to die, they will oppose them. Not only Liu Liangzuo ministry team, so Zhuo Liangu, Liu Zeking, Huang was the workforce, who are of this nature. Therefore, once the King army gives better treatment, they are hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands of pieces of surrender, a little fighting at all. To put it bluntly, these soldiers had no concepts of Ming and Manchu in their hearts. And some will be loyal to the Ming army. The face of this soldier is actually no way. Huang Degong could still rely on prestige to suppress the army, but when he died, his tens of thousands of men immediately surrendered to the King army. Today, Liu Liangzuo's large army of burnt food, soldiers will soon have no food risks. They also Liu Liangzuo to die. They certainly are not happy. The army, we cannot promise again to act as a vanguard of our troops almost to die off. By the time the soldiers did not, who else would put us? Seriously. Another Qian who also followed the speech, he was saying these words almost to mutiny. But I have not obeyed them. How should we do? Big thing in the world, but it is not our place to go that way. Dongyu Tanbao Stuffy Road is not going to serve as cannon fodder rebel and not hit to Liu Liangzuo. After all, Liu Liangzuo holds 20,000 direct units loyal to him, and other generals have temporarily returned to Liu Liangzuo's leadership. The army, or we drop the Ming army. For them, there is no psychological barrier to surrender. As long as there are benefits, they will surrender without hesitation. Now it can be enough to save their lives, only the city of Suzu Ming army, so they can only play this mind. Hearing this, Dong Tanbao fell into silence and surrendered to the Ming army. He had actually considered this a long time ago. However, he had long been desperate for the Ming court. Otherwise he would not have followed Liu Liangzuo to surrender to the king. Just 6 months ago, the Hongguang court still had 1 million troops deployed on the Yangtze River. As a result, the king army had less than 200,000 troops to go south, and the millions of troops scrambled to surrender. Where can this kind of court be saved? Have a future mixed with such a court? The future military, first do not consider. First consider the immediate right. Right now we do not find a way out. We will be thousands of soldiers lost their lives in Suzu city. Moreover, the city of Suzu Ming army, this is unusual. I see him they it may not be able to defeat the Manchu Tatar. If we follow them to defeat the Tatar, then we can be regarded as a great achievement, and the Ming court will certainly not be stingy with awards. A man named Zhao officialdom 1000 analyzed. Wu Qingqing troops brought him a great shock, that he had a fear of my heart. As a result, he even now feels that Liu Liangzuo will definitely be defeated by Wu Qingqing. As for the fence troops, they naturally see who to whom powerful mix. Who wants to come in person to contact? Dong Tanbao asked. Even to surrender, that would not be a direct surrender. From the yard to go out and talk about military conditions. Talk about treatment after the surrender. Reversing before the battle is risky, and they can't do it if there is no benefit. The generals were silent when they heard the words, and they didn't want to take risks. After all, Wu Qingqing looked like a ruthless person. The messenger Liu Liangzuo sent last time was shot dead without even letting in the city. It is also quite dangerous to deal with such ruthless people. At the end I wished to go. In the end, it was Zhao Shijin who spoke. He was ready to take a gamble. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 45 chapters. Cast Cheng. Middle of the night, the city of Suzu to implement a curfew. In addition to occasionally Seoul patrol team issued a point outside sound. Almost no other sound. Several Ming army soldiers escorted a king army to the palace and awakened the guard. Clear a guerrilla army asked to see that they have to surrender our military. Wake up from their sleep, Wu Qingqing get a good news. But is this news true? Or is it a trick set by the enemy to lure the enemy? This Wu Qingqing is not known. He chose to meet with Zhao Shijin first, and then make judgments. Wu Qingqing came to the hall. Zhao officialed him immediately on one knee and said, "I've seen General Wu. Listen, say you want to surrender our military, which is why." Wu Qingqing's officialdom looked forward to this, about a 40 large man, not any different in appearance. Actually, it is pure helplessness for my General Dong to surrender to the King dynasty. In fact, we have always cared about Ming. This time the siege, my general felt ashamed of the general's might and kindness to the people, and regretted the past in shame. Zhao Shijin talked a little nonsense, which was just a fool. Wu Qingqing is not a fool, and because of his understanding of history, he is more aware of what Liu Liangzuo's men are. To say they fear death to surrender Wu Qingqing want to believe, but to say that they are the heart of the Ming dynasty, and that is a big joke. That being the case, my army is naturally welcome the arrival of Director General Wu Qingqing. Not to expose him, anyway, he did not mind the Ming dynasty. It is not loyal to the Ming dynasty. As long as the opponent surrenders to his advantage, he will not refuse. As for the fact that Dong Tanbo's soldiers are all scumbags, Wu Qingqing can care too much. In this troubled world, it is really not easy to find a good person. To a certain extent, those scumbags are also forced to be helpless. As long as living conditions are better in the future, some people's inferiority will be hidden and become good people. I give my family the army of General Wu. Thanked him shelter to let go of love, but then I do not know our army to surrender. How treatment? Zhao Shijin asked. His question on the contrary relieved Wu Qingqing a lot. If Zhao Shijin surrendered in a hurry without asking for anything, he would probably suspect that the other party was surrendering. And now that Zhao Shijin is asking for treatment, it shows that the other party really wants to surrender. Of course, it does not rule out that the other party is acting. In terms of treatment, please rest assured that General Dai Zijun led hundreds of soldiers to surrender anyway, and now leads 2,000 soldiers under my hand. I think you should find out about this. As long as the Dong army troops over, then I will let him continue to lead troops and provide ordnance, forage and xiangyin. Even in soldiers after combat losses will give you replacements. Wu Qingqing gives a commitment. Of course, on this verbal commitment, compliance does not comply. He holds the initiative. If Dong Tanbao is honest and obedient in the future, everything will be easy to say. If you are not old Dong Tanbao real, as ever secretly expand the strength. Even if the soldiers do evil, Wu Qingqing also plenty of ways to overhead him. For example, bypassing the officers and directly paying the soldiers, such as placing officers in their army, such as arranging them to be cannon fodder, consumes their strength a little bit. Zhao Shijin was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect Wu Qingqing to agree so readily. Not before. Then I thought. He felt this is normal. After all, Wu Qingqing now trapped tens of thousands of troops. This time is naturally very eager to help. If so, my army from when to fight in death. Zhao Shijin didn't know Wu Qingqing's methods, and thought that Wu Qingqing would directly allocate the payment to the officers like the Manchun Ming dynasties. So, in his view, Wu treatment given Qingqing has been very good. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing called to a few generals to discuss together how to accept Dong Tanbao's surrender. This thing. Dong Tanbao currently has nearly 4,000 troops. This number is very small for the King army, but it is very large for Wu Qingqing and others. How to arrange it is a big problem. If a large open the door and let them into the city with a weapon, in case they are Zhejiang it funny. Therefore, this method of surrender is unacceptable to Wu Qingqing and others. However, to Dong Tanbao's tribe to lay down their weapons and enter the city, this Dong Tanbao tribe may not be willing to agree. Although everyone has discussed and surrendered now, it is impossible to trust each other immediately. I asked him to put down their weapon, and so was the fate entirely to the Ming army. The Dong Tanbao be difficult to accept. I think General Dong can create riots in the King army camp, and then our army will take the opportunity to attack at night and directly defeat Liu Liangzuo's department. Daijun mention of the proposed road. Will this be too dangerous? Zhao Shijin hesitated. What they planned was that they would quietly leave the camp by tomorrow night and then directly enter the city of Suzhou. However, now Dai Zhaijun hopes that they will mutiny in the camp anyway. This is too dangerous. In case Liu Liangzuo did not succeed in creating chaos, they would face the counterattack of thousands of King troops if Liu Liangzuo responded in time. I think it is Liu Liangzuo that is dangerous. You are creating chaos inside. Our army is gradually advancing outside. The King army will inevitably be in chaos, Wu Qingqing said. His thoughts and were of June coincide. Let Dong Tanbao mutiny in the barracks, not only can kill the King army, but also weaken Dong Tanbao's strength. More importantly, as long as Dong Tanbao did such a thing, it would be equivalent to a complete break with Liu Liangzuo, and there was no need to worry about Dong Tanbao's surrender. Offended King army, Dong Tanbao can only rely on Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing later also with more confidence with him. Also strike, which is when the warlords are military. I would suggest is scheduled for tomorrow, because Wuxi burned rations, army rations for only 5 days. So Liu Liangzuo ready for final offensive in the day after tomorrow. As long as the news of the burning of military rations is spread, it will inevitably lead to instability in the military. At that time, if we fought inside and out, Liu Liangzuo's department would definitely collapse. Zhao Shijin made the decision for Dong Tanbao. He had obtained the absolute authorization of Dong Tanbao before he came, because time was too late to wrestle with Wu Qingqing. I have started to prepare, in one fell swoop destroy Liu Liangzuo department. Wu Qingqing laughed. Subsequently, everyone continued to discuss the detailed plan anyway. For example, in a few moment in revolt, what to wear as identification, when the Ming army and admission, defeated King Hao the main. These details need to be discussed, the accidents that may occur in the research plan, and the corresponding plan should be formulated. This is a major event that involves thousands of lives and deaths, and it is really sloppy. The discussion continued until dawn, and Zhao Shijin had to leave and return to the barracks, and he would be easily spotted when the day was completely light. The army, we really want to believe him? After Zhao Shijin left, Liu Han asked 3 times. In case the enemy surrendered, it would be miserable for them to rush out of the city to attack at night. Rest assured that I have is to do it's quasi-prepared, and then wait for after they mess up and then out of the city, let them kill each other for a while. Wu Qingqing said, although his observations, he felt Zhao officialdom not Zhejiang. But with his caution, it is impossible not to guard against the possibility of the enemy's surrender. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 46 Jiang King June Chaos. 24, Wu Qingqing and Dong Tanbao agreed uprising day. When they first arrived in Yin 3 o'clock in the morning, the Ming army had assembled behind the city gate and was ready to leave the city. City walls, Wu Qingqing holding a telescope to see. King army camp in Suzhou city has 5 miles away, the dark to see anything. Not long before the direction of the King camp appeared the fire, but the fire in growing. It doesn't seem to be a false surrender. The whole army set out. Wang Daong, as a forward, be careful. If you find something is wrong, report it to the rear immediately. Wu Qingqing told Road Wang Deong to let temptation, even in the design, can also be the main force behind the prompt return of the city. Loss will be inevitable at that time, but at least it can keep the city from losing. Yes. Wang Deong took the lead to go down the city and trot to the King army camp with his soldiers. Subsequently, Wang Taifu, Li Xiaobin, Ambrose third-class people to keep up with the main force. This time, Wu Qingqing did not go in person, because Wang Defu and others resolutely opposed Wu Qingqing's personal campaign. The night before the attack, because it is to the point of life and death, forced to do so. But now, as the commander-in-chief of army, Wu Qingqing really didn't need to take this risk. Any accident at night can happen, let alone being attacked by the enemy. Even if you accidentally fall off the horse, you can get injured or even die. Also promised loyalty to the table. Or is it really worried about the safety of Wu Qingqing? In short, several other important generals do not agree with Wu Qingqing expedition. Wu Qingqing only to give up. He doesn't mean that he likes to go to battle in person, but he feels a little unsure about not going. The Ming army hurried out of the city, and the King army camp was already in chaos at this time. Dong Tanbao was partially dispersed into the camp and set fire everywhere. 3 or 4 in the morning is the deadliest time for people to sleep. At this moment, let alone the sleeping soldiers, the soldiers on guard are all dozing off. The few dedicated soldiers were to be killed by Dong Tanbao's ministry. In the early stage, Dong Tanbao's department went very smoothly, igniting more than 100 tents in one breath. After the King army was awakened and rushed out of the camp, it was difficult for Dong Tanbao's tribe to reignite. According to the plan, they quickly returned to the headquarters to gather and prepare to be counterattacked. After the fire ignited, there was chaos immediately. The soldiers who awakened from their sleep had thought that the enemy was attacking at night. Soldiers in this era are afraid of being attacked at night. It is difficult to figure out the situation in the dark. When encountering such a thing, all soldiers are in a panic and panic. High-level generals' rest of the camp is very tight defense. Dong Tanbao department did not find a good opportunity, suffered no great loss. As the screams in the camp sounded, the senior generals also awakened one after another and began to wear armor with the help of the personal soldiers. What the hell is going on? Didn't I order to prevent night attacks? Liu Liangzuo aside wearing armor, while questioning the men. Preventing night attacks is common sense, and Liu Liangzuo also made a lot of preparations and arranged a large number of open and secret posts. The army is not the Ming army. Like Dong Tanbao department started the fire. Someone said, "What? Dong Tanbao?" Liu Liangzuo was suddenly angry. This feeling of being betrayed was really disgusting. Makes your benevolence. Wang Han and other people gathered troops, immediately controlled the situation. It was not a night attack by the Ming army. Liu Liangzuo felt a little relieved. He believed that relying on his deterrence in the army, as long as he stood in front of Dong Tanbao's army, he would naturally be able to deter the rebellion. But when he set forth good counterinsurgency troops ready to go when the men came telegraph, he said that the Ming army killed over. At this time, Liu Liangzuo wouldn't understand why it was clearly a conspiracy that Dong Tanbao and Wu Qingqing had colluded with. Be evil, this Dong Tanbao mind his ass kicked you. Liu Liangzuo couldn't figure out why Dong Tanbao had to fall to the weak Ming army. Isn't that looking for death? No chaos, calm. Xgiren, take people outside the camp to withstand the Ming army, and let the rest go with me to put down the rebellion. As long as we stay in chaos, the enemy will have no chance. Liu Liangzuo had to divide his troops, and then the two troops took action. Not only before, Liu Liangzuo idea is good, but to trouble the actual operation, encountered quite a bit. Those burning tents had to put out the fire, and the broken soldiers who had dispersed because of the chaos had to be gathered. The night has become more chaotic, which has caused great trouble for commanding and dispatching the army. Most of the messengers couldn't find the low-level officers they wanted below, and the military orders couldn't pass through. When they arrived at Camp Dong Tanbao department, Liu Liangzuo build-up of troops is not to 8,000 people. And Dong Tanbao's department was ready, and there was a wave of arrows, causing heavy casualties to the soldiers rushing in front. Dong Tanbao he had trouble do not just set on fire, but also capture the armory, grab a large number of bows and arrows. The party is a quasi-prepared for a long time, premeditated rebellion. While the other, but there is no quasi-prepared, only a passive response. Kill it, and those who capture Dong Tanbao will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver. Liu Liangzuo shouted, Dark Knight. He refers to the command level not play much. He couldn't see the situation on the battlefield clearly, and he couldn't arrange complicated tactical movements such as roundabouts and outflanks. He could only arrange the soldiers to carry out the simplest frontal assault. I have archers too. Continuously suppressed by the opponent's arrow rain, Liu Liangzuo said angrily. Report to the general that Dong Tanbao and the others have captured the armory and snatched all the bows and arrows. Asshole, Duenti let me catch you. Liu Liangzuo anger swore, in situ anxious. The other side, Xgiran forces have met and Wang Daong, the two sides have not much to say, directly on the open dry night fight war neither convenient, but also single-handedly with a knife in one hand and a torch. After the short combat, they fought each other, and most of the time they died without knowing how they died. Morale is the main battle between the two sides, and the one with strong morale can gain the upper hand. The Ming army was a premeditated sneak attack, and the soldiers had a clear heart, and the organization at the bottom was relatively close. The Qing army not only encountered a rebellion, but also suffered a night attack. The soldiers were already panicked. They didn't want to fight one by one, just thinking about saving their lives. Many soldiers cannot find him there long or even 100, not receiving specific operational command. This case, the Qing army occupied although a number of advantages, but still not a clear military opponents. Some bolder than the larger, relatively clever mind of soldiers already in disarray escape. This night's melee is too dangerous. Wang Daong department occupies the wind, but still want some difficulties defeated Xgiran department. And at this time, the main force of the Ming army, the 1,000-man Flintlock squadron arrived. Then this main force began to show off. They didn't need to be close to the Qing army, as long as they shot at those dark shadows. This advantage is too great, and the Qing army has no good way to deal with it. A frontal charge is definitely not possible. The rate of fire of the flintlock is too fast, and it will damage more than 60% to 70% of the soldiers when it rushes in front of the enemy. This is a fact. It's not possible to rush from the front, and it's also difficult to rush from the side. It was so dark that it was very inconvenient to rely on torches to see the road. Moreover, there are not many soldiers with torches, and most of them are still headless flies. It can be said that the Qing army at this time has no tactics at all, and they are fighting by instinct. Those low-level commanders couldn't think of a good way, and the only cavalry that could pose a huge threat to the firecracker army could not be used at this time. Riding on horseback in the dark night, without the enemy's shooting, they themselves will fall a large piece of it in the process of charging. These Qing troops were originally afraid of the firecrackers of the Ming army. In addition to the various unfavorable conditions, many Qing troops have begun to collapse and escape. Although they have an advantage in numbers, these numbers can't be used at all without smooth command in the dark. It is also due to this, a night trade in order to create so much to win with fewer wars. As the follow-up troops of the Ming army entered the field, the entire camp of the Qing army was completely in chaos. The Qing army could no longer tell how many Ming troops there were, and how many friendly troops there were left. This unclear situation caused many Qing soldiers to panic and their morale plummeted. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 47 chapters. Victories. The army QA is shit. We could not stand up. Xu expensive Jin found Liu Liangzuo persuade their retreat. What are you talking about? Can't stand it. There are only 30,000 people in the Ming army. We have a full 30,000. You told me that you can't stand it. Liu Liangzuo said angrily. The army, where there are now 30,000. Liu Hong, Cheng Bing, Liao 1,000. Wang. 1,000 of these people do not know where they are. And frontline soldiers have been defeated. Ming army handguns army are scattered fleeing. The entire camp has been completely chaotic. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to withdraw later. Xu expensive General Yu Liang Zuo, and regardless of students do not get angry. Hurried to the current situation to inform him. At present, the entire camp can be controlled except for Liu Liangzuo's army. Soldiers in other places have become unable to find soldiers and will not find soldiers. Refers to the entire command system has collapsed, based on years of combat experience. Xgairan finds this is already lost. Retreating as soon as possible to reduce losses is the most rational choice. How could this happen? Liu Liangzuo was stunned. He couldn't figure out why his tens of thousands of troops were so vulnerable. He also couldn't figure out why Dong Tanbao surrendered to the weak Ming army. Withdraw. Off-key time, Liu Liangzuo chose life insurance matters. The chaotic situation now puts him in a dangerous situation. And it is very dangerous to continue to stay here. He Cheng's weak. There are 20,000 military side. As long as they fled with the remnants to go, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Staying here to fight to the death, he has not considered this kind of thing. Liu Liangzuo arranged rear of the unit team, with his own loyalists. Troops began to withdraw to the north. Is offensive not know Liu Liangzuo Ming army in retreat. He knew also did not get his way. Because of the Ming army troops too, the night did not dare light and easy to divide our forces. Therefore, Liu Liangzuo's headquarters retreated smoothly. But those who did not get to retreat command of their ministry of the team, is the Ming army was pummeled in the big camp. They did not know whether to retreat or resist, and the opinions among the lower-ranking officers were not uniform. Lost the finger command of the soldiers. The number more useless. Many king soldiers have started a team surrender, leaving some soldiers also like headless flies rampant. Kneeling down and surrendering cleverly can still have a way to survive, and those who are still stupidly trying to resist are beheaded without exception. Most of the organized team will stop the Ming army gunfire, military, let alone such a small share of scattered forces. Ming army in fast forward. The sky lit up gradually. With the withdrawal of Liu Liangzuo part, clear the rest of the military resistance of not very intense. Slowly, the King army camp in Sisha sound gradually disappear, replaced by the sound of some crying curse. Those captured king prisoner, was driven to one place. Wang Sung, wearing brother, guard prisoners crop things to please you, we will continue to pursue the enemy. To build on. The actions of the Ming army continued. Chen Shicheng led his small cavalry unit to chase down the defeated army, and Li Shubin's army was also chasing down the main enemy force. Liu Hansan saw this case, also want to take in multi-credit. They gave the task to guard the prisoners wearing of Jun and Wang Daong, himself a defeated army with soldiers chase. Dai Jun Li of the theory and Ambrose III is at the same level. But that is a latecomer, and Wu Chenqing relationship of natural as Ambrose III of these elderly. Therefore, it is hard for him to fight against Liu Hansen for taking credit. He can only take over the task of guarding the prisoners, and at the same time send some soldiers around to catch the scattered prisoners. At dawn, Wu Chenqing got the news of the army's victory and went out of the city to the camp of the King army and met Dong Tanbao. I have seen General Wu. I will fulfill my mission at the end and have successfully completed the mission. Dong Tanbao's expression is not very good, because his troops have suffered a lot of losses. Some soldiers were killed in the process of arson. Later, he fought fiercely with Liu Liangzuo's main force for more than 10 minutes, and he lost a total of more than 1,100 people. Before he came to Suzhou, he was a 6,000 soldiers. But now he has only more than 2,600 soldiers, which is more than half of the loss before he came. Dong the army fortunate bitter, Director General when the victory record deal in. Wu Chenqing smiled and said, this really is by anyway, if not his anyway, inside and outside attack Dong Tanbao. You want to defeat Liu Liangzuo. Tens of thousands of troops can be really difficult, although they burned their grain. But as long as Liu Liangzuo returned to Wuxi or Chengzi cautiously, Wu Qingqing couldn't help him. Jiangnan, this area are clear military rule. You want to get some rations is relatively easy. Multixi adults. Dong Tanbao felt better when he heard that he had made a first effort. According to Wu Qingqing's guarantee, he can also quickly recover his strength. How are the losses and results of the ministries? Wu Qingqing looked king. There is also braved the focal wood smoke, the disorder of the body, as well as Black Mama prisoner. Report General. So far the statistics. The army killed a total of 1,300 more than people, the Dong military 705 people, and the remaining ministries 621 people. Heavy injuries had 343 people, slightly injured persons 748 people. About 4,000 people were beheaded and 9,000 people were captured by the enemy. At present, the generals are still chasing and killing the defeated army. It is estimated that the results of the battle can be further expanded. Okay, the generals are doing very well. Wu Qingqing mood is very good, especially to hear the enemy also seized more than 1,000 horses when it would be more fun. These days, the value of a horse is more precious than a soldier, especially in the south where horses are scarce. After capturing these horses, he can form his own cavalry unit, defeating the 40,000 army of the king caught by the number of 8,000. This result can be described as the biggest victory of the Ming dynasty since the battle between the Qing dynasty and the Ming dynasty. And this victory was created by him. At this moment, since he then was emotional high spirit, hate impromptu poem. Unfortunately, most of the ancient poems he remembers were from the Tang and Song dynasties, and there is no way to plagiarize. As for writing by himself, this Wu Qingqing is self-aware and will not show his ugliness. If you write a nonsense poem, your subordinates have to endure disgusting compliments, and the style of painting is also quite embarrassing. Until the afternoon, chasing strike forces were all returned. According to statistics, in the follow-up pursuit, the Ming army killed another 1,000 enemy troops and captured about 4,000 prisoners. And Liu Liangzuo fled Wu Tin troops. But even 6,000 are not, become separated from the rest of the soldiers, either become bandits, or chose to throw away weapons back home or go elsewhere to find refuge in the army. Liu Liangzuo's army was completely injured. He did not even in the absence do more to stop Tin, leaving 1,000 people stationed in Wuxi. Qing's the rest of the people are evacuated. In addition to killing the enemy, the Ming army also seized more than 1,000 horses, more than 2,000 old-style blunderbuss, 2,000 bows and arrows, and a large number of arrows. As for weapons such as swords and spears, there were even more. The value of these ordnances has reached hundreds of thousands, and in this age of war, it is difficult for money to buy so many ordnances and war horses at once. With this batch of ordnance, Wu Qingqing can also carry out the next army expansion without letting the soldiers train with that stick. As for as many as 13,000 people captive prisoner, Wu Qingqing headache again, far too many. These people cannot surrender all at once, otherwise they will have a great impact on the original troops and cause great instability. If you are an army alone, your loyalty is another problem. He first left Dong Tanbao inside to pick up more than 2 people to do supplement, because Reason and Dong Tan King generals know some of which can be more easily controlled those prisoners of war. Dong Tanbao would like some more touches, but Wu Qingqing a number of openings on the set, he was not opposed. With more than 2,000 people added, his troops can also recover to 5,000. In Wu Qingqing's men, already it is the most troops will be picking up. For this situation, he is quite satisfied. June, etc. will be followed by the collar and from the prisoners singled out in a total of 5,000 people to supplement their army, as well as the remaining 5,000 people are being held up, slowly digested. After this battle, Chen Shicheng was the one who would benefit the most. His 200 cavalry troops immediately expanded to 1,200 men. Thousands of cavalry are already a force that cannot be underestimated. Last month, he was just 100 households. Thanks to the capture of Wu Shengzhou, he has now risen to the position of guerrilla. What's more, the cavalry force is crucial. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming, I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 48 chapters. Next plan. The news of the Ming army's victory quickly spread back to Suzhou. Hearing that Wu Qingqing had defeated the 40,000 Qing army with 8,000 troops, the people all had an incredible expression. Killing 5,000 and capturing tens of thousands of enemy troops. This kind of victory can be achieved by the Ming army. Is this still the Ming army in everyone's impression? In the past 2 years, Ming's army has not fought much victory. You lose against Li Ziqing, and you lose against Manchu Tatar. Everyone who loses is getting used to it. Scared after surprised. People also face a lot more than a smile. The Ming army won a big victory, and they had another birthday. More importantly, Wu Qingqing is Han Chinese. He never forced the children to Liu Bianzi. Moreover, judging from Wu Qingqing's performance during this period, he is clearly a general who loves the people like his son. Preceding time would rather run the risk of breaking the city, but also do not want to shoot innocent people. Living under this kind of authority couldn't be better for the people. Clear when the military defeat of the government and the news reached Tang Liufu, Tang and Liu Yudong world almost did not fall from the bench. It was really surprising. They never expected Liu Liangzuo to be so useless. Originally, they thought Liu Liangzuo would definitely win, but it was just a matter of time. Unexpectedly, Liu Liangzuo, who has an army of tens of thousands, would be so vulnerable. It's all about not being able to attack the city, but it was actually defeated by Wu Qingqing. As a result, he had no opportunity to grab the soap business, only watched Chen Daolin scenery of money. Of course, this is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that they have had correspondence with Liu Liangzuo before. In the letter, they all expressed their willingness to support Liu Liangzuo, and expressed their willingness to give some help to the Qing army at the right time. And now, the camp of the Qing army was breached, and Liu Liangzuo fled in embarrassment. Will these letters fall into Wu Qingqing's hands? In case those letters were not burned, it would be a crime. Wu Qingqing could use this as an excuse to kill them and ransack their family. For a while, both Tang Yu and Liu Shizhao were in a panic situation, and there was no longer the chat and laughter of the previous period. He had no way to escape even after all their family business in Suzhou and Suzhou industrial periphery. What to do? What to do? What to do? Tang Yu anxiously sweated on his forehead. Or, like Chen Daolin, offer family property and beauties. If an industry of hundreds of thousands of tons of silver would have avoided this disaster, Tang Yu could only grit his teeth. However, he is now unsure whether Wu Qingqing has obtained those letters. If not, wouldn't the family property be given away for nothing? In the Suzhou government office, Wu Qingqing summoned the generals to arrange the next military action. Next, I need to occupy important places. 1 in Wuxi. Wuxi can withstand occupied the Qing Nanjing area. Another place is Jiaxing occupied Hangzhou. Jiaxing Li Chengdong department will be able to prepare. Keeping these 2 points, the entire Wusong area can fall into our control. Wu Qingqing said, pointing to a simple map. A map of this age is very enjoyable. The proportion of mountains and lakes is completely standard. The terrain is not what is even more marked. Wu Qingqing refers Wusong, namely Shanghai, Suzhou, Jiaxing plus future generations of this one place. In this era, Songjiang's development is still very backward, just a small county, but Suzhou and Jiaxing are developing well. This was all because of the ban on seas issued by Zhu Yuanzhang. Ming dynasty clearly did not allow business with foreign fleets and could only smuggle privately. Under this kind of policy, Songjiang's geographical advantages cannot be brought into play, and naturally it has not been well developed. Only Wu Qingqing understand how good this place Songjiang location in the hereafter has been China's most economically developed cities, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Today, the West has begun a large-scale maritime trade, as long as he agreed to do business with those of the West to Songjiang. This convenience can quickly become prosperous. Fanhua, what are the benefits? It is naturally taxation. Yeah. The most important thing in fighting is money. If you don't have money, everything will go away. With the continuous expansion of the army, Wu Chengqing is now under increasing financial pressure. If the payment cannot be paid in the future, I am afraid it is his turn to be betrayed by his subordinates. The best way to make money is naturally to create taxes. Songjiang, a barren land that others look down upon, is a treasure in Wu Chengqing's eyes. So, he is very urgent want to control this place. It will operate as a self-begun camp. Weekend willing to attack Wu's Eye. Liu Han 3 Preempt Road, now part of Liu Liang's Zuo low morale. It is the bully them taking credit for good time. Other anti should slow people. Seeing is followed by position. Some are willing to fight Wuxi, while others are willing to take Jiaxing. Yes, you can take the 3,000 people in the headquarters, and then let Wang Defu support your 500 flintlock unit, and take Wuxi as soon as possible. As for Jiaxing, General Dai and General Li are responsible together. General Wang and General Dong are sent by General Dai and General Li. A small number of troops went to capture Songjiang and the surrounding areas. Remember, my troops do not allow robbery and massacre of the people. Once I find them, they will never be merciless. Wu Chengqing ordered the road. The whole army was divided into 3 parts by him. About 4,000 men were deployed to Wuxi, 6,000 men were deployed to Jiaxing, and the remaining 5,000 men were stationed in Suzhou. When mobilizing the army, Wu Chengqing already felt that the original army establishment was not suitable for the current army. For example, Liu Han 3 to attack Wuxi, headquarters alone, is enough troops, but arms are too simple. No military handguns, no archers. It is a bit inconvenient to assign part of Wang Defu's army to him. Change Ed's military imperative. Wu Chengqing ready to put troops into the preparation of future generations, which is the military advisor brigade battalion shifts that establishment. This kind of establishment is a kind of establishment that has been tested in countless wars, and countless battle cases have demonstrated the superiority of this kind of establishment. Wu Chengqing is not a military genius. I cannot think of anything more out of the establishment, so he was ready to direct plagiarism. Not before, these had to wait to win the Wuxi and Jiaxing say. Accounting for picking up Wu Song this one place, he will finally have a free hand to carry out his construction. Although he is only 16 years old this year, he will have a lifespan of at least 60 to 70 years if there is no accident, but construction work is not overnight. Britain's first Gong Yi Jiaming gets 6 or 7 years, it has only come up with the train. Wu Chengqing certainly do not have a system of help for so long, but want to complete electrical revolution in their lifetime, and even into the information age is still very difficult. After having this system, he will want to make those advanced things from time to time. Now, he can't wait. He still wants to go online again in his lifetime, and he doesn't know if this is a luxury. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 49 chapters come home. The generals went down to prepare. But Wang Defu took some letters and handed them to Wu Chengqing. After reading these letters briefly, Wu Chengqing was a little scared. Fortunately, the war ended soon, otherwise these businessmen who wanted to please the king court made some small actions behind their backs, which would be quite disgusting. Not to mention the big tricks like attacking the city gate, even setting a few fires in the city to cause riots can cause great trouble for the Ming army. Not over now. Well, these letters for Wu Chengqing, it is more treasure. After the army expansion, he was worrying about the next month's military pay, and the wealthy businessman gave this gift. Copying the homes of these 5 wealthy merchants can at least make 3 or 4 million taels of silver, which is enough for the army to spend 2 or 3 months. Don't worry, wait until the people from my hometown come over. Wu Chengqing road arrangements, these people home will certainly be copied, but the copied after that. The business of these 5 merchants involved cloth, pawn shops, grain and oil and other livelihood products. They copied their homes at one time, and these industries had to find someone to take over immediately. Only by maintaining the normal operation of these industries can the lives of the people not be affected. It is impossible for Wu Chengqing to give all of these many industries to Chen Daolin, lest his family become bigger and become a monopoly. So, Wu Qingqing in his hometown of Shaoxing, and other people came to take over the business. When he replied after marriage, Chen Dao Lin, Shaoxing will send someone to inform his mother and tribe. For marriage matters, it is not appropriate for him to make his own claim. However, in the troubled times, there is no way to do it. You can't make a family because your parents and elders are not around. Counting the days, there should almost be people coming from my hometown. The next day, Wu Qingqing saw the uncle Wu et al. Things. In fact, the Wu family belonged to Suzhou. It may just be that time Liu Liang's Yuo army at the siege of Suzhou, Wu a more pedestrian entrance, will stay in Yujiang County. Until yesterday, listening to hear the news of the Ming army victory, their convoy was start all over again, came mighty Suzhou. After all, it was the big event of Wu Qingqing getting married, and the Wu family brought a lot of goods and people. Originally Wu Qingqing Liu's mother wanted to personally come to Suzhou, but because of the war, she was a fair sex is very dangerous on the road. It can only give up. Second uncle, Wu Qingqing. According to the original body memory, Wu recognized more. Rishing, you have grown taller and stronger. You have also become a famous general. It's amazing. Wu patted the Wu Qingqing shoulder, comforting said. Now Wu Qingqing is amazing. Not only did he win successive battles, but because he didn't shoot the people on the battlefield, the people who survived were proclaimed everywhere as a good general and a great hero who loves the people like a child. This reputation is about to spread to the surrounding areas of Suzhou. Wu Qingqing able to achieve such success, the more Wu both surprised and pleased. My mother parent whether it is now well? Wu Qingqing asked. Wu Ziyu sighed when he heard the words, and said, when I heard my eldest brother was martyred to the country, my sister-in-law wept bitterly for 2 days, and then I missed your safety every day. Until King Lu sent someone to her home to give her sister-in-law a reward, only then did I know that you were safer for the time being in the victory, and my sister-in-law was a little relieved. Then you send someone to your house to announce the marriage. His wife is the only Hai-Hing and angry. Blame such a big thing you did not find her to discuss. Originally she wanted to find one for you in Shaoxing, but then she could only give it up. I am also out of helplessness. I am alone here and have no helpers. I have to get some outsiders support through marriage. Wu Qingqing said channel. I have naturally understand this argument, so this time I brought the family some young people to come and help you. There are good at long business does not. I need to copy a few wealthy family, and need staff to take over their business, to maintain normal operations, prevent confusion on the market. Of course there is. The Wu family was both a landlord and a merchant in Shaoxing. Many members of the family were in the business of cloth and tea. Just as he was when they still under negotiation, the housekeeper come and report it. She said Tang Yu asked to see. What is Tang Yu doing? Wu Qingqing curious. This guy isn't Liu Liang's Yuo through the letters of the people. He is ready to bring this guy cut it. Bring him here. Wu Qingqing said. Subsequently, Tang Yu came to the hall. There came with him a veiled woman. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Yu knelt down to Wu Qingqing and shouted that he should die. Tang Yu will be the main reason for moving over to plead guilty, or relying on his intricate network of relationships, that the Wu Qingqing has got those letters, and the plan of action. Tang Yu, who received the news, knew that he was finished, and he might be stopped even when he left the city. In desperation, he chose to take the initiative to confess his guilt and ask for forgiveness. Oh, what is shopkeeper Tang doing? Why are you guilty? Wu Qingqing asked. Is the next time confused, fear of the powerful king? So before the war he wrote a letter to Liu Liangzuo, trying to call Liu Liangzuo evil. Komen willing to offer all home production, and offer my niece serving generals. The generals look magnanimous, spared the next one. As Tang Yu said, she lifted the woman's veil, revealing a delicate face. Woman looks only 17 years old, looks quite nice, but this time her whole person some shivering, seems very nervous. Tang Yu had come to know. Wu Qingqing is dumbfounding. He didn't expect that Tang Yu would come over and confess his guilt on his own initiative, which actually disrupted his plan a bit. However, This is not a bad thing for Wu Chengqing. At this stage, the stability of the ruling area is the most important thing. The investigation of the 5 wealthy businessmen in one go can easily make other businessmen panic. Tang Yu main action offered possessions. He can also copy a little. Anyway, he just wanted money. As for Tang Yazhong's unfaithfulness, Wu Chengqing really didn't care much. It's just a small businessman with a little money, and he can turn the sky even if he jumps. Just like this battle with Liu Liangzuo, even if Tang Yu wanted to assist the King army, he didn't have that strength. What's more, after he finished donating his property, he was even more unable to resist. You should be familiar with Liu Shizhao, Wang Langning and others. Apart from the shops on the surface, do they have other assets? Wu Chengqing asked. This grassroots knows that he will definitely assist the general in the investigation, and will never miss $1 or 2. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, this is an opportunity to die a fellow Taoist but not a poor Taoist, and to sell his friends for his life. After all, Wu Chengqing's meaning is already obvious. If he cooperates with his home hacking work, he will give a way to survive. If he doesn't cooperate, he will only die. Seeing this kind of wealthy businessman in front of Wu Chengqing with trepidation, Wu Zai felt that his nephew was no longer the nephew before. Now Wu Chengqing is a general who has tens of thousands of soldiers and has mastered countless lives and deaths. Wu Chengqing's joy, anger, directly determines the Tang Yu's life and death. Subsequently, Wu Chengqing account Tang Yu will fully cooperate with the raid of the work of the other 4. As for Tang Yu's niece, Wu Chengqing didn't want it again. Although this woman is very beautiful, she is Tang Yu's relatives after all. God knows if Tang Yu will be dissatisfied in the future and instruct her to poison herself or something. While this is extremely unlikely, but Wu Chengqing no need to take these kinds of risks. With his current status, there is no shortage of women at all. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed, 50 chapters raid. With the assistance of Tang Yu, Wang Defu and his soldiers began to investigate the 4 large households headed by Liu Shizhao. During the investigation, a special pen posted a notice to explain to the people the reasons for the arrest. One is to avoid causing panic, and the other is to deter those who are committed to the Qing dynasty. When the soldiers surrounded Liu's house, Liu Shizhao tried to struggle. But when Wang Defu took out the letter he wrote to Liu Liangzuo, Liu Shizhao was completely speechless. The Liu family is a big family, and there are more than 70 members of the direct family, all of which need to be arrested. There is no other way. Copying their home is the enemy of life and death. If you don't catch all of them, those people will become a hidden danger. In order to retaliate against Wu Chengqing, they may leak information about the Ming army to the Qing army, or they may find a way to assassinate Wu Chengqing. The principal culprit, Liu Shizhao, will undoubtedly be put to death, while the men of the Liu family will be taken to the mine to dig or do other coolies, and the women of the Liu family will be sold to the brothel without exception. As a postworld, Wu Chengqing does not want to do so but this is the most efficient way. But also the general approach of this era is a feature of this era. Even Wu Chengqing do so, we will take for granted, but no one would think he is cruel. When Liu Shizhao was caught, he saw Tang Yu and Wang Defu together. He suddenly seemed to understand something and began various vicious curses. Not over yet few curse, it was soldiers smashed the hilt with few teeth. As for Tang Yu, he was introducing to Wang Defu some of the assets Liu Shizhao possessed, the land in the countryside, etc., completely ignoring Liu Shizhao. Liu family, several dozen people were tied Liu out of the house, attracted many onlookers. People under the yelling of the writing staff, the people knew the whole story. Knowing that Liu Shizhao of the Liu family actually intended to collude with King Tut to break the city, some angry people couldn't help throwing mud or small stones at them. As shadow play that throwing eggs to throw vegetables picture view is not rich people to that extent. The Liu family members were taken away crying all the way, but no people would sympathize with them. Firstly, Liu Shizhao's collusion with Datar made them unhappy, and secondly, The Liu family was too rich. Such things as hatred of the rich have existed since ancient times. Seeing the bad luck of the Liu family, many people are very happy in their hearts. Even some men are still thinking about ways to get some money, and then go to the kiln to patronize the daughters of the Liu family, pushing the rich lady who used to be high above her body. The feeling is completely different from riding an ordinary kiln sister. The Liu family was copied, and the other 3 households were quickly raided. The same was executed by the owner of the house. The males went to do coolies, and the females were sold into the brothel. In the evening, Wu Ziyu took the ledger to report to the government office. This time, they found a total of 180,000 taels of cash, various mansion furniture and antiques, etc. The initial estimated value was about 1.2 million taels. Not too antique calligraphy and painting this stuff. The price is hard to say, perhaps priceless in the golden age. They may be worthless in a troubled world. If you are eager to sell, it may be cheaper, but if you wait for the opportunity, it may sell for a higher price. In addition to these, there are also various shops and goods. The initial estimated value is about 900,000 taels, and their land in the country is worth about 4 to 5 million taels. That is to say, they check the total income has about 2.802 million. I have to say that it is so cool to copy homes. If it is not for fear of causing social unrest, as long as they keep copying the homes of those big households, it will be enough to support Wu Chenqing's military expenditures for the world hegemony. Of course, this is impossible. Wealthy businessmen are a very important part of this society. It is okay to kill a few occasionally, but if there are too many to kill, the whole society will fall into chaos. In addition to 2.8 million, Tang Yu also donated 150,000 cash and 800,000 assets. Originally, he wanted to donate all of it, but Wu Chenqing left him some land and shops. The same time, Wu Chenqing also let him continue to manage those original business. It's just that all the money earned has to be handed over to the army as military pay. Tang Yu can reach the family business to achieve million is huge, which is sufficient to show that he was a smart man. You can safely use. The cloth business of Liu Shizuo's family was taken over by Wu Ziyu, and he was also in charge of the other 3 businesses, but in order to realize cash, they would gradually sell them out. Knowing that Liu Shizuo and others had been ransacked and several principal criminals were also beheaded, Chen Daolin only sneered in his heart. Those who had rose have crowded him, his mind clear yet. Now that I see those who are squeezing themselves out of luck, I feel so refreshed in my heart. The same time, he is also glad that they bet, at least for now, he bet very right. With 8,000 troops, it defeated 40,000 people in the King army. Now Wu Chenqing's force has expanded to more than 10,000, and it will soon reach 20,000. With this number, the King army might not be easily wiped out without a 100,000 army. In other words, Wu Chenqing has gained a firm foothold. Moreover, Chen Daolin believes that Wu Chenqing's strength will continue to grow. After Chenqing defeated King, some of the original are supplanted by his businessmen. This time all have Dorbati want friendship and Chen Daolin under contact. The businessmen in Suzhou are not stupid. They can see that, at least for a short time, Wu Chenqing has the final say in Suzhou. In this situation, Chen and Wu Chenqing to please Daolin on the very necessary. Congratulations, shopkeeper Chen, who is about to become General Wu's father-in-law. It is really gratifying. When General Wu's wedding day, I wonder if I can ask for a drink. Liu Wuling pleased and said that Wu Chenqing and Chen Yuan's wedding date was getting closer, but he did not receive the invitation, which made him very anxious. As a businessman, he had a good relationship, and those in power. If even Wu Chenqing's wedding is not eligible to attend, is it possible to be taken care of in the future? Of course there is no problem with this. The invitation is still being transcribed, and it will be sent to the house soon. Chen Daolin said that he didn't retaliate against these people because he had been squeezed out. Retaliation against these people will not do much except for making enemies, and then satisfy them. But it is promising to become a leader among them. And, as he had with us, and enjoy touted these successful people to please. It is also a very cool thing. Would be Moxie Chen treasurer, after Chen dispensers where it is needed, despite the call soon, I will never Liu sane number. At this point, Liu Wuling was finally relieved. As long as Chen Daolin didn't hold a grudge. There are still many people like Liu Wuling, and for a while, Chen Mansion seems to be a little crowded. Zai Huan, I invite large Ming build aircraft carriers home collection. I Ming build aircraft carriers in the fastest update rate.